Manuel, can you hear me?
We can
Hello?
hear you.
Madam Chair, we can hear you. We're trying to get the vote started. We'll be on the side.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Doug
Honorable
Kealan, present.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Paul Begay.
Delegate Paul Gay is present.
Honorable Paul Begay answered roll call. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown is present.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown answered roll call. Honorable Pro Tem Speaker Charles Newton.
Charles Newton is present.
Honorable Speaker Pro Tem Charles Newton answered roll call. Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty.
Yati Shabbat, this is Delegate Amber Knusbach-Crotty. I'm on the call. Thank you very much.
Honorable Amber Knusbach-Crotty answered roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon. Honorable Speaker Damon did not answer roll call. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Morning, here, present.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Mark Freeland.
Good morning, Freeland Chair.
Honorable Mark Freeland answered roll call. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Doug Alone is present.
Honorable Pernell Halona answered roll call. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Good morning, Delegate Henyo is present.
Honorable Jamie Henyo answered roll call. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not enter roll call. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez is present. Yati Ben.
Honorable Ricky Nez entered roll call. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, present.
Honorable Carl Slater answered roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Present.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Otto So.
I am present. Thank you.
Honorable Otto So answered roll call. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
Delegate So present.
Honorable Charlene So answered roll call. Honorable Daniel So.
Yes, I am here.
Honorable Daniel So answered roll call. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not answer roll call. Honorable Edison Winnica. Honorable Edison Winnica answered roll call. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Here. Good morning.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie answered roll call. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not answer roll call. Going back up. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not answer roll call. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not enter roll call. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Present.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. answered roll call. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not enter roll call. Honorable Jimmy Ellerhair. Honorable Jimmy Ellerhair. Honorable Jimmy Ellerhair did not enter roll call. With that, Speaker Pro Tem Charles Newton, you have a vote of 19 that entered roll call. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that. With 19 delegates on the line, we do have a quorum. We're going to go ahead and proceed forward to invocation. At this time, I would like to ask Shaja, Honorable Thomas Walker, if you could lead us in invocation this morning.
Madam Chair, Honorable Vice Chair Walker did not answer roll call.
Okay, I thought I did answer roll call. I do apologize for that. Shiaj, Delegate Herman Daniels, can you lead us in invocation this morning?
Thank you for that, Madam Chair. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you very much for that. Let me pull over first. Good morning to the state of it. Yeah, Ahwija Genana is Ahwi Clay Hona, Hanmelge, AIC here Hona, Manasan Ho Arunda, Yadish Sutra Hona, Jona A Sutra, Neden Dean Benan Hona, a Benda A Hona, a Huyet Ego A Ananin Tla Hona, Adonan Hona, a Benda Ho Nada Dekal. Ben Hana was by AIC here home, should the end of Slaney Horner. The Hana saw the Horner, I did it, the Hana saw the home. I can't nana. I don't home, teacher Nana, so Nana is ne Horner. Or should the wheel neck of Horner, Hidan is a deal. I don't answer Horner, so I have Sunday in Dick Horner. I don't Horner. There's none all that Horner, teacher, and Jono Indiana should have deal niche. Sad Yadat, Egehon, Sad by not at all, that is sad by the Nanaki by Yale titular teacher. Ado Yat Egon see case all this. Yat Ego so cost. Oh, Yat Ego Horner. By not at all, that is Horner ban see case all this. Yek Edon has trans since more by not that it is Horner. Ban see case all this teacher. Eben is down a sound all that wants to get on a Slaney Horner. Aronan Horner. At the house Argo Horner. Kay up a cargo horn, ye kay up a cargo horner. As tweed of funny, the house cargo horner. As chin a day cargo horn, chin in the house cargo. As chin of banana, so they ego horner. The habit down a sound all that horner. Aro horn, her cusby is a horner. Not a knee car horner. Nakako a hot aben han haljish horn, her cousin Lenny. Horn as tweed of funny, the house cargo horner. The habit down a sound all that, the habit out horner. Should the end of Shane Horner. Her cousin Lenny Horny check out made all that horn, tweed of funny. I don't know what. Yand that a horn, Toda that of a Latin on Hadi, not San Horner. Nahash send the horn ultra. Banana should this energy horner. Jono home banana should this. I don't have a feel of the ultra. Are they cart of banana should this? The Habad Hashian Habit Dak, Habit Hadak, should be in the machine horner. I don't know about Hone, Londis horner. I wait to horner nana should this. I wait to horner, King Cargo. Karadi car, the Hada Hashian horner, safety by horner. That King Cargo horner. Genanis and Dale a horner. A horn Hada Hashian horner. I don't know horn. Nick Aidan la horner. أزال إيرشان دهاز تخونا إيدو هون أديتشن خان ندا هيدوكا أديتشن هون بعد هذا دولتو إيشين كي أرن دهاز تخانيكي هون أفون خابس واجو هذا دوشليلون هيتش هون دا دوشليل هون بسلاسا دي إني كاتولش هون أدو هون هيك إيدان لهون تبجيدان ناز كيغو هون نتخدر دكا بنة داس هون تخدر دكا هون إيدو هون نخا هذا هالشيء نخبر تاعه نص هون هذا أزنون هذا ينص هون أرو هون ستاش كان لهون سبيكر دايمن إيه ده هون عشان الفو أجل هون بتاعه ناس لهون إيه ده هون خبر تاعه نص هون ديتش هذا أزنون هذا ينص هون يجيب تزيلون هذا ينص هون بجيدا ناس كده هون بالنت أستش هون نخبر هذا هالشيء هون أرو نانا هون داويس آجو هون هاد أشا بتاعه أجده هون نخبر هذا هالشيء هون هون نخبر بتاعه نص هون أرو نانا هون بيش بعض أنيت لنجي هون زدا شان سيد سنجو هون نكشف هون صادون هذا هالشيء أرو نانا أيود عن خود نيني شو دخل هون بس إنا ديل إنجي أرو ندخل نخاش سنة نكشف سو كنتي نالك كده أرو نكشف هواي زي شان سيد زيني هون نخبر هذا هالشيء هون نخبر جان تحت هيد خبر جان تحت زي هون شو دقيقة من الشيء هون أرو نانا هون بس هذا آجو هون بغن من هذا آجو هون جنوب أي هون بتخون نادا كادو لش جنوب أي هون بتخون نادا ديكليتو لش هون ببعد عن لنيكي هون هون بيجرا بهذا هذا بعد هذا إنكي أوده هون بهذا هذا إدان لهون ببعد عن لهون جنوب نادا كادو لش هون أرو نانا هون ألفو هون نخيات إيكو لش هون الجاشين هون أنا هودت إيجو أنا هون كلام كالخوز جسم ده بيجي ديكا هون إيشي هون قدينا كنا خاطا هون يتخانشني اللي هون إيشي هون تشتوي تيني هون إيرو يتواجه هندا دوحتليش هون يتواجه هندا كلارو اللي أرو هون بدها النأسو نانا هون variants إيدو هون يتواجه قدي نصن هون شدينا نصليني هون أرو نانا هون تا إني استغاهو زنده executive branch just another about in nation honorable Navajo Nation President Mr. Naz in the honorable Navajo Nation Vice President Shishna Ash Mr. Lizer in the executive directors dan Ishandaz Nashid in the Shama but in nation judicial branch Judohona Sabasahona Hona legislative branch days نشهونا كستاف تحلهونا إيرون خبرتهونا شهونا أخوي تمنعنا شديش هو الجاشي خدو خان فشداي خادا دحشي تبدي نت خدنا دي خاطو دي شادا خدلهونا بنانا شنادي هونا أرون خا يكا أندات جاكي دهونا legislative district assistant لنجي هونا وش بعدات هونا شاهجي دات هونا خبرتهونا صاشدي أنا مشيني هونا وهذا يتوضح سندولش هنا ألت خدين كي جو هزون دولش هنا ألت خدين هون يجون كي تو نيدولش هنا ألت خدين سوين كي تو نيدولش هنا أدين ده هنا يجو هزون دولش أيش كاسنا هذا ليش نهار سوتشاش كيش نسني ياسني ده هون كي جو هزون دولش هزون هاسلين دولش هزون هاسلين Thank you, Madam Chair, Pro Tem Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Shiaj. Delegate Herman Daniels, thank you for saying the invocation for us this morning and for remembering everyone in prayer all across the Navajo Nation. I'd like to say good morning at this time. We are currently on item number 2 on the agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials of the Navajo Nation. Good morning, President Naz. Good morning, Vice President Lizer. Good morning, Chief Justice Joanne Jane. All Navajo Nation employees listening in and everyone in the World Wide Web taking part via social media. I'd like to ask the delegates at this time if there's anybody that they would like to recognize at this time.
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Honorable Jimmy Hill here. I'm on the line for the record. Thank you very much, Thank you for the prayer. She's not lost, Mr. Honorable Herman Daniel. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Delegate Yellowhair. Colleagues, is there anybody you'd like to recognize at this time?
Delegate Henio.
Chair Henio, the floor is yours.
Okay, Nanta. Eastern stepping up to the plate to be a Speaker Pro Tem. Madam Chair Charles Newton, Doshananta, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning. Sitting outside, beautiful Church Rock chapter here, and here with my chapter at Tojule chapter is here at Church Rock, working on their policy review. Just wanted to tell my chapter officials, hardworking chapter officials, good morning from Tojule. And for the Alamo and Rayma chapters, just want to say good morning.
Thank you, Chair Henio, and good morning to all your chapter officials at this time. Is there anybody else who would like to recognize a guest?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Otto So.
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Oh yeah, I did. And just would like to recognize today that yes, the chapter officials across the nation, so our chapters throughout the Navajo Nation, 110 chapters, are working through this storm and so forth, trying to provide this necessary services to the Navajo people at their local level. So I'd like to say thank you to our law enforcement, EMS, and our fire protection for the Navajo Nation. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. And yes, for our first responders, good morning, all of our first responders out there, and thank you for the work that you're doing, as well as, again, the chapter officials and those who are working out there to keep families warm and fed. So we appreciate all of the work that you do on behalf of the Navajo Nation. Colleagues, is there anybody else who would like to be recognized at this time so that they can recognize a guest or a visiting official?
Madam Chair.
This is Delegate Yellowhair, Madam Chair.
Delegate Brigadier.
Madam Chair, Salona.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, you have the floor. After Delegate Yellowhair, we'll give it to Delegate Elmer Bigay, and after Delegate Elmer Bigay, Delegate Pernell Halona. Delegate Yellowhair, you have the floor.
Oh, yeah, thank you for this. As running for our meeting here for Nabikiyati Committee, I'd like to say, on behalf of Black Mesa Chibagade, Black Mesa Chapter of Forest Lake, Pinion, Whippoorwill, and Hartrap, I share validation is not for confidence. Out of our head, Lido, this year, Chibagade, you tell the forest leader. It's almost 8 inches out of our graders already went down. I got in by here, and you know that we can't do and so on. Yes, by here, it over here, no, here, edition. I can for confidence that by here and so on, Hilton Day, the South Colleges, Korea 2022, is not a car. I it, the Henson, it is on the President as Vice President Lizer, and Chief Justice, Mr. Honorable Mr. Damon Tele here, genre here, on this machine, and you know, here the unique not all in 2022. It about here, so this is not on us. Thank you for a good prayer. Honorable Herman Daniel, God bless. Here, one so about us. Thank you for the floor. Shmayel, turn back to you.
Delegate Jimmy Yellow here into your chapter as well to Black Mesa. Hope everybody is safe out there and warm as well. So with that, we'll move forward to Delegate Elmer Begay. The floor is yours.
Good morning. This is Shinada. Thank you for that. Then for the interim that you are doing. So good morning. I don't members at the Navajo Nation Council, the 24th. Yat in Kidini Dolis. I don't people that are on the line listening to this special session. So yat in Kidini Dolis. Oh yeah, they ya a do they ya a. But here we the yes, Zindagi, cheese, Zindagi. It is a sort of a party. So, okay, it's another thing. Pinda de ya because it's sort of the head of the house of 3 dozen of a dija or a bashi. I could hear. Although, although, if you had not this, yeah, I need to go. She's and Lenny, she's not asking any every day. Yeah, but business. Another. I get a hard and then the other years, they catch hard, not the they made it to word was regulated. You know, though I see they again. That has only to make sure that we're vaccinated. Though I don't to update all the vaccination, though flu shot that I don't mask that. I guess you can do a ceremony. And you have to have all this requirement, CDC guidelines. I don't need that. But they did that because I don't need some of these ceremonies, traditional ceremonies, is a must to have it. I see that I see that because then again keep this hard or because the native stand up there the yago out of the yat equal the nanny clinic ho in the hagas happy yone I could the ya a the last week on the become a jahi or if it don't the year go become a jahi. And they have used that, but she said, and they're not working. Of course, like the sound that I could, or that I hate that. So it could is a Andy Sosi that are the echo. And we keep the car, but she said, and I don't know that Walter Davis, Sean Davis, yeah. I don't know that Everett. I don't jumbo the dog, yeah. The because it's Zinko. I don't become a last Zinko. I don't young this any do all you in the house Zinko. As you don't hear that the Hagian can't do Zinko. So about here he did that go, but just this car, so and the last Zinko. You don't ask a legend. I don't a DG the from that or Jessico. That has only done Zinko. Has only the nation. This is one of the bands on that we have for Navajo Nation, Navajo people. I don't need even here. This is it. So they had to do that. So they did that. They oh she happened to do go as because do adults young do the pedo he says it do they well Arizona the day that you last issue that is arguing as in that kind of better issue they have to have it in the but that is another so I don't the members of the Navajo Nation Council that they have speak of the Hagana
Shanella, Honorable Elmer Begay for recognizing Mr. Avery Denny and his Nightway ceremony. We appreciate you keeping us updated on our traditional ceremonies and what happens during these times. So, Shanella. Delegate Purnell Halona, the floor is yours.
Oyate, good morning, everybody. This is Delegate Purnell Halona. I'd like to say good morning to Mr. President Nez, Vice President Lizer, Chief Justice Joanne James, and to all the council delegates, 25th Navajo Nation Council. Good morning, and thank you for giving me this short time to speak. I just wanted to recognize all my chapter officials from District 14, Tohatchi chapter, Nashiri, Coyote Canyon, Mexican Springs, and Bahaska Twin Lakes. Thank all the chapter officials and the PEP workers, and for all their hard work that they put into this year and dealing with this pandemic and serving the people out there in the Chapter 14 district. I would just like to say thank you very much, and keep up the good work. I appreciate your candor and help as well for all the people out there. Also, I'd like to thank everyone out there for continuing to follow the safety guidelines and protocols set forth by the CDC guidelines as far as keeping the virus at bay. Of course, this Omicron virus is spreading across the nation like wildfire, and I haven't heard anything right now as far as any contamination on the Navajo Nation yet. I'm sure it's there, but we haven't spotted it yet. But I want to let everybody know just to keep your safety practices up. Wear your mask, keep your hands clean, stay out of large crowds, and minimize your travel to the cities. And but thank you all for your hard work in trying to keep this virus at bay. I just wanted to thank all the people for working hard to make sure we all stay safe, and that you have a happy Christmas time and New Year's with all your family that you're gonna be spending there. So thank you all for your help in trying to keep this virus at bay. And also, if you haven't got your booster shot, or if you haven't got your shots at all for the virus, I encourage everybody out there to please get your booster shot or your virus to protect yourselves and protect your family members. Lastly, I'd like to wish everybody out there a happy New Year in this new year that's coming up. I hope we're prosperous, that everybody's prosperous and safe this next year, and that we can get rid of this virus. And so everybody out there, all the staff and council delegates and all the officials and all the people across the United States and Navajo Nation, I would wish you all a happy New Year, and I hope you enjoy spending time with your family this year, and that you're doing it in a safe way. Ajia Alcoda, thank you very much, Pro Tem Speaker. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Halona. Thank you for recognizing our chapter officials. Again, colleagues, we are now at item 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials.
Madam Chair?
Are there, yes. Yes.
Madam Chair, this is Delegate Brown also. If you can put me in the queue.
Delegate Eugene, yes. Delegate Eugene So, and then after that, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Eugene.
Oh, a share the condition now that he's in share. I would like to know a share situation so the it's hot of dozen share. I don't our prayers for our Navajo Nation speakers, Seth Damon and family. Our prayers go to them also, and all the that took the time to listen today in this special session to do our job today. I don't want to creation na hada misala honey is by Shaitan on Hajan Hikates Chris Kanda City in the way Officer Phoenix, Officer Tyler Van, who got shot in line of duty 8 times and still in the hospital. la klonsin sie go ye go shite hit a gato na tache a ha patsa da to no ba she ta ba ne a hoita pan na ta hosne a sie go hab get sto in also shift Joe Detman ni ke des in ke ye korod o shaba da no shi so I share hidini. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it.
Yeah, so Honorable Eugene, so for recognizing the police officers during this time, and then also sending out prayers to the Damon family during this time as well. So with that, we'll go and proceed forward. Honorable Nathaniel Brown, you have the floor.
Ayat ehbena shanala Speaker Pro Temp Ado Shananta Beshmasa and the Nebenal Tekni Klinigi. Yat ehbena Ado Shikedo Shidne Analtro Yat Enged Schnidole Nahis and Lecha Achahotso Shada Ado Ado Naho Koskahotso Dance Anjago Altro Shaman Hossam Ka Kodo Ka the in the Nanny Tlini Ado Quite large Santanation and Nado Bill any donation Ado Nakon Satanigi President Nez and Vice President Lizer, and to First and Second Lady, and to all your children and your families. Ado to all our Navajo Nation Division Directors and to our Navajo Nation employees. Ado we can't do this work without you. Although I just wanted to let council know, I recently met with some of our Navajo nurses, medical workers, KN to IHS workers, when they were doing their vaccination drive and their flu shot drives. And some of the things that I heard from them were really we've heard this on how they all work long hours, so many emotions. I know one of the nurses told me, I don't know how to explain this. I am exhausted in every way. I am mentally exhausted, physically exhausted, spiritually exhausted, and I am so tired. I'm beyond tired that I didn't know this existed beyond depression and beyond being sad to see our people suffering. And badajo bay asahan tlaantashjol kodo azekne kahade tleni kodonil ento abini kahit abaka nechanda Iona ilna to bahan kenne ani hisitini ehdet and danos jahadasila rado ishin kodo whichin so doesn't be bedetni dole. To all our frontline workers again, they are really exhausted, and the way that one of them explained to me was, I don't know how to explain this, being so tired, being so sad and depressed, and this anxiety that I didn't know that there was something beyond that, but I feel like I'm there. And I know that I'm not the only one, because when I talk to my colleagues, we're all going through the same. To our frontline workers in the hospitals, our police, our chapters that dealing frontline every day with this. And I just wanted to recognize them on behalf of the 24th Navajo Nation Council, and that Ishi Anasne Nejet Kwegi Tadil Zendolel Huichishi Kwegi Na Dash Great had the Dean Betsada Dilzen Nehonish Gisto and get this team get head the shit, said the shin, and get bestest Ogi. Ishi de that the Jehoshin Hasi Tando Lechto Toyat Ehadel and Ianyat Ehi. I don't lay then kick 8 out the kid that had any. The Arnilson gig the Hanoya, Hota Hobbitilo, Tragi, the last so Ndalnish, Ados at Wally at then the Hastra. Tron Kidene Ecuador Hajoba Dainson, but the Hajobai Hajala, where's the Navajo Nation, Hajalanke Beso da Noyesh Hadat, Eshin Queba Nate Indole, Shanant Ano Leni, Ado Ashiltro, Eti Kaina Halende, and laid out all date and then Nkasqui and Castui Don Kizani. Hashine la and gets Alhanal Kaon Zago away decoda hished age. Lado Kotaho did a boarding school day Hashin song its aunt Kedal Yanda. It's a Anil Nedon Pitsodas and Bear, Deep Bear, be Barahunt, it should the ne. Eshi Anil, George Ahani, Kudo Anil, Don any Lini Bashil Chin and get chain Canalabata Nilson. Eben, you bet and get Zildole. A coho, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Brown, for recognizing the work and also how tired our first responders and especially our nurses are at this time. We appreciate that. So with that, committee members, we are still on item number 2 on the agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Are there any one of my colleagues who would like to recognize a guest or visiting official at this time?
Hello. Hello, Madam Chair.
Hello? Hello?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, this is Sharon Torricini, Navajo Nation Board of Education member. Kilachini, Shlomora, Tribe, Chain, Torricini, Dashachi, Elakana, Dashinalo.
It's Todicini. It's Todicini.
Yes.
I am sorry, but we are conducting council business. So at this time, we only recognize council delegates. And if they would like to call upon you, then we can call upon you at that time. But this is only for the council delegates serving on the 24th Navajo Nation Council.
Stasia, Delegate Freeland.
Delegate Mark Freeland. Delegate Freeland, I did get a text message asking for you to be excused today. Did you want to? Do you want to be recognized at this time before you're excused?
Yeah, before, please, if I may, Madam Chair.
Delegate Freeland, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Stasia. Colleagues as well as staff, good morning. Honorable Herman Daniels, thank you for that prayer again, Nana. Good morning, everyone on the Navajo Nation. We're blessed with moisture this morning, so we're very thankful. I wanted to recognize all of those individuals that we work together with. 9 Sundays we gathered firewood, and we from a lot of them for Eastern Navajo chapters, but some came from other chapters. But I just want to say thank you to all of those individuals, my chapters, the 8 regional chapters, the officials, the staff, volunteers, those that came from other chapters as well. We got a lot of firewood, and our intent was to deliver and get this to vulnerable populations, our elderly, mainly our veterans who need assistance, single parent families as well. We have a lot of single parent mothers out there, and a lot of single parent fathers out there who are raising families. I hope everyone is keeping warm at this time. I hope everyone is blessed in some form or fashion during this holiday season. I hope everyone is with their families during this holiday season. It can be tough, yes, because of the situation that families are going through, healing process, whether they lost a family member through COVID or other means. We've lost a lot of family members, a lot of individuals during this time, 1,500 plus. We will continue to pray for all of those families out there. We will continue to offer our best to you. We will offer to think of you. And those vulnerable populations, we still have a lot of work to do. I want to say thank you to our partners, all of those individuals that help us deliver food and deliver firewood out in Eastern Agency. The Rotary Club of Los Alamos, the Rotary Club of Albuquerque, the Gas Company of New Mexico, Public Service Company of New Mexico, a lot of our partners that helped us during this time of need. There's still a lot of need out there, and we're doing our best to address that need. And this is the first time we've undertaken an effort like this with firewood. But we just want to say thank you to everyone, Vegan Outreach, everyone that's been a part of this since March of last year. We've been doing our best to help our people during this pandemic and cope with this pandemic and deal with this pandemic. I just want to say thank you, Steja, all my colleagues as well. So good morning to one and all. God bless each and every one of you. God bless our Navajo people, and of course, God bless our great Navajo nation. Thank you, Steja.
Thank you for that, Shana. Delegate Freeland, and for the record, Delegate Freeland is excused for today, as well as Delegate Speaker Damon, who is also excused during this time. So with that, committee members, we are still at item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Is there any of my colleagues who would like to recognize a guest or visiting official at this time?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, this is Delegate Daniel.
Siage, Delegate Daniels, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Kudo Shama, Speaker Pro Tem. Yeah, I just want to say thank you to each and every one of my colleagues, Kudo. This machine, the first thing I did the New Year's. ABU and the 2022. So a happy New Year. Get the Schneidol, Kodos not on Senegi. And to everyone that's listening, Lokodo, Shesh Kahasni. Aren't the 2 weeks ago, aren't the last week, yesterday, I delivered some food to elders. Fani. Laid the kid in remote areas. So the last 2 weeks, a week ago and yesterday, that's where I was delivering food. So I see what the Masundan, let me get shade, and he nullis, rather. I see about the Hachopaya for the great power line. Again, the house water, those that have later. If it's half a year, so it is, I see. Papa Hansen. I don't know the snake go. A sweet of funny. At the hospital, snake go. When I seen those, my son don't hit shades, grandmas and grandpas. I see what the Johnny Echo. It's nice to be out there in the remote areas where they live. So I see what the Benas jail, the Tadi Yaso. When we used to herd sheep back in the days when I was young, I see that the certain journal that were about that kids I don't know additionally Akudo, but that was Agodo, Chess Hasi. With a bed that I don't know that is called or just Toda. I see the bed that in the Ghana and necessities, Nisha. So you could a better how yedo each down and go just dodge a yarn. I don't know with a fun in the house cargo. I go abandon not. I don't know a shot the house yard to so AIC had the same fire, so it is out on straw when shanded off. Ribe has seat or left Speaker, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for recognizing our elders at this time. She has Delegate Herman Daniels. So with that, committee members, colleagues, we again are still in item number 2 on the agenda, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Are there any of my colleagues who would like to recognize a guest or visiting official at this time?
Madam Chair, Kellen.
Delegate Kialan Bigay, the floor is yours.
Madam Chair, colleague. Good morning. Nikitashino Lisanoto. Skano Slinigi Kurodo, so chapter yet. Recognize this Schlieffen, all my community members, Low Mountain chapter, Tachibugat chapter, Talana chapter, Nalvini chapter, and Mini Farms chapter. Good morning, though. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. She didn't do this kodo. During the New Year's Christmas Eve event, we had we thought it was gonna be a small event, but it turned out to be a bigger event. I'd just like to acknowledge all the donors of all the toys, and we gave out close to 1,300 candy sacks during Christmas Eve. And then almost about 2,000 pieces of toys to the community and surrounding. We had a good turnout. Brigades, Keshmish Village, and yeah, call area quite dish, especially to my family in coordinating this particular event. We do our best to give back, especially our young kids during the time of a holiday. We're giving back out to the community. Because people need it. I just don't see it. Have been need this stock. Don't have the Dundenigi, don't the roadman, the Dundenigi. I don't see had nada that everything that's project. Kudo, the man Dinigi, over here had been need on this call. What ashing, Kudo, recognition. Dinigi, Baha Street on this door. Other my colleague, the 24th Navajo Nation Council members in Dinigi. Other Kudos Chico, Bogando, so I hope we did a hot energy sourcing. What's the Dinigi, the Benedict, Mr. Arja, call other Kudo, are not pushing his jaw. Lahodo, I don't like action to another asking Kudo. You to have seat on this last month. I'm not saying he had to be in the store at asking Kudo. And he changed on us loud on this, Madam Protect Speaker.
Thank you, Delegate Kellen Bigay, for that recognition. Committee members, we are still on item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Are there any other delegates, colleagues who would like to recognize a guest or visiting official at this time?
This is Delegate Yellowhair again. May I protect Speaker?
Delegate Yellowhair, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Madam Chair.
Firstly, Chapter President Fern Benali. I want to say congratulations.
Mr. Rico, I'm sorry. Delegate Yellowhair, I apologize. Mr. Rico, was that you?
Yes, Speaker Pro Tem. Just a reminder that we are in council and Honorable Yellowhair did not reserve his time, so just a reminder to the delegates that we have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. I'm sorry. Delegate Yellowhair, you forgot to reserve your time. So unless a colleague of yours wants to give their time to you, I cannot recognize you at this time. I do apologize.
Thank you. I had somebody. Thank you very much. I need at that time one of my colleagues. Yeah, thank you. Again, our pro temp here. Thank you very much.
Colleagues, we are still on item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Are there any other delegates who would like to recognize a guest or visiting official at this time?
Pro Temp, this is request to speak, sir, ma'am.
I'm sorry, there were 2 people who were speaking over each other. Can you identify yourself?
Vice Chair Smith. Go ahead.
Vice Chair Raymond Smith, the floor is yours.
Here, yeah, they've been Bishmasan 24th Navajo Nation Council. A Happy New Year, though. Belated Merry Christmas. I don't know Sanko. We saw yeah, so just like to say that we have a blessing this morning with the snow. Shine the during the winter time. So hope that everybody's prepared. If not, please contact your emergency management system to ask for help. I'd like to recognize my 5 chapters. Te Toro, Kintero, Nahatatsido, Mai Toro, Sesa'an, the officials and the folks that live out there. Shanantada no Sanigido, Shikeda no Sanigi, Asano Taigi, just like to recognize them. I don't get the Bebnandada and Linikito, Eto, Yat Edishni. I don't get Salau, so than Linigate, Nanish, Eda Halonde, da Wisao. Yat Ebedishnito, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year. Thank you for serving and protecting our freedom. The first responders that Egi Chostoit Inigi, I see that he called it Yat Edishni. Although the remaining time, Egi should say Jimmy Yellow here, but the Shato, so Yadot, Head National and Dada Migi, Dada, Quichet, Digin Hitalo, others and Nellet, so there's an Ein Lagi. Hela koi without this to hela da sit the association ani ko Jimmy Yellow here remaining time but this yeah.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Manuel, how much time is going to be given to Delegate Yellow Hair if he accepts?
3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Delegate Yellow Hair, you have 3 minutes and 15 seconds that have been given to you. Do you accept?
Oh, I accept that.
The floor is yours, Delegate Yellow Hair.
Okay, thank you very much again, Pro Tem Speaker here. Here also to Honorable Speaker Raymond Smith to here. By here and could ask so by here no could so they with the Sean Bernali. She's a new Navajo County Supervisor. It often found the state husband on the by here on it's not all you call another to the team of the way Black Mesa chapter that forced late in the Pinion, Whipplewell, Hard Rock, quick Navajo County, be a hot soy, Nahaya, not honest and here, congratulations, so the firm Nali. God bless you with the 2022. Yeah, no, once about zero by Henson to Honorable Raymond Major Bahalola to yeah. Thank you, Pro Temp Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Yellow Hair. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and proceed forward. I believe that Chair Rick Nez has texted in to speak. Chair Nez, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker Charles Newton, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Ado should net not Senegal, Koyat, Benedo, Yat, Ehoshin Keshmishwan. So, Kedo, Happy New Year to all of you. Continue to pray for each other. Yeah, so I just want to recognize all the students that finished their semesters and received their degrees. We encourage all of you to also continue to move forward and seek other higher educational credentials. So congratulations to each and every one of you. Thank you. God bless you all.
Thank you for that, Chair Naz. It is good to recognize our students at this time. So with that, committee members, we are still in item number 2, recognizing guests and visiting officials. Are there any other delegates who wish to recognize a guest or visiting official at this time? Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the next item on the agenda. Review and adopt the agenda. Can we have the agenda read into the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Proposed agenda of the 24th Navajo Nation Council special session via telecommunication Wednesday, December 29, 2021. Navajo Nation Council Chambers, Winter Rock, Navajo Nation. Presiding Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton. Speaker Pro Tem, 24th Navajo Nation Council. 1, call meeting to order, roll call invocation. 2, recognize guests and visiting officials to the Navajo Nation. 3, review and adopt the agenda. 4, reports are none. 5, old business, none. 6, new business. New business A, legislation 0264-21. New business B, legislation 0243-21. 7, close of session, announcements, adjournment. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
With that, committee members, the agenda has been read into the record. Can I get a motion and a second at this time?
Yellowhair
Motion,
motion.
Motion made
What?
by Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Can I get a second?
Vice Chair Smith.
Second.
Second by Vice Chair Raymond Smith. So with that, committee members, are there any questions, comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time?
Pro
Madam
Tem,
Chair.
this is Delegate Claudia.
Delegate Claudia, you have the floor.
Thank you. I appreciate all of the colleagues in the prayer. She has Delegate Herman Daniels. We are welcoming the moisture, and we know that comes with hardship. So as long as we continue to work with one another. Madam Chair, I'd like to make an amendment. I'd like to add on to our agenda an action relating to an emergency, legislation 0263-21, and I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
I'll
There's
second
been a
that.
motion,
Delegate Brown.
colleagues, on the floor. Motion made by Honorable Delegate Crotty, 0263-21 to be added to the agenda. Second by Nathaniel Brown. Committee members, are there any questions, comments at this time?
A question of privilege, Eugenio.
Question of privilege, Honorable Henyo.
Yes, would you have legislative service staff read the legislation before, so we'll know what legislation is being added before we recognize the second. Thank you.
Yes, Chair Henyo, I apologize. I forgot to do that. Mr. Rico, can you read legislation 0263-21 into the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Tracking number 0263-21 is an action relating to an emergency and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $207 million of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan. Legislation is sponsored by Madam Chair Amber Knaz-Bakrati. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Legislation 0263-21 has been read into the record, colleagues. So with that, we do have a motion made by Honorable Crotty and a second by Honorable Brown. With that, committee members, colleagues, are there any other questions, any comments at this time?
Question on that. This is Vice Chair Smith. I have a question. Privilege question. Question privilege.
Vice Chair Raymond Smith with a point of privilege.
Okay, this legislation 263-21. I think that requires a 2/3 vote. Is that correct? If so, that would go on legislation after 0264-21. If I'm correct, is that the process? So, thank you.
Dana, Mr. Rico, this legislation 0263-21, does it require a 2/3 vote?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, it does require a 2/3 vote, and it will be new item B if it is added to the agenda.
Vice Chair Smith, does that answer your question? It will be added on as item B as in boy under new business after legislation 0264-21, which is also a 2/3 vote requirement.
Oh, here, that Pro Temp Chair, that does answer my question.
Thank you. Colleagues, any other questions or comments at this time regarding Amendment 1, adding 0263-21 onto the agenda as item B under new business?
Speaker Pro Temp, this is Delegate Daniels.
Delegate Herman Daniels, the floor is yours.
Speaker Pro Temp, thank you very much, and good morning, colleagues. Amendment 1, like to ask for a modification to add an item to the agenda, legislation to the agenda to include in the amendment. It's legislation 268-21. It's an emergency legislation. It's regarding the 3 quorum. And I believe legislation, Ms. Johnson, she does the next order. So idiot. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Daniels. The request at this time is to add legislation 0268-21 to the agenda. Staff, is 0268-21, is it ready for action for council?
Madam Speaker, Pro Tem, the legislation is currently being processed, so I would give us about 5 or 10 more minutes. We just received it about 10 minutes ago, 15 minutes ago.
Delegate Daniels, the legislation will be ready in about 10 minutes. We cannot add it to the agenda at this time. You can make a separate amendment when the legislation is ready.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you.
So with that, committee members, we are still on amendment number 1, adding 0263-21 onto the agenda. Are there any other questions, comments, or is there anybody who would like to be recognized at this time to speak on the amendment?
Delegate Henyo.
Chair Henyo, the floor is yours.
Speaker Pro Tem, the 24th Nomination Council. We're here to pass legislation 264-21. Hindi schedule to pass will be given yet. Could I petition signed in ya? Add on that idea of the Ashwanda, because this legislation generate hours of debate, and the people are waiting for the 16 over legislation again. And we need to pass that legislation as quickly as we can, get it certified, send it over to President Nez's office, and have him consider it. Tomorrow, say, controller, because we're up against the deadline. So dito, agenda items, sabi na dahil so, o yun na dahil so, they are shunda. Minsan na to taas. Those certified dito, President Nez, usually kahit doon na something, not to be in the day, not to taas na for you. So we missed that deadline again. So na taas shunda, let's just stick on the 2 items that we have on the agenda for today. Just like even now, don't taas. On a separate day, because I can see a lot of debate on this current legislation that's being proposed to be added on. I thought about this case, so is there my time?
Thank you for that, Chair Henyo.
Reserve time at 3:21.
Reserve time at 3 minutes and 21 seconds, Chair Henyo. Delegate Prati, just for the record, your reserve time is 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Delegate Herman Daniels, you did not reserve any time. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments for amendment number 1, adding on legislation 0263-21?
This is Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, the floor is yours.
Again, Chair Nana, Pro Temp Speaker Chair, Shemayaz and the Shemasana Chair. I just want to agree with the Honorable Henio. Dida Kurobe I Narkis Kabe Ati Beso. The Beso again needs to be a encumbered, needs to be encumbered so it can be obligated to be used. A behas on your beto so it's going to be today's date or less. A coho a January 1st it be so today on the basic care at Maniki a behas on it peso not so we behas on it time quite teaching a belas nego our President Nashi Sana Vitoli a behas on general that they need to use this unspent care funds 80 bended Jahan and some. These driven Yaya Haikai. She would Iban's case, Shinat Anaslindi, when Sabaha Stidole. I really agree with Mr. Arnold Jamie Henio here. Thank you. I reserve my time. Thank you very much, Pro Temp Chairwoman.
Reserve time at 3:45.
At 3:45 or 2:45, Rita?
3:45.
Reserve time at 3 minutes and 45 seconds. Delegate Yellowhair.
Question of
With
privilege
that,
or
committee,
point of privilege? This is Daniel.
point of privilege. Delegate Herman Daniel.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, Pro Temp Speaker. If we don't get to other legislation, when can we have another special session? Speaker Pro Temp. Thank you.
Delegate Daniels, I'm looking at the meeting rules right now for council to see what the time frame is for posting an agenda. Rico, do you have that information, or Ms. Bobroff, do you have that information?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Mr. Rico, go ahead.
We would just need to select the date and then start a petition again and post an agenda 24 hours before the meeting for a special session. Other than that, the next session is the 4th Monday in January. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Delegate Daniels, based on the information that has been provided to us here by Mr. Rico, we can, as stated, get a petition going once enough signatures have been signed on. The date selected would be the date that we would have special counsel. It is Wednesday, December 29th. Tomorrow is the 30th, and then we go into New Year's Eve on Friday, the 31st. And then we also have next week where a special meeting or special council can be called. Delegate Daniels, does that answer your question?
Yes, Speaker Pro Temp. Thank you.
With that, colleagues, are there any other questions or comments for amendment number 1, adding 0263-21 to the agenda for today's council session?
This is Vice Chair Smith. I have a question.
Vice Chair Raymond Smith, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Nana. Shanandada Notlenigi. Does this 0263-21 constitute as an emergency? The funding is there, and the funding is from the ARPA funds. And how do we classify this as an emergency? I can see the first item up for business 264-21 as being an emergency pursuant to the Navajo Nation Council reallocating unexpended CARES fund previously allocated. But this one with 0263-21, wouldn't it wait until winter session so that we could deliberate on it? And the money is earmarked at $207 million for the Navajo Nation pursuant to the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds for hardship assistance. So I think that this 263-21 could be set aside, Shemayaja, and we could entertain this at the regular session and go into the Exhibit A, because that's hilo na kohinalo bani kaidida ko e watawe hadis satish nan aba konasan. I'm not against this legislation. I'm just for time's sake, even addition. I reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time at 3 minutes, 18 seconds.
Thank you for that, Rico. 3 minutes, 18 seconds, Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Dana, are you on the line?
Yeah, this is Dana Bobroff, Chief Legislative Counsel. I am on the line.
Dana, there was a question posed by Vice Chair Raymond Smith in terms of legislation 0263-21. He asked what constitutes an emergency legislation. Can you provide us some clarification and some legal guidance on that question, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If you will look on page 5 of legislation 026321, page 5, line 20, starting with line 25, paragraph P, it states that the financial devastation visited on the Navajo people by the COVID-19 pandemic has risen to emergency levels, particularly with winter weather looming, and the Navajo Nation Council has determined that it is vital that the Navajo people be provided immediate financial assistance. Going on to paragraph Q on page 5, line 29, paragraph Q states that it is in the best interest of the Navajo people to enact the NNFRF hardship assistance expenditure plan in the total amount of $200 million. It should actually, there's a typo, but $207 million as set forth in Exhibit C as an emergency legislation to counteract limited access to direct services necessary to recover from the devastation caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and mitigate exposure to future variants. That was what was included in the legislation in the findings section as to how it rises to an emergency. The sponsor, Madam Delegate Crotty, might have additional explanation also. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Ms. Bobroff. Vice Chair Raymond Smith, does that answer your question? So with that, committee members, I'm sorry, Vice Chair Raymond Smith.
So, I hope this is not taking any time off my reserve time, but if you read that 5.9 paragraph P, the financial devastation visited on the Navajo people, that's a fancy word for not being prepared, a financial devastation. So I don't see this as an emergency right now. We still got winter session coming up, and there's probably going to be a lot of amendments going to be put into this
Vice Chair
legislation.
Raymond Smith. Vice Chair, it sounds like you're debating the whether this an amendment constitutes an emergency. We can go ahead and take time off of your speaking, or we can go ahead and that seems to be the only option at this time, Vice Chair. So would you like to be recognized to speak?
Pro Temp, Speaker, doesn't answer my question. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, committee members, we do still have amendment number 1, adding 0263-21 onto the agenda. Are there any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, we'll go ahead and go back up. Delegate Jamie Henyo, you have 3 minutes and 21 seconds. Chair Henyo.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you for recognizing the additional actions of Navigation Council. Again, Samantha, we spent an hour on recognizing guests and routine officials about almost 11:30, and they could have passed legislation 264-21 and then clear across the street. So we could just go to vote and on this subject that before us and then accept before us right now. And for the sake of time, I'll use to go back to you, Shunda, if it's okay. I'm ready to vote.
Chair Henyo, did you say that you waived the rest of your time and you're ready to vote?
Oh, I can't answer that.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, you have 3 minutes and 45 seconds.
I'll reserve my time.
Delegate Yellowhair reserves his time. Mr. Rico.
Reserve time at 3 minutes, 44 seconds.
3 minutes, 44 seconds, Delegate Yellowhair. Vice Chair Raymond Smith, you have 3 minutes and 18 seconds.
Kaya daan sinandaan sinigi fish masando tasnosagi sa needed emergency legislation that the ninigi to with ada ko only last no kashmin yedishne the winter session a bond it either hazo bit dot it over na ha hazo state of the nikli de ko the biology ashini chostoit ini I see tia when the did the sa na with I ha do emergency ada caution and dark now cut open the so at the least in addition to the reserve rest of my time here.
Reserve time at 2 minutes, 42 seconds.
2 minutes and 42 seconds, reserve time, Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Colleagues, are there any other questions or comments at this time regarding amendment number 10263-21 to be added to the agenda for consideration today?
Madam Chair, Otto So.
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I believe this is an emergency legislation. I differ with the delegates that say otherwise. I think we should move this legislation forth and the Navajo people deserves to get some sort of relief from this ARPA at this time. So that's my stance, and I'm ready to vote in favor and to reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 4 minutes, 34 seconds.
Vice Chair Otto, so you have 4 minutes and 34 seconds of reserved time. Colleagues, we are still on amendment number 1, adding 0263-21 to the agenda. Are there any other questions or comments at this time?
Madam Pro Tem, this is Delegate Crotty. May I respond to some of the delegates' concerns?
Yes, Delegate Crotty, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. I appreciate that. So, Chair Henyo, I appreciate your comment regarding the time in terms of what it took for announcements and now on this agenda. I would like to remind Chairman Henyo that you also participated in the announcement and let us know that you were in Church Rock with your chapter official. So I appreciate that you were there, but you also were given the time and the energy to provide that announcement. What I'm asking Chairman Henyo is then to think about your community and your district that is suffering through this pandemic and have been waiting for action and have been waiting for
order
action.
Called by Chairman Henyo. Chairman Henyo, point of order.
Keep them decorum. Try to catch a decorum, but you know about how they say, I hear that the area don't until so that you know about the Kataya Schola. Then the thief and the was the Scholia.
Thank you for that, Chair Henyo. Delegate Crotty, Chair Henyo has requested that we do keep the quorum in place at this time. So I would like to again recognize that a point of order has been called. So with that, Delegate Crotty, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you.
Thank you, Madam Pro Chair. So when a point of order or a point of privilege is called, Pro Tem Chair, you have to make a decision in terms of moving forward. I don't recall anything that I said was out of order or decorum.
You are correct on that, Chair Crotty. So with that, there has been nothing stated that has been taken out of decorum at this time. I think it's just been a reminder of who has spoken during that time. So with that, Chair Crotty, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I'm not sure my time, but if I could make sure that my time was not taken during that. So I'll recall that time. And what I want to then
no time has been taken.
Thank you. So to remind the council, and I appreciate the concerns from delegates regarding moving forward with 0264, that is still going to be on our agenda as letter A. I absolutely agree that we need to move forward with that legislation sponsored by Delegate Eugene. So we did try to petition last week to have that. And so I think this is a great opportunity for delegates who are not able to sign the petition to be able to stand for the record on what are some of your concerns, what are some of your amendments, or some of the recommendations that you have on the legislations. I think in terms of when this comes to an emergency, I appreciate the concern, and I always believe that every emergency should be vetted. Each of these emergencies that are coming up, as delegates, we vote on whether we believe it's an emergency or not. And so I hope in terms of what I've heard in the announcements, the type of support that delegates are giving to their district when you're providing food, when you're providing water, when you're providing wood, that you see that our people are in dire situation. And when they call you, you can then realize that it's through this legislation that will help comfort them during the upcoming time. This is a legislation that, on the record, President Jonathan Nez and Vice President Myron Leiser in their press release have indicated the $207 million hardship. And so it looks like it's agreed upon both leadership, and according to that press release, President Nez did ask council to act. And so that will give the opportunity for council to move forward, to act on behalf of our people. And at that time, we can debate and have the conversation. But I appreciate all of the comments, colleagues. I understand all of the stress that are put upon us, all of the challenges that we're facing. But I think this is also the time for council to move forward and also conduct the business of the people. Thank you very much, Madam Pro Tem. If there's any other questions I missed, I'm on call to refer to the legislation to answer. Thank you.
So with that, committee members, we did hear from the sponsor for amendment number 1 to add 0263-21 to the agenda. We are still debating this item. Are there any other colleagues at this time who would like to speak to amendment number 1?
Pro Tem Speaker, Delegate Rick Nez, request to speak.
Delegate Rick Nez, the floor is yours, Chair.
Thank you very much, Madam Pro Tem Speaker Charles Newton, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. On Amendment 1, according to Navajo Nation Code under Title 2, subsection 164, number 16, pretty much the last sentence, such an emergency matter must arise due to the pressing public need for such resolution and must be a matter requiring final action by the council. This emergency legislation 0263-21 sponsored by Shemayaja, Honorable Crotty. As we all know, as leaders, there is a pressing public need, meaning our Navajo people are pressing us, asking us that they have an emergency. Our emergency may not be the same as theirs for some of us, but they are experiencing hardship. Legislation emergency in Sehoden Dale at the base of a church, Hodor Nathan that and has a count about butane about Ohat Egoshi, base of Chidady or Isigi, baby Chen that has a Bahadas Ago got an action than hit a net article. So they're pressing us from the public, asking us, this is an emergency. Nas what saying hitna for it hot about this station and needs in the left data. So not what it is. Let's just vote on this and move it forward. Thank you, and I reserve my time.
Reserve time at 3 minutes, 3 seconds.
So with that, colleagues, we are again still on Amendment 1, adding 0263-21 to the agenda. Are there any other questions or comments to the amendment at this time? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and go back up to reserve time. We do have Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair with 3 minutes and 44 seconds. Delegate Yellowhair.
Yeah, Nano, Pro Temp Chairwoman. I reserve my time. Go ahead. remaining time. Yeah, thank you.
Reserve time at 3 minutes, 40 seconds.
Reserve time at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. We're still at reserve time. We have Vice Chair Raymond Smith reserved at 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Vice Chair Raymond Smith.
Okay, Shananta, Chairwoman, Pro Temp Speaker. Okay, Chair Mendez for elaborating on the 164 law, Title II, Bisogi. That's what I was looking for when I asked that question. Ko jono behind sito, jono wata chen ko dona kin lida. Dika digi e ha kon hita so zigi o benti teacher to skiso tati lido na che ha kon hit. Dene so patanzo ko she wata ban tuske ko bez ani I not be so da ko wata e ha she ha to be cases ni do lestida. Hotabe hat es Shananta no tlenigi ko eshit o bibi totso ko e hotash mayaja ese ke shato dida kon nilantata sana hoit ai no e tasa sos dan chido te skazo chita tendo propane that e kano ta tuda e to hoye ta no na skilo ta dilni ko to no da to shi bo ko shi bo ne to Chairwoman, so the rest of my time, I'll go ahead and defer it.
So with that, the rest of the time has been waived by Vice Chair Raymond Smith. We'll move forward to Vice Chair Otto So, reserve time 4 minutes and 34 seconds. Vice Chair.
Thank you very much. And I don't added to Chairman Nez, thank you for shedding light to this emergency and what the law says and and we all should know this. And thank you for shedding light to this. And this shouldn't be a question whether we should or we shouldn't do that. So. But at least we get something out to the Navajo people a lot sooner with the current guidelines right now. And people are out there, propane, wood, and so forth. What is whatever is dispersed would be would at least help our Navajo citizens. So anything with that? We'll use the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time, Mr. Rico. Reserve time for Mr. Vice Chair Otto So.
I believe, Madam Chair, or Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I believe Vice Chair So waived his time.
Vice Chair Otto So, is that correct? You waived your time?
Yes, I waived my time. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize. I thought you said you reserved your time. So with that, we are now back to reserve time. We do have Chair Rick Nez with 3 minutes and 3 seconds.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem Speaker Charles Noon, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Let's go ahead and vote on it and make sure that we send our staff home safely by this evening. So let's just vote on it, and I waive the rest of my time.
Time has been waived for Chair Nez. Committee members, before I go back to reserve time, again, I'd like to ask, are there any other delegates who wish to speak at this time for amendment number 10263-21? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and go back to reserve time. We do have Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair with reserve time at 3 minutes and 40 seconds. Delegate Yellowhair.
Thank you, Chairwoman Pro Tem. I'll waive my time. Thank you. Not 2024 Councilman too.
Thank you for that, Delegate Yellowhair. So with that, this is your last chance, colleagues, if you'd like to speak to amendment number 1, adding 0263-21 to the agenda. We don't have anybody on reserve time at this time. Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote, and this is for amendment number 1. Staff, can we skip some assistance with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Delegate Kealan votes green for the addition.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knausbaugh-Crotty.
Shamar, this is Delegate Amber Knausbaugh-Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knausbaugh-Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Phelan is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Honorable votes green.
Halona did not. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Did not vote. Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Vote is still here.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable
I vote
Thomas
green.
Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winnica. Honorable Edison Winnica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. That, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
So with that, amendment number 1 does pass with a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, chair not voting. So with that, committee members, we're back to the main motion on the agenda. Motion was established by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Vice Chair Raymond Smith. There has been 1 amendment. Are there any other questions, comments, or any other amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time?
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Delegate Daniels.
Delegate Daniels, on the main motion, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Speaker Pro Tem, Madam Chair. Arun da Kudoshmat Senegate Amendment number 2 Ben de Shafquado add a legislation, emergency legislation to the agenda. Legislation 268-21, and this is regarding the 3 quorum. Delegate Slater and the Yanda that's going to be expiring next month on the 3rd, I believe it was. So it is amendment to the Speaker. Okay. Thank you. Reserve time.
Reserve time.
Reserve time at 4
Rico.
minutes, 25 seconds.
4 minutes and 25 seconds, Delegate Daniels. So with that, we do have Amendment 2 to add 0268-21 onto the agenda. Mr. Rico, is that legislation ready? Ready for council?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, yes, it is, and I can read it into the record right now.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Yes, please read it into the record.
Tracking number 0268-21 is an action relating to an emergency authorizing chapters to continue to conduct official business through a quorum of 3 registered chapter members, limiting chapter business to COVID-19 matters, the Navajo Nation Emergency Declaration, budget authorizations, and additional topics approved on a case-by-case basis by the Division Director of the Division of Community Development in consultation with the Navajo Department of Justice, directing the chapters to provide the public with a telephonic and/or video conferencing call-in numbers, allowing the Navajo people to participate in their chapter meetings, and reenacting Resolution CAP-19-20, Sections 3, 4, 5, 7, and 9, authorizations that assist the chapter to provide services to their communities in a safe manner. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Herman M. Daniels, Jr. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for reading that into the record, Mr. Rico. So again, colleagues, this is amendment number 2, motion made by Herman Daniels to add legislation 0268-21. That legislation has been read into the record. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate Crotty.
Second by Delegate Crotty. So with that, committee members, we do have a motion and a second. Are there any questions, comments, or any amendments that need to be made at this time? Not hearing anything. We're going to, Delegate Henyo, the floor is yours.
Speaker Pro Tem, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Again, it's the same as what I stated previous amendment number 1. We need to keep our business to
order.
64-1.
Point of order, Vice Chair Raymond Smith.
Yes, the audio is very bad, Pro Temp Speaker. If it could be the volume, or it sounds like he's talking in a barrel. You can't really understand. So, that in. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Delegate Henyo, can you please exit out of the barrel? There is an echo when you're speaking.
Vice Chair, I have my voice is not too good today. I hope you can hear me, but I'm trying to get closer to the mic and my phone is completely clear. But just as I can't say earlier, we could just keep
Chair Henyo.
Can you still hear me?
Chair Henyo, I apologize. The echo has gotten worse. I can't hear what you're saying. I just hear a lot of mumbling.
What about now?
There seems to be an echo that is happening.
What now? Can you hear me now?
Chair Henyo? Yes, we can hear you now. Go ahead.
Okay, just as I say, Navajo Nation Council, we could keep our agenda to just a few business items. And let's move forward with 264-21. Yeah, Craggy, we're up against, like I said again, we're up against the timeline. And we need to get this legislation across the street as quickly as we can for the presidential consideration and signature, and then to the hands of the controller so we can begin the work. So I would if we could just keep our business to just a few agenda items. I'll wait the rest of my time.
Thank you for that, Chair Henyo. And just to be clear, you did state that you waived the rest of your time.
Yes.
Thank you for that, Chair Henyo. So with that, committee members, colleagues, Amendment 2 has been requested to be added to the agenda, adding 0268-21. Motion made by Delegate Herman Daniels, second by Delegate Crotty. Are there any other questions or any other comments at this time for Amendment 2? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Can I get staff to assist me with roll call vote, please? Thank you.
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Yeah, what's green? Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay
Elmer
Jr.
Begay votes. Elmer Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Almer Begay votes red. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty.
Shema, this is Delegate Amber Canas-Balcrotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Dame is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo did not vote. Honorable Vince James.
I vote red.
Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Rick Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Ellerhair.
I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Ellerhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes
Pernell
green.
Halona Pernell Halona votes green. That Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 19 in favor and 2 opposed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that. With a vote of 19 in favor, 2 opposed, 3 not voting, 1 of them being the chair, Amendment 2 has been added to the agenda. We're back at the main motion, and this is to adopt the agenda. There has been a motion established by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, second by Vice Chair Raymond Smith. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions, comments, or any other amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time?
Madam Chair, Delegate Otto.
Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Yes, I propose a consent agenda for legislation 0243-21 and 0268-21. That's my motion.
Second.
Go on mute, reserve my time.
Second by Delegate Brown.
Reserve time at 4 minutes, 43 seconds.
Vice Chair, you have 4 minutes and 43 seconds reserved on the main motion. There is a motion on the floor to do a consent agenda for 0243-21 and 0268-21. Second has been established by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. 0243 is not a 2/3 vote. 0268-21, Mr. Rico, is that a 2/3 vote?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, that is a simple majority vote as well.
So both are eligible for consent agenda. Is that correct, Mr. Rico?
No. Madam Chair,
Dana?
this is Ms. Bob Ross.
Go ahead, Ms. Bob Ross.
Thank you. 0268 is an emergency legislation that has not been posted, so the public has not had any opportunity to review it. We've taken the position in the past that emergency legislation added to an agenda cannot be part of a consent agenda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Oh, sorry, I was talking on mute. I apologize. With that, Vice Chair Otto, so 0268-21 is an emergency legislation, so it was just added to the agenda, so it cannot be added as a consent agenda. So
Okay,
with that,
thank you very
committee
much.
members, thank you, Vice Chair. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions, any comments, or any other amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time?
Madam Chair, Kialan.
Delegate Kialan Begay, the floor is yours on the main motion.
Madam Chair, if there's the wishes of a consent agenda, and I do support all the legislations, I wanted to add 215. Maybe that could be considered as a consent agenda as well. So if that is possible, again, to get to the hardship legislation, Nikki, I mean, I support that. I will have a question on it. But 215, that's added a students and could go consent agenda and Nikki Ajib speed on. Madam Chair, that's my motion.
Thank you for that, Delegate Begay. So it sounds like there are two motions. The first motion is to add 0215-21 to the agenda and to add it as a consent agenda. Per Ms. Bob Ross, the information that she just shared with us, if this item does get added to the agenda, it cannot be considered for consent agenda. Delegate Begay. So with that, we can add it to the agenda, but it cannot be considered for consent agenda per Ms. Bob Ross' recent advice provided or her opinion provided to this council. So do you wish to proceed forward to add 0215-21?
Madam Chair, yes, I do. Like I said, with the simple majority, G80 as a consent agenda, Madam Chair, that would be my motion. Reserve my time.
Madam Chair, this is Dana. Can I clarify?
Yes, Dana, hold on. Mr. Rico, what is the reserve time at?
Reserve time at 4 minutes, 25 seconds.
Delegate Bigay, you have 4 minutes and 25 seconds of reserve time. With that, Ms. Barbara, if you can go ahead and clarify.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So to clarify, emergency legislation that are just added to an agenda should not be under consent. Other legislation, such as 0215, which has been posted for a fair amount of time and has been to the NABI committee, it could be added to a consent agenda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So 0215-21 can be added as a consent agenda. Is that just for clarification, Ms. Barbara?
Yes, that is correct. It has already been debated or heard at the NABI committee, and it is not an emergency legislation, so it could be added to the agenda here, and it could be part of a consent agenda. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Barbara. So with that, Delegate Kialan Bigay, I'm going to handle this with the first motion that you're making is to add 0215-21. Once that gets voted on, then we'll go ahead and we'll proceed forward to the next motion, which would be a consent agenda, just to keep things clear and to also make sure that we are following the rules that have been established by Speaker Damon with previous legislation. So with that, there is a motion at this time, colleagues, to add 0215-21. Before I ask for a second, I'm going to go ahead and ask Mr. Rico to read that legislation into the record. Mr. Rico?
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Tracking number 0215-21 is an action relating to the Nabaquiete Committee and Navajo Nation Council, confirming the appointment of Mr. Marcus Tooley to the Commission on Navajo Government Development for a term of 4 years as the Central Agency Council representative. Legislation is sponsored by Honorable Kialan Bigay Jr. Madam Chair.
Thank you for reading that into the record, Mr. Rico. So with that, colleagues, the motion has been made to add 0215-21. Can I get a second?
Madam Chair, Vice Chair Otto will second the motion.
Second by Vice Chair Otto. So with that, committee members, there's a motion and a second to add legislation 0215-21, and that's the appointment of Mr. Marcus Tooley to Government Development. Are there any questions or any comments at this time for adding this legislation?
Madam Chair.
Point of order.
Point of order called by Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So, you have the floor.
The main motion to the main motion amendment 8.18 is this 215 amendment 3 adding on to the agenda, or did we do that already? That's my point of order.
Thank you, Delegate Eugene. So this would be amendment number 3, and it would be adding legislation 0215-21 to the agenda. Colleagues, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to a roll call vote. And this is again, colleagues, amendment number 3, adding on 0215-21.
Question of privilege, Chairwoman, Pro Temp Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Yellowhair. It's actually a point of privilege. I'll go ahead and recognize your point of privilege at this time, Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay, thank you. We need to probably just to stay in order as agenda 8. Because legislation 243-21, and that's a lot to, I'm curious about this should be separate and discuss this matter. No, Chairwoman, I'd like to reserve my time. And let's do things right, Delegate.
Delegate Yellowhair, you called a point of privilege. Per Rule 16, a point of privilege has to relate to the rights and privileges of Navajo Nation Council. There are certain rules for point of privilege. You cannot reserve time for a point of privilege. So I just want to clarify for you at this time. Somebody called a point of order.
Yes, Madam Chair, I was going to ask you to get a hold of the meeting because the question, what Honorable Yellowhair was asking was debating to, it wasn't a point of privilege. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair. Again, Delegate Yellowhair, that was not a point of privilege. If you look at Rule 16 of your Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, page 9, it does give some information on what a point of privilege is. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or any comments for amendment number 3, adding on legislation 0215-21? Not hearing anything, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to a roll call vote. Staff, can I get some assistance on a roll call vote, please, on amendment number 3?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Delegate Kiel votes green. Thank you.
Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knassbach Crotty.
Shema, this is Delegate Amber Knassbach Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knassbach Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damus excused. Honorable Herman Damus Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Damus Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland's excused. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Jamie votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Monica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie does not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Elmer Gay. Honorable Elmer Gay via text votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
What is it?
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. That, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 20 in favor and 1 opposed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you for that, Shema, Ms. Uvella. So with that, a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, 3 not voting, 2 excused, and 1 being the chair, amendment number 3 has been added to the agenda. So we're back on the main motion, and this is to adopt the agenda. So far, there have been 3 amendments that have been added to the agenda. Are there any other questions, comments, or any further amendments that need to be added at this time? There was a request by Delegate Kialan Begay for a consent agenda, and I did state that I would handle it first by addressing the additions for Amendment 3, and then we would I would recognize the consent agenda. Delegate Kialan Begay,
Madam
do
Chair?
you still want to move forward? Delegate Otto So, go ahead.
Yes, I would like to move with the consent agenda of legislation 0215 and 0243. Confirmation of Dr. Harold Begay, the appointment of Marcus Tooley. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Thank you for that. Thank you for that, Vice Chair Otto So. Reserve time, Mr. Rico.
4 minutes, 23 seconds.
4 minutes and 23 seconds, Vice Chair Otto So. So with that, we do have a motion for a consent agenda 0215-21 and 0243-21. 0215 was just added to the agenda. However, Ms. Bob Ross did state that this can be added on as a consent agenda. So with that, just for clarification, Mr. Rico, before I ask for a second, can you read 0215-21 and 0243-21 into the record so that my colleagues know which legislations are being requested for the consent agenda? Mr. Rico?
Madam
Thank
Pro
you, Madam
Tem
Speaker Pro Tem.
Point of privilege, Delegate Rick Nez.
Point of privilege, Chair Nez.
For the sake of time, I would like to hear legislation 0215-21. Thank you.
Chair Nez, are you requesting that 0215-21 be removed from the consent agenda?
Yes, thank you.
So with that, the request 0215-21 has been removed from the consent agenda. Therefore, we don't have a consent agenda. So with that, colleagues, are there any other questions or any other comments? We are now back at the main motion, adopting the agenda. We do have 3 amendments that have been made to the agenda. Are there any other questions, comments, or any further amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time? Not hearing anything. Mr. Rico, can we go ahead and read the agenda back into the record with the 3 amendments? Thank you. And we'll go ahead and proceed forward to a roll call vote.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. You have 3 amendments. Amendment number 1 is to add legislation 0263-21 to the agenda as a new item B. Amendment number 2 is to add legislation 0268-21. That will be new item D. Amendment number 3 is to add legislation 0215-21 as new item E on the agenda under new business. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. So with that, colleagues, the agenda has been read into the record. We do have a motion and a second established. Since there are no other questions, comments, or further amendments, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the roll call vote. Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please? And this is to accept the agenda with the 3 amendments. Ms. Uvella?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Kealan votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty did not vote. Lisa Damon's excused. Honorable Herman.
Shema, this
Jr.
is Delegate Crotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland's excused. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
James votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Yeah.
Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James does not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green. Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel
I
So.
vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
But please talk yes.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winnica. Honorable Edison Winnica votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Elmer Begay. Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote.
I vote green. I vote green.
Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. With that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 19 in favor, 1 opposed, and Madam Speaker Pro Tem not voting. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Shema, Ms. Uvella. So with the vote of 19 in favor, what? Delegate Vince James, was that
yes,
you?
That Delegate James votes green. Oh.
Ms. Uvella, because I didn't call the next item on the agenda, can we go ahead and count Delegate Vince James' vote?
Vince James votes green. That Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed, and Madam Speaker Pro Tem not voting. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
With that, Shahat Shamam, Ms. Uvella, 20 in favor, 1 opposed, 3 not voting. And this is to accept the agenda with the 3 amendments that had been added. So with that, committee, we are now down to item number 4, report. There's none. Item number 5, old business. There is none. Item number 6, new business. We do have, before I proceed, I do want to remind everyone to please look at your phone right now and make sure that your phone is on mute. You are disrupting the work that is being conducted on behalf of the 24th Navajo Nation Council that involves our people. So with that, I'm going to ask you kindly at this time to make sure that your phone is on mute. We're moving forward to item 6A under new business, legislation number 0264-21, sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. Can I go ahead and get this legislation read into the record? Mr. Rico, after it's read into the record, I will call for a motion and a second. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem and the members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Tracking number 0264-21, an action relating to an emergency in the Navajo Nation Council, reallocating unexpended CARES funds previously allocated to the Phase 2 Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan through resolution number CJN-35-21 to hardship assistance recipients age 60 and over. This legislation is sponsored by Honorable Eugene So. Also attached are Exhibits A, which is Resolution CJN-35-21. Exhibit B is a memorandum from the Acting Controller Elizabeth Begay, dated December 7th, 2021. The subject is Hardship Care Status Report. Exhibit C is a memorandum dated December 10th, 2021 from Acting Controller Elizabeth Begay. Subject is emergency legislation needed to prevent loss of unspent CARES fund allocated to hardship assistance program. Exhibit D is the Coronavirus Relief Fund revision to guidance regarding when a cost is considered incurred, dated December 14th, 2021. The last document on this legislation is the Legislative Council Memorandum. Per Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. So legislation 0264-21 has been read into the record. We do have the Honorable Eugene So, who is on the line as the sponsor. Can I get a motion and a second to hear this legislation?
Motion, Daniel So.
Motion made by Chair Daniel So. Can I get a second?
Yellowhead.
Second by Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So with that, Delegate Honorable Eugene So, are you on the line?
Oh, is it set?
Honorable Eugene So, you do have 20 minutes to present your legislation at this time. You can have up to 2 agents that you can call upon. Are you ready to present to the 24th Navajo Nation Council?
Point of order, my daughter, Chair. I believe if there's a question, I'll be questioned.
I'm sorry, Honorable Eugene, so what was your point of order?
I believe there needs to be a question on the floor before you give me the time. That's how I understood. Thank you.
Delegate Eugene, so at council, Speaker Damon usually just proceeds forward to give 20 minutes to the sponsor to present their legislation. If there's no questions, then we proceed forward to the vote.
Questions? 可以呀，啥弄安利些别还哦，自己先打打，些别还还说自别查这是说别这那那些的是可能些的是看是打打别还说自my colleagues council delegate you all spoke why we got this 0264-21 during this morning's debate.
Delegate Eugene, Delegate Eugene, so I'm so sorry. Are you presenting your legislation now? Okay, I'm sorry, Delegate Eugene, so you have the floor. Go ahead.
So deep banana Casido, yeah, couldn't sit down. So you don't annotate item. You all said a lot about what's going on, the hardships on our nation. Never in the 8 item. Because bars and double has this morning. I don't have a yes shit on later and stuff. Because I don't got shit hasn't it. So he came to cut on us out of the Michigan. And that's in that. They not tried to change other propane that other electric. Had issues all users, even the flashlight battery that you see. So the light that then you could take kerosene like kerosene lantern that you see in the house. That's again last. So even the gay could always a student that Abba Yahan, the Johanna of Mr. has kudos sign and that's what the better without the cookie. I should up even now I could have been this case on another. I would like to answer the prayers. Even you couldn't hit that so and reserve my time, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Honorable Eugene. So does that conclude your presentation at this time?
I believe if we to go into question, Madam Controller Brigade on the line and also Dana. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So with that, Delegate Eugene So has presented his legislation to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Colleagues, are there any questions, any comments at this time, or are we just going to proceed forward to the vote?
This is Delegate Henio. I have a question.
Chair Henio, the floor is yours.
Speaker Pro Tem, 24th Navajo Nation Council. Delegate Eugene So Kododi, based on the need so by Kehila. Just I'd like to hear from the controller, Ms. Elizabeth Begay, on some statistical information regarding this legislation. And the information I'm looking at here is that how much, as of today, is unexpended in the CARES fund. So that's question one. The second question is, in her analysis, and I've seen the numbers before, but just for the public to know, is that this is a legislation destined for 16 over citizens of the Navajo Nation to receive what's left in the CARES Act funding. And so therefore, how many people are we looking at assisting with this legislation? And then at the same time with that, what projected amount are we looking at for each Navajo citizen to receive? So that's question two. Then question three would be is deadlines. And this morning, that's why I have been voting red on adding on any legislation. Doesn't mean I'm against it. It's just that I felt that we need to get this legislation out right away and send it across to President Nez for his signature. And so what's the timelines that are we up against right now? Because understand December 30th is a deadline. And from the controller's point of view, when does she need a signed resolution or signed legislation to begin the process of actually encumbering the money? That's question three. And then question four would be is once all this happens, and if we do meet the deadlines, when does she expected to have the checks out? So those are the questions I have. Shannon, I reserve my time.
Reserve time at 2 minutes,
you.
43 seconds.
Shannon, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue.
Mr. Rico, that was 2 minutes and 43 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Chair Henyo, you have 2 minutes and 43 seconds of reserved time. Raymond Smith, Vice Chair, will go ahead and recognize you at this time.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker and Navajo Nation Council, 24th Navajo Nation Council, on this emergency legislation. Shinai, for looking out for the welfare of our people in regards to the CARES funding that we have approximately $16 million out there. With that $16 million, it is a guesstimation, I think it is, on behalf of this legislation. The question I have here is in the legislation itself, saying on page 3 of 5, because of December 31st, 2021 deadline, obligating funds, and so that all funds can be obligated by December 31, which is a Friday. I know that there's a definition in here that's done by Treasury. So where do we fall into this definition under page 3 of 5? Because it talks about the Exhibit D as incurred an obligation. It's not is it a contract? Is it a sub-award or similar transaction that require payment? We're at a point where we need to be in line with what the Treasury defines as obligation. So that's my first question. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 3 minutes, 20 seconds.
Thank you for that, Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Your reserve time at 3 minutes and 20 seconds. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Not hearing anything, I'll go ahead and turn the floor back over to the sponsor, Honorable Eugene So. I believe that there were questions geared towards the controller, your agent. So Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours to answer the questions that have been posed by Chair Henyo and Vice Chair Smith.
Controller Begay, I believe what we were looking for is a legislation before 31st this year, but I think the reason why I put that legislation down is because it's going to be all the way to 22 using it. I think that's how, I guess you got the language for it. So thank you. Can you add it on? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate. So, Madam Controller Begay, are you on the line?
Yes, thank you, Speaker Pro Temp and Delegate Eugene So, and members of the Navajo Nation Council. First question by Chair Hilio. But first, I would like to state that the Office of the Controller worked very hard to spend the CARES Fund, specifically the CARES Fund allocated to hardship. But to date, we still have approximately 14 million, approximately. That's down from the 16 million as of yesterday. It's actually 13,892,000. So we just rounded it up to 14 million. And we're still working on voiding outstanding checks and posting them back as available balance under the hardship. But I just want to clarify, our goal is to fully expend the fund so that no money goes back to the feds. However, we are concerned that this legislation before you, we will not be able to spend all the CARES fund because of the timing. When I issued that memo as part of the exhibit, it was dated December 10th, and now we're December 29th. And to answer the question about how many people age 60 and over, we're looking at, to date, we assisted 48,227 individuals age 60 and over. And the deadline to encumber the funds is 12/31/2021 per Treasury guidelines. And we have process in encumbering the funds that will require individually entering the names of the 48,221 elderlies age 60 and over to the accounting system. And we're talking about hearing the legislation now, December 29th, and if approved by the council, it has to go to the president for approval, and that will only give us 1 day to enter all the names in the accounting system in order to encumber the funds. Otherwise, we will lose the money and we have to return it back to the Treasury. And please understand that's not humanly possible for our staff at the purchasing department. They're the one that is charged to do this, to enter all the names into the accounting system. And I invited our accounting manager, Jeremy Ben, purchasing department, to explain in detail, if you wish, how the process will be. So in conclusion, we will not be able to encumber the money given the number of elderlies that qualify to be assisted. Madam Pro Tem Chair.
Thank you, Controller Begay. So with that, Delegate Eugene, so you are the sponsor of this legislation. Madam Controller Begay has stated that there's another person who can clarify a little bit more. You are allowed 2 agents during this time. Would you like to recognize the individual that Controller Begay has mentioned to clarify the steps in encumbering these funds, or do you want to turn it back over for questions?
Konya Hatsi, thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Eugene. So, Madam Controller Begay, the person that you stated who could give some information on the steps needed to encumber funds, who is that person?
He's the accounting manager from purchasing department, and his name is Jeremy Ben.
Accounting manager Jeremy Ben, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, with that, Mr. Ben, are you on the line? Mr. Jeremy Ben, second call, are you on the line?
Oh, Jeremy. Jeremy.
Last and final call for Mr. Jeremy Ben. Delegate Eugene So, Mr. Jeremy Ben is not on the line. So with that, do you want to go back to questions from your colleagues?
Oshie, go ahead. Go back. Maybe he might show it up.
Okay,
somewhere.
with that, we do have a new colleague who's been added to the line. Delegate Wilson Stewart, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, interim. Should Shay, Mr. So, with your legislation, the Kwadogi Benit Inigi for 16 over. The way I see this, the Kwadogi a base of your for 16 over. Is going to, if approved, go a on Nikwadomas Begay had the Anidin hold now. There's not going to be enough time now. Employees and then you get executive branch there get so hashing so washing so excess annual leave days during the holiday season. If you try bundle the shanda a quit a employees and litigate they take leave during this time. They think Thanksgiving into before the end of the year go. They take leave to spend time with their families. Demons begave with on this legislation 16 over that's a differentiation that's all it's going to be separating the elders from the rest of the Navajo Nation. This led the first hardship and that it was for everybody that was a member of the Navajo Nation. It's separating us from the elders. Elders and then up basically but so belchina benalakeda heshin yilkeda hat inigida a beso trio we hear it every day. Beso should I use eat. We hear those from the chapters. Chapters these elders staff at this legislation again. This legislation again. I was going to ask a question, but I'll make it change. I'll change it to a comment. There's not enough time. But not December 31st. It's 2 days away. I'll consult and reserve the rest of my time if needed. Thank you.
Reserve time at 2 minutes and 16 seconds.
So with that, we do have reserved time for Delegate Stewart at 2 minutes and 16 seconds. We also have Vice Chair Otto So, who's been added to the line. Vice Chair Otto So, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. First of all, I just would like to appreciate Honorable Eugene So for bringing this legislation forth, and also Madam Controller for bringing this to our attention and finding a quick way to try to disperse and utilize these dollars so that we don't send any dollars back to the federal government. So a question to Madam Controller is, or a request is that the document that you provided to Budget and Finance Committee, your report, it was a meeting that was held last week, and I'm wondering if you could send that document out to the 24th Navajo Nation Council, which indicates the total amount of CARES Act dollars are left, and so forth. that way we have a ballpark figure, which is estimated of how much is going to be utilized, because that information, I believe, was probably only shared between the Budget and Finance Committee members. Since we are at council, we as the Navajo Nation Council, the governing body of the Navajo Nation, kindly request that document to be shared with leadership. And other than that, I support this legislation. We need to move these monies out a lot sooner so that we can try to get these dollars to our elders out there who are in dire need. Give it to them, and they need it. They're the ones that are on fixed income, so they believe they deserve it. So if they're in the system, we can get these dollars out to them. And I have for now. I'm going to reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 2 minutes, 50 seconds.
Reserve time at 2 minutes and 50 seconds, Vice Chair Otto. So with that, we have another person in the lineup, and that's Delegate Crotty. After Delegate Crotty, we'll go ahead and go back to the sponsor. Delegate Crotty, the floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, thank you, Speaker Pro Tem Charles Newton. I wanted to ask, I know the controller is not the sponsor's agent, but is on the line, and in looking at the U.S. Treasury guidance, it does state to encumber by December 31st. If Mr. Ben was not able to get on the line, Madam Acting Controller, I would ask, how has your office plan or to address this issue? I know at Budget and Finance Committee, the last two committee meetings, you had made a recommendation that this money should go to the business owners who have applied in the past and were not paid back. I didn't agree with that assessment. And I did read the Department of Justice pretty comprehensive review on where this money would automatically go to in regards to Navajo Nation resolutions. And so I think the fear is not that it's going to revert back to the federal government. I think what we're trying to do at this point, Acting Controller, what do you need to do in the authority or capacity that you have? Because as Acting Controller, you are under the office of the President and Vice President. What are you going to do when this legislation is passed to make sure then those individuals receive the check? So what I need to know then, when do we consider encumbered by the 31st? And so the payout happens. That's a very technical question. And so I did hear you say that it was humanly impossible, but we do see there's consultants who are hired for other positions. What do you need to do to make sure that based on the council's action and the president's support, that we will be able to get this funding out to our community members? And I'll reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 2 minutes, 42 seconds.
So with that, Chair Crotty, 2 minutes and 42 seconds. So with that, we'll go ahead and go back to the sponsor. There are comments and questions that have been posed to you at this time. Delegate Eugene So, both you and your agents at this time can answer questions. Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours.
The Korea has the controller out of Vegas as agenda of energy. The very quick convention to December 22nd head on. I request for a special session also. And it does give a cotton change 257. Even Council Delegate Oyedo signed the other portion, they didn't need. I have one in there too, to snow. They didn't sign it. So even now, we would have had at least a week. But maybe I know how it's Wednesday, night, Monday, what is there. So what I go, yeah, deep it holds, she get open, yeah. So, but the snow on the holds. I don't deep in these are has touching those that go any yeah, any basically to open that what I to the case, basically, Aggie, Hanel, not ever go has on as a fit $20, $30, they card on. Even now go, I which end has the so what I was sort of scheduled because I don't the president the thing he but started at that stop. Think about that straight off, you can't say, think of not at all, listening to that stop. So if you got it all ready today, he could go across, he can still find it tonight anywhere. Because what I in this case, we are the which now I can't go. I don't think we should wait around for it. If we're going to approve it today, and it can be done tonight, sign it and start getting how long it's going to take the controller to start getting that checks out. All day Thursday and all day Friday. And Saturday. That's the 31st. That's an 8 ain't it? Or the first on Saturday. So when the heck is your even not go in South Case at the Friday debate or ancient case region. 1 second or 0.0001 second it's in the thing as signed off because the last one. But I go about this case even now 80 correct yeah but the in the hot need title 2 we get all 6164 again the guys we're all in dire need out there and people are pressing us they need it. If we all get into this situation thinking we would all be right there and get this thing over with and just take it across and let the president sign. So we need to start doing something. We need this across right away. Like yesterday or 2 days ago, or even last week. Because I in this case, I showed it college and I showed it. If the president is speaking, I showed it. And control if you're listening, I showed it. Let's get this done within this today, if it can be done. Thank you. I would ask my controller what her question is to answer is to. Thank you, controller.
Controller Bidet.
Yes, thank you, Speaker Pro Temp, Delegate Eugene. So, and Delegate Stewart stated not enough time. Thank you for supporting that. And I emphasize this is December 29th. Encumbrance means entering each individual names into the system. And we're talking about 48,227 individuals. And Delegate Ottoso's question about the memo that I issued to the Budget and Finance Committee, we can distribute that to the council, but there will be an updated memo by today. It's better to issue this updated memo with an updated unspent balance. And Delegate Crotty's question, yes, there was a memo that was issued by Attorney General and myself listing the option that we can do to prevent reversion of the unspent money back to the Treasury. And this is the best option since we're running out of time. We can reimburse the UUFB and the CEHASEN fund for the COVID-related expenditures that were incurred. And there was a time frame of May or March 3rd, 2021. And they all qualify for for reimbursement. And or prior to that, that's ARPA I'm talking about. But all these council resolution that was listed on that memo that was issued by DOJ, they qualify for automatic reimbursement. And I recommend doing this option in order to prevent any money to be reverted back to the U.S. Treasury. Again, I emphasize we only have 1 day to encumber the funds. Definitely, we will not be able to issue the checks. We do not have the capacity to issue 48,227 checks. The encumbrance is the one we're looking at, but it's still humanly impossible to enter all the 48,000 names into the system in 1 day. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Controller Bidet and Delegate Eugene. So does that conclude answering the questions that have been asked? Delegate Eugene, so?
Oh, no, sure. That's good.
Okay, with that, committee members, are there any other delegates who would like to speak to this issue? If not, we'll go back to reserve time.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Delegate Daniel.
Delegate Daniels, the floor is yours.
Yes, good afternoon, colleagues. 24th Navajo Nation Council. Yeah, kudo. Hadn't that kudo. Shinala kudo. Legislation kudo. Kita means all kudo. So other question about night the kiddo that did. Mazay the hardship. 16 over. Well, all the about night this kiddo. The question about the yadros he's in it and all. About night this kiddo kudo. Right. Well, this these payments to 16 over, will it affect some of these individuals? They receive SSI every month. Ada date so yeah the house ABG. So it is about this kid on I have that question for the sponsor for Speaker Pro Tem. Thank you. Reserve time.
Reserve time at 3 minutes and 58 seconds.
Delegate Daniels, 3 minutes and 58 seconds is what you have for reserve time. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments? If not, I'm going to go ahead and go back to reserve time. Not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and go back to reserve time. Chair Henyo, 2 minutes and 43 seconds. The floor is yours.
Reserve my time.
Reserve time at
I'm sorry, Chair Henyo.
42 seconds.
Mr. Rico, what is his reserve time at?
2 minutes, 42 seconds.
2 minutes and 42 seconds, Chair Henyo. Back to reserve time. Vice Chair Raymond Smith, 3 minutes and 20 seconds. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Pro Temp Speaker, Navajo Nation Council. Time is of the essence, emergency purposes. I agree with this legislation. However, it's humanly impossible. That's what I heard. The question I have is, we passed this at 2/3. And it's an emergency legislation. I guess this question goes to or Legislative Council. After we pass this, is there that 10-day grace period for the president to sign this? Or we don't know if he will sign it tonight or he will utilize that 10-day purpose as in law. That's my question. Reserve the rest of my time.
Reserve time at 2 minutes, 26 seconds.
Vice Chair, you have 2 minutes and 26 seconds of reserve time. We are still on reserve time. Delegate Wilson Stewart, 2 minutes and 16 seconds. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you, interim speaker. And the other one area is that even with the timeline that we're looking at, and again and in the past as well, with the checks being only allowed 2 days to be encumbered and being sent out to our Navajo Nation people out there, I would like to see, I don't think that, it would even pass to where a lot of it, like, stated by Shemayaja Amber Crowdy, that has to be encumbered in again. So, and those are uncashed, those are still going to be funds that we're going to end up with beyond December 31st. Are we going to get penalized for that as well too, according to the dollar amount? And then also, what are we going to be looking at with the next 2 days? And, a lot of employees, well, like I said, are going to be out. Are we going to, is there the deal to call them back in? Some of them may be out of town as well. I mean, these are things that I would think about as a supervisor for my employees is, am I going to end up calling in my staff? And then this legislation here, yes, it's late, but, even with the 2 rounds that we did of hardship already, we still had a lot of community members reach back out to us as delegates and tell us, I have not received a phone call, I have not received an email, I have not received any word or any check in my mailbox, and then even with that, the post office are going to be closed, the 1st, and then they open back up again on the 3rd. But even then, it still has to take its time too, because a lot of these post offices, they don't just send checks back from Windrock to the towns. It goes from Windrock to Albuquerque to Santa Fe, and then finally goes back out to the communities, maybe even Phoenix, and then back up to the communities. So even that, with even all this holiday rushing, that we're going to be looking at that and to go through. The only way would be is if any of the Navajos, especially these elders, have a direct deposit. But even that, I don't even think our nation is set out to do direct deposit as well into all these elders' accounts. So looking at all those areas and just thinking aloud, that was how I would like to express myself. Again, these are just comments, again, that I'm sharing. So Quita, interim speaker.
Okay, with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward back to reserve time. Vice Chair Otto So, 2 minutes and 50 seconds.
Yeah, kudo kido on his the just plain and simple though be so we'll see where the votes are. Therefore, I'm going to move forth to motion to cease debate. I'm going to reserve the rest of my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 2 minutes, 29 seconds.
Second, Delegate Rick Nez.
There is a motion to cease debate, second by Chair Nez. We are at council. For the rules, I believe that a motion to cease debate is undebatable. Mr. Rico, is that, or Ms. Bob Ross, is that correct?
Correct.
That is correct, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that. So with that motion to cease debate, we do have time left over. We have Delegate Crotty with 2 minutes and 42 seconds. Delegate Daniels with 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Delegate Raymond Smith at 2 minutes and 26 seconds. Delegate Wilson Stewart did not reserve his time. Delegate Otto at 2 minutes and 29 seconds. So with that motion to cease debate, Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
Vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green. Can you hear me?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Cal votes green.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes in favor. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canispa-Crotty.
Shema, this is Delegate Crotty. I have reserved time, so I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canispa-Crotty votes red. Honorable Speaker Damon's excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland is excused. Honorable Panal Halona.
Lord votes green.
Honorable Panal Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nair.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nair votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl
I'll
Slater.
vote green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I
Honorable
vote
Thomas
green.
Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Evan Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Evan Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Elaher. Honorable Jimmy Elaher. Honorable Jimmy Elaher did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Jimmy Elaher.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Elaher votes green. That Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 17 in favor, 3 opposed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem not voting. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Ms. Uvella. 17 in favor, 3 opposed, chair not voting. I believe we do have a couple of delegates that did not vote and a few who are excused. So with that, the motion to cease debate stands.
Speaker Pro Tem, did you get my vote? This is Delegate Daniel So.
Ms. Uvella, did we get Delegate Chair Daniel So's vote?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, no, we did not.
I vote
Chair
green.
So, how do you vote?
I vote green.
Daniel So votes green. Madam Chair, we have a vote of 17 in favor, 3 opposed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you for that, Ms. Uvella. You said 18 in favor, 3 opposed. There are 2 delegates who are excused and the chair not voting. Did Delegate Vince James vote?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, we had a little issue with the voting machine. It accidentally counted Vince James, Honorable James earlier. So it still stays at 17 in favor, 3 opposed, and 2/3 of the voting members of 20 is 14, so motion passes.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. I was just double checking because I counted 17 and no votes from Delegate Vince James, 2 excused, Speaker Damon and Mark Freeland, and 3 not in favor. So with that, committee members, the motion to cease debate hereby stands with a vote of 17 in favor, 3 opposed, 4 not voting. One of them is the chair. So with that, committee members, are we ready to proceed forward to the vote on legislation 0264-21, since the motion to cease debate did stand? Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with the roll call vote on legislation 0264-21? Hello, can you guys hear me? Oh, sorry, Ms. Uvella, go ahead.
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr.
Delegate Keon votes green. Thank you.
Honorable Keon Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Go ahead.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty.
Shema, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knesset Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Damon's excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland's excused. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable
Green.
Pernell Halona does not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James did not vote. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Vince James via text votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. did not vote. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Honorable
Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie. Honorable Edmund Yazzie did not vote. Honorable Jimmy Ellahare.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Ellahare votes green. Going back up. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
I vote green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. That matter, Speaker Pro Tem. You have a vote of 20 in favor, 1 opposed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you for that. Ms. Uvela 0264-21 passes with 20 in favor, 1 opposed, 3 not voting. Chair is being 1 as not voting. So with that, 0264 again, -21 does pass. So we'll move forward to item 6B, legislation 0263-21, sponsored by Honorable Amber Canez-Balcrati. Before I ask for a motion and a second, I'd like to ask Mr. Rico to read the legislation into the record. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Council. Tracking number 0263-21 is an action relating to an emergency and the Navajo Nation Council allocating $207 million of the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds, approving the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan. Legislation is sponsored by Madam Chair Amber Canez-Balcrati. This is an emergency legislation, so there are no committee reports attached. For Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, Rule 9, legislation has been read into the record by electronic voice recording. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. So legislation 0263-21 has been read into the record. Could I get a motion and a second?
Motion, Delegate Daniel So.
Second, Delegate Paul Begay.
I do have a motion established by Chair Daniel So, second by Delegate Paul Begay for legislation 0263-21. Delegate Crotty, are you ready to present your legislation to the 24th Navajo Nation Council?
Yes, thank you, Speaker Pro Tem. This is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem, colleagues, and those who are on the line and listening. We appreciate the time and the opportunity to bring this before the council as an emergency legislation. I want to thank all of my colleagues who have helped in the guidance and the creation of this legislation, from the conversation that Navajo leadership at the Navajo leadership meetings when it comes to what is needed by our people and how we will address the hardship, and in hearing from my colleagues that are concerned in the time and the length that our people have been waiting in terms of some direct financial assistance from the ARPA, which is now called the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund. This legislation is for $207 million. And it does have an expenditure plan, which was reviewed by the Department of Justice in the exhibit. Also in the exhibit is the Navajo Nation resolution that established the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund, the process that Budget and Finance it has met the requirements of the Budget and Finance Resolution to be reviewed by the Department of Justice. And as I mentioned earlier, in terms of having conversations with President Nez and Vice President Leiser, for the public record, they have issued press releases that state this hardship amount and that they are waiting for council to take action. And so with that in mind, we move forward in meeting the emergency criteria of the Navajo Nation in providing this legislation, something that is to, in terms of why we need to take action now, is when the council approves and it moves to the president to sign on, then this will not require an additional application process. So there will not be a delay when allocating these dollars. And those individuals who have never applied will still have the opportunity to apply and to go through the process. And so I think at that point, this legislation contains all of the exhibits. Section 4 of CJY 41-21 required Budget and Finance Committee to adopt the application. This has gone through that process, and we wanted to ensure it complied with ARPA, and Department of Justice has performed the initial determination, which is included. And as we note on line 12 of page 5, I'm sorry, my little notes here, page 5, line 12, also the Office of the President and Vice President in coordination with the Division of Community Development presented this to each of the 5 agencies. And on line 16, DCD has met with Navajo chapters more than 50 occasions. And as a council on line 19, we have hosted over 26 committee work sessions, all open to the public. And so on line 25 of page 5, the financial devastation visited on the Navajo people by the COVID-19 pandemic has risen to emergency levels, particularly with winter weather looming. And the Navajo Nation Council has determined that it's vital that the Navajo people be provided immediate financial assistance. And so, colleagues, I then present this legislation. Again, I appreciate the help of the Office of the Speaker, Office of Legislative Counsel, and colleagues who have had conversations and really have had thought-provoking recommendations on how we can assist our people at this time. So, Pro Tem, Madam Chair, I'll yield back the floor as and to be able to answer any questions that are provided by the delegates. But I do hope that this legislation stands for itself, and that we can move forward and have no other delays as we try to provide the first wave of relief. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Chair Crotty. So with that, colleagues, legislation 0263-21 has been read into the record. A motion and a second has been established. The sponsor has provided information to the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Colleagues, are there any questions, any comments at this time regarding legislation 0263-21?
This is Delegate Henio.
Chair Henio, the floor is yours.
Speaker Pro Tem, 24th Navajo Nation Council legislation, Delegate Ember Karate for sponsoring this legislation. Just a question I have here is regarding legislation 257-21, how this legislation will impact that legislation. So does that legislation have to be withdrawn and redone again, or it just has to be amended to where we just strike out this provision in 257-21? That's the question. One question I have. The other question I have too is maybe you could utilize the controller to answer the question here. Is regarding the population that had been served during the first wave of hardship. We're using the CARES funding to utilizing the numbers of Navajo citizens that were assisted 18 and over and 18 and under. So with this, we've heard the $600 figure floating around, but is this $600 across the board, or would it be separated again between $600 for 18 and over, and then maybe a little less for 18 and under? So it might be help us understand how much each Navajo citizen will be getting. And then the other part to get is that with this legislation, there has been some hardship with the Navajo applicants that never were assisted. They either had problems with their CIB, or maybe there were a lot of unclaimed checks that the controller was still trying to work on. 7,500, I believe, was unclaimed. So, how do we assist those families? So, I reserve my time.
Reserve time at 2 minutes, 49 seconds.
Chair Anyo, you have 2 minutes and 49 seconds for reserve time. Delegate Elmer Begay, I did hear you say that you wanted to speak. So the Delegate Elmer Begay, the floor is yours.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, Delegate Begay.
Okay, Pro-Temp Chair, the members of the Navajo Nation Council, Delegate Crowley. My question is, I know that all these hardships, not the hardships, but the whole allocation for $1.1 billion. All these, these are some of these are projects that were submitted by the chapters. Whatever was left, the $2.7 million. The way the allocation, the amount that was given to that, is there any legitimate reasons? The purpose of what was it based on? So we know that the whole allocation of $1.1 billion was based on the population. So on the because of that is how do they recover that? The recovery is from they went through this hardship of losing family members. And you see that's what we lost a lot of people, a lot of value that they have. We have no such value of how much a person is valued. And fortunate, some of these people that were working, they have benefits. But people that I know, some of these people that I know, that went through this is people that don't have no electricity or water line. There's people that we lost because of that is they cannot be how they can prevent themselves from, just like we always say, wash your hand for 20 seconds, and these people didn't never have that kind of benefit. And so this, I don't know who came up with $270 million. What's the value on it? This is recovery. As much as we think that we know much about people, as we say that we care for people, is this the value of what they lost? I need a good maybe a reason why this $207 million will be a recovery for people that lost their loved ones. They're going through this hardship. And how long are they going to be suffering right now? Because this pandemic shows that people never see their loved ones again, especially older people that went out the door from their home. They never returned. And at one time, they were told that not to see their family member because of the pandemic, because of this virus. They never did say their last visitation to say goodbye, the welfare, the farewell of it. How much value do we have with these people? This is a recovery funds for them. Nobody explains that to us. Why this $207 million is worth that for these loved ones, people that we have that lost loved ones, and how long are they going to be in this? I guess you could say that it's not normal how it happened. Losing a loved one through this pandemic. So this one day, there's this holiday, there's this can see empty spaces there again. Who went out there to say, to provide comfort? How many leadership? How many people went over there? To this day now. Hey, how are they going to be recovering from this? Or who's going to be out there? Is there any medicine? Is there any kind of healing, something that's out there for them to use it today?
Time.
Yes. Thank you.
Delegate Begay, your time has been used up, so there is no time to reserve. So with that, colleagues, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to the sponsor, Delegate Crotty. There have been questions that have been asked by your colleagues. So Delegate Crotty, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. So I appreciate the questions. So in terms of legislation 0257-21, Delegate, the sponsor, Speaker Damon, was notified in terms of this development of emergency legislation request. The council has a few options. They can, strike out and amend the title to that and the amount, but I can defer to the sponsor in terms of how, what are the recommendations when it comes to that legislation. This emergency legislation is not an attempt to have the sponsor withdraw that legislation, but pulling out pieces that in terms of that need to move forward, and that at the time we had agreed and as delegates, because this funding and the amount was identified in CJY 41-21, that was approved by the majority of delegates. I can't recall the vote, but I know there was one opposition for good reason. So that's where this amount comes into play, how it was developed and how to move forward. Colleagues, if you look at tab 8 of the legislation 40251-21, you'll see that this is identical. And so tab 8 has the hardship assistance, and it does state, and we can ask Madam Acting Controller, but it does state that will assist each of the 345,000 eligible Navajos negatively impacted by COVID-19 hardship. The CARES Hardship 1 and 2 recipients need not to apply. And Chairman Henio, I would like to also have a conversation in terms of the families who have not received assistance, and I'll defer that to Madam Acting Controller. It's my understanding and intent that they have an opportunity to apply. Delegate Begay, I appreciate your advocacy, and I did reach out, and your legislative district assistant did reach out, and I appreciate that, to clarify the intent of the legislation. And I think when we talk about a value of life, by no means is this, let me take a minute here, because we've lost so many. By no means is this legislation going to provide just compensation for those who we've lost. But I think the intent of this legislation is to help those who remain and helping, and now, you know, the surviving dependents who are now living with their grandparents or maybe their older siblings, and those who we have lost. This legislation by no means will cover what we've lost. And so we still have to continue to have that discussion and see as a nation how we want to address the families who have lost a loved one. And so I am always welcome and a delegate who will want to engage into that conversation and support those initiatives that will help restore, or at least give some comfort to those families who have lost their loved ones to this deadly virus. So thank you, Delegate Begay. And so if I could ask Acting Madam Controller just to answer Delegate Henyo's and Begay's questions, and any other clarification that we may need. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. Controller Begay, are you still on the line with us?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Temp. I was in another meeting earlier. Delegate Begay's question about the amount of the proposal is that 207 million. Is that his question? I just want to clarify, Madam Speaker.
Yes, Controller Begay. I'm going to go ahead and allow Delegate Elmer Begay to re-ask his question. Delegate Elmer Begay, no time will be taken. If you can go ahead and briefly state your questions again for Controller Begay.
Thank you, Pro Temp Chair Chanale, Controller Begay, Yate. Good morning. Good afternoon. My question was regarding the amount that was provided or set for hardship, which is $207 million. My question is that, I know we all know that how many people that we lost, and the allocation that was given from the federal with this $1.1 billion was based on population, and for the reason is to how we can recover. And the amount set for this is to know that there's some people that the lives of the loved ones, we want to make sure, I want to make sure is this the amount that was, well, the one that with the, for hardship that we allocated for that amount, is the amount that was, how do we know that this is the amount that is, how much is going to be worth a value of the loved one? How do we make sure that they can be comfort in it? Like I said, you know, some people lost loved ones who had no income, or they just only had a fixed income. So they had to use a lot of funds to recover that. And right now, today on, especially through this holiday, how do we know that how they can recover? And then, well, this amount, well, help them recover that. So I think we need to really look at this hardship, and we say that we're here for the people. So can we elaborate more on why, or maybe a reason to come to this amount, the $207 million? That's just my question, Controller Begay.
Controller Begay?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Of course, we cannot place value on life loss, period. We cannot put a value on the life loss. The $207 million, it came from CJ 14121, which is 10% of that $2.07 billion that we received from the federal government. And we cannot say it's sufficient. We cannot say it's enough. Of course, it's not enough. I mean, $600 per Navajo to assist them for COVID-related expenditures, assist them in their livelihood if they lost their jobs. Definitely it's not enough. Nothing is enough. But this legislation just follows the CJY 4121, giving 10% of the ARPA or ARPA fund to hardship. But of course, the council has an option to increase the amount if you wish. But your question, if it's enough, nothing is enough, and we cannot place a value on life loss. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Controller Begay. And with that, Sponsor Delegate Crotty, does that conclude your answers to your colleagues?
Yes, it does. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you for that. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or any other comments to legislation 0263-21?
This is Vice Chair Smith.
Vice Chair Raymond Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Navajo Nation Council, 24th Council for this legislation 0263-21, Shemayaja, for asking to allocate $207 million for the Navajo Nation recovery funds for hardship assistance. We just passed a legislation regarding hardship as an emergency, and now we're passing this one as another emergency. And the talk was it's humanly impossible to provide checks on the first one. My question is, if this is, well, I know it's going to be passed, will it hamper the efforts to get this first legislation done for the payments? Because this one's an emergency too. Is there a date line on this to pay out the number of folks that are that's allocated for $207 million? Is there a deadline on this? Are we going to just pass this and then we have a time frame according to the CJY 4121, which states that it's up to 2024? That gives us a grace period. Just need a little clarification on that, because I think what we're doing is we're kind of confusing the people out there. And the first one was the carryover, or not the carryover, CARES money that was left behind.
Madam Chair,
Well,
for the order.
Point of order, Delegate Eugene So.
My point of order is we're discussing the legislation that's at hand and not any others, but at hand where we're looking at it. That's my point of order. We're shooting somewhere else. Thank you.
Delegate Eugene, so in terms of the point of order that you raised, I believe that there is not anything that is being said that is outside of what is being discussed, and that is that there are a couple of legislations that have been passed by this council, and I believe Chair Raymond Smith is only asking how the two legislations would be divvied out to the people, I guess, in terms of time. So in your point of order at this time, I'm not going to recognize it, and I'm going to give the floor back to Vice Chair Raymond Smith to finish his comments. Mr. Rico, how much time does...
Chair.
Yes, Delegate Eugene, so I understand that your point of order has been raised, and at this time you are asking to stick to the legislation, and I believe that Delegate Raymond Smith is talking to the legislation. So I'm not going to recognize Delegate Eugene. So can you, I've stated already that you did raise the point of order, and I recognize your point of order. And I'm going to give the floor back to Delegate Raymond Smith to finish his comments and to finish the questions that he has for the sponsor. Mr. Rico, how much time does Vice Chair Raymond Smith have?
3 minutes, 25 seconds.
3 minutes and, I'm sorry, 3 minutes and 20, did you say 20 seconds?
25 seconds.
3 minutes and 25 seconds. Vice Chair Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you again, Pro Temp Speaker. My question was, we had just asked the controller to do something that's going to be virtually almost impossible. And I'm just wondering when this legislation, when we pass it, when will this be divvied out for $207 million for the hardship? Because people are listening in, and of course it'll be on the media, and they need to have this clarified so they understand what is happening with the funding that's at hand with the CARE and also the ARPA. The other question is, this legislation here is in front of us, and I know that 257, I heard that it's up to, I guess, the council to either delete that off of 257, or if we keep it on 257, that's an additional 207 million. I'm not really clear on that. Is this going to eliminate 257's request? If that is so, then we stay with that 207 million according to the legislation at hand. So I just need clarification on that. Reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 2 minutes, 12 seconds.
Vice Chair Raymond Smith, 2 minutes and 12 seconds of reserved time. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward. Honorable Eugene So, the floor is yours. Second call, Honorable Eugene So.
That's it. What is
the floor is yours. Oh.
Question. Sure. Because so many tasks, so the Alaba hasn't got a very big she clean. Was it for the one legislation present sign a big she no a con but car but all and 10% the con the task solves. But hasn't got a hotel. We get this thing. T257 or A Ashin A Bela as young the very president meet the lost society A shape it all is quick. 8 about is self-explainable. But I'm a but you got home, that's a present thing, so that but all giddy by 8 a company that is the holiday reason. That's how I understand it. Here's a home code, you got a 164, the number car, fish on a queer. They are need to lie, we're in dire need. We need the people are in hardship. 8 right now. Because the hardest in the way 257 on a strategy a dota. He can't at the right by a tigate a car 10%, 207 million. A B on it. Oh, that's how I understand this. A na. Can't see about it in on that's why I raise a point of order. Madam Chair, because you can't on it in the Abba open to just name. That's what they're asking for. What else can we ask questions for? I even get out daily kid. But hold on, I reserve my time.
Thank you for that, Delegate Eugene. So just as a reminder to all of our colleagues that as a delegate, you do have the right to ask questions. You do have the right to bring concerns to the legislation. So at this time, that's what we are doing. We are discussing and debating legislation 0263-21. Delegates do have questions pertaining to this legislation. We just recognize Honorable Eugene So, who made his statement. Are there any other delegates who wish to speak at this time? If not, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to the sponsor.
Delegate Daniels, request to speak.
Delegate Herman Daniels, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Without the pro temp speaker, I don't know. Senate Senate 24th Navajo Nation Council. I don't know his staff. Thank you for all you do for the Navajo Nation too. I don't know legislation. I really appreciate this legislation. That's before us today. I don't know the questions that are being posed today. Those are very good questions. Delegate Smith. I know 257. I believe we're taking that out. So, but I know the last the CARES Act dollars that was given to us, 1350. That's an in the Hacienda, our constituents, 18 and over. Under 18, I can't recall the numbers. But with this, I believe it's $600 a year. So with $600, that can't go far. Because a lot of our families, our constituents, are still dealing with this pandemic. Every day, every other day, or 2 times a week, you have to get seen. So with this virus, the variant, the Delta and also the Omicron variants. Our Navajo people that they're staying home. The price the utility bills are going up, especially during this cold weather. A lot of these families they utilize these heaters, electric heaters. For firewood, they have to go a distance to get firewood. 10 hours. I was looking over there. There's a lot of woods over there. So, but the price of the heating cost again. I see hot dog. With this $600, So in order to make an amendment to increase the $600, perhaps a question to legislative council: what do we need to do if we want to increase the numbers? I know with amendment event on this, and the numbers are going to change too. Maybe 209 million is gonna go up. So but I really appreciate this legislation. That's before us today. The maybe so not every home is the same throughout the Navajo Nation. So we are part of the house then the house electricity the running water then. So kiss. Other families that live in remote areas, rural areas, live away from the main highway, 20 miles off the main highway. Last week and several days ago, so what I gave them, I see I hit an example. I just want to say thank you to Artco, the Ortega family for providing the food. What I gave out to the elders. So it was about is that time thank you.
Reserve time at 20 seconds.
Delegate Daniels, reserve time at 20 seconds. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to the sponsor, Delegate Crotty. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Tem. Vice Chair Smith, thank you for your questions. I think in terms of legislation 0251-21, sponsored by Delegate Seth Damon, the funding, when that legislation is before the committee, will require some modification or amendment, depending on the will of the delegates and the outcome of this legislation. In addition, I do want to let the council know that that legislation also contains water projects that are included in another legislation that I'm sponsoring regarding comprehensive water projects. Those water projects were line item vetoed by the president, and so we are trying to get them on the Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Fund allocation, and that legislation is ready for action at council. But we wanted to focus today on the immediate distribution of funds to our people. SHIAJ Delegate Herman Daniels, I appreciate your unwavering support on this legislation and your guidance. I have tried in multiple ways to figure out how we can move or increase the amount of the hardship. And what is, and through emails, I know there's other delegates and at leadership meetings have discussed the increase amendments. I believe it has been stated in public that there's at least 9 delegates who are willing to increase the amount of hardship. And that is from the conversations that took place at the leadership meeting earlier this month at Twin Arrows. This legislation, emergency legislation, was dropped, was requested right after that meeting at Twin Arrows and was developed on the 17th and is here before the council. And so there is a lag in terms of what our colleagues and delegates want and how we want to use Navajo fiscal recovery, in knowing that we're not able to get together and have these conversations or frank conversations I'm still not clear how many delegates support the increase. And so I'm just on the conservative side, move forward with the established number in the current legislation. And as we move forward, in terms of the support from President and Vice President to move forward with this amount, but I fully support colleagues who are working on increasing the amount. I don't think there should be any limits in terms of who can receive this funding. Everyone has received or has had some type of hardship, and although you may see a family or see an individual and think they are doing well, there's also a national study that came out that 72% of Native Americans are facing an increase in mental health challenges. And sometimes that comes into not having the type of funding or not sure about how they're going to pay their future bills. And I think with the inflation and the amount of supplies that have been reduced from the shelves and some of these national issues that we have no control over, that it is in the best interest that we provide as much hardship at this time. We do now know almost a comprehensive view of what had been recommended for the ARPA or the Navajo Fiscal Recovery Plan. And in looking through those documents thoroughly, we can see that projects will not be developed or constructed until 2024. And so I cannot vote on a project in 2021 that won't be constructed till 2024, and it will only benefit one person or one family. My goal is to help all of our Navajo people who are here on the nation, off the nation, serving in our communities. And I really think we have to develop a system that can meet the needs of the people and should provide as much direct services as possible. You can review the IHS holiday letter that indicated IHS water programs are fully funded with additional funding. We've looked at other non-Navajo fiscal recovery projects and funding that's coming in. And so I think this is the only funding that we as a nation and as delegates will have the complete authority to develop how we use this funding and how it moves forward in working with our Navajo Nation President and Vice President. But my hope and my prayer that while they're on the ground at these vaccinations, that they're also hearing and understanding the hardship that our people are taking, that are confronted with. And so I don't foresee any type of challenges as we move together as leaders to say what we want in terms of the hardship. I believe every law is not set in stone, and I would support any type of waivers to the resolution that was passed back in July. And now we know more in December. So we know what works, what doesn't, and how we can move forward with these dollars that are coming in, and how we need to continue to work together for the additional funding that will be coming in to help with some more of our infrastructure. So thank you, Delegate Daniels, for that question. I am here just to support how we want to move forward. If it's $600, I think that's the bare minimum. But if we want to increase, I think we should have a very frank conversation, understand the impact. I know Northern Agency has passed the supporting resolution, and they've asked for $1,500 to $1,800. And so that's the support that we're getting from Northern Agency and from delegates who represent those communities. So thank you very much, Delegate Daniels.
Thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. So with that, committee members, are there any other, I'm sorry, we have Delegate Otto So, who's been asked to speak as well. Delegate Otto So, Vice Chair, the floor is yours.
Yate, Aswadita. Can you guys hear me? Okay, she have. The sheet so shut the anige. See the Behez Ani Gasligi, it Ani Kododa Shinso Vacancy. So Behez Ani Gi Ya, the Nahigi, Walana Nitsin. A call laid and Nahot. Janshi, a condemned nothing, double aunt Aya, without Aya, the Nebuchadnezzar, Aya, it's something. And we could at least move forward to get this legislation moved forward so that we can get some sort of relief to the Navajo people. And then another aspect also, we can go and move forward to change the current policy that we have, the requirement of Department of Justice vetting it and so forth to get those policies so that we can do possibility a round 2 of hardship for the ARPA fund. The other is that I guess to Legislative Council and to our Department of Justice, my question is the current requirement for the vetting through the Department of Justice and the fund management plan. And could we, the council, could we waiver this policy as we can insert this document and change the amount, let's say up to $2,000, and amend what council has passed and with a 2/3 vote to waive our own policy? Thank you. Reserve my time.
Thank you, Vice Chair Otto. So we also have another person in the queue, Delegate Paul Begay. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Tem Chair, Honorable Delegate Charles Newton. Although my colleagues on the 24th Council, and I really do appreciate the legislation, Shema, Honorable Delegate Amber Crowdy. You see, this legislation, the way I see it, needs to be immediate. The disbursement, the generation of the funds need to be immediate. Otherwise, you know, we tend to drag things out too long, these legislations too long, talking about it. The need for support, the need for these fundings is right now. Oh, that's the door, you know, it snowed in some parts very heavily as of last night. And there is a forecast of more to come. The need is immediate right now. Not 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month down the road when it might not be needed. Cool. That's how I look at this legislation. We need to vote on it and approve it and send it to the president. I also support raising the amount. In my thinking, at least $1,000. At least it'll be almost double from $600 the way it sits right now. I think with $1,000, at least a lot of people will pay for what they need to pay for and have a little left over to lean on, to have in their pocket for other things that might come up later. $600 will be spent right away. We will put the people back into the same situation with this $600. Yes, it will help in some areas. Yes, it will help pay some bills, get some food and everything like that. But that will be done, that will be spent right away, and then they will be right back in the same situation. I think with at least $1,000,
they can take care of what they need right now and still have a few dollars in their pocket to rely on as the winter continues with us. Just my thought, my colleagues. But I really do support this legislation. Thank you, Honorable Delegate Crotty. Pro Tem Chair, and I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 1 minute, 42 seconds.
Pro Temp Chair, this is Edmund. Could you put me in the queue, please?
So with that, Delegate Paul Begay, 1 minute and 42 seconds. We have somebody else who's been added to the queue. Delegate Edmund Yazzie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Temp, Madam Chair, members of the council, and everyone else that is listening online. Hope everybody had a good Christmas. Want to just thank again the sponsor, Ms. Crotty, on this legislation. Of course, our chapter members and our colleagues back at the home level have all gotten a hold and texts and email that that I need to support this, in which I do. And all good words have been said by my colleagues. The need, for funding in this time that we are still going through, especially with this COVID that seems like it's going to be a while before we, get away from this terrible virus that is still among us. However, we do see, what is needed out there. People do need funds for home, wood, improvement, and so forth. But I do have a question on getting the value up to like 1,000 or maybe to 15. If we do this, is this going to affect the other projects that we've all talked about, like with NTUA, the cell towers, the water projects, and whatnot? Is that going to affect that area that already has been budgeted out? And so that's my only question. And then, of course, I know the controller is just back to work. I mean, with hard work that needs to be done. And, I know we say we want to issue these checks out to the people right away, but, it's been a while, with the staff that, they're at the controller's office. And so, I think my colleagues that we just need to continue to support the controller so she can, whatever legislations we pass, that she can accomplish on the demands that we as council approve. So anyhow, Madam Pro Temp Chair and members of the council, that's my question on the long-term projects. If we up the amount back to our people, I reserve my time, Pro Temp Speaker. Ma'am.
Reserve time, 2 minutes, 4 seconds.
2 minutes and 4 seconds. Delegate Edmund Yazzie for reserved time. We do have 3 delegates who have posed questions. So with that, I'm going to go back to the sponsor at this time. Delegate Crotty, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem and colleagues for your questions. I think in terms of the waiver of the language, and I agree, immediate hardship distribution. I know there has been other colleagues and delegates, and I want to recognize your work for trying to get something established. in reviewing CJY 41-21, I have made it clear that I think there does need to be modifications on my concerns at the leadership meetings where not all of the information was presented to delegates. And now as we are finally given specific information, it's clear that some of these projects can be funded either through other resources or the type or just nearly the amount of time it'll take to get these processes and projects off the ground. So I think with that in mind and hearing the increase, what I would need as the sponsor, I can help with the development of an amendment, but I would need a colleague then to request that from Legislative Services, or if I could ask Legislative Services, what would be that process as a sponsor? Can I request an amendment to waive language to increase the amount and to waive language for the DOJ review since they have reviewed the hardship requests? We're just simply changing the amount. Can I do that as a sponsor, or would that be a colleague who has the floor? And I also then want to acknowledge Chairman Yazzie that yes, anything that the council approves to increase the hardship amount will decrease the amount that's available, but the only funding that has been approved by the council has been through CJY 41-21, and those were the defunded CARES and the projects that did not meet the deadline. And so that's approximately, and also the 10% for administrative costs. So we have approximately allocated about $400 million. And so the other funding has not yet been allocated and has not been approved by the council. But I can defer to Legislative Council on that question regarding the amendment and the information regarding the defunded CARES and the fund are part of our binder from the work session, and we all received that electronically. I could look for the tab that gives that breakdown, and I believe Mr. Platero had sent that out to the committee, and I could ask staff if you could graciously resend that to the delegates so they know the running total in terms of what funding of hardship or of ARPA Navajo Nation Fiscal Recovery Funds have been allocated through the council. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. Ms. Bobroff, are you on the line?
Yes, this is Ms. Bobroff.
Go ahead, the floor is yours.
This is Ms. Bobroff. Thank you for the question, Delegate Crotty. And to all delegates, unless you waive the provisions of CJY 4121 that set in the 10% and require DOJ eligibility review. And also you're going to have to waive a Budget and Finance Committee resolution, that's BFS 3121. If you do all of those things, then we can do an amendment to raise this dollar amount. I sent out earlier, just for informational purposes, how the allocations are flowing right now. And I sent that out about 20 minutes ago or so. And if you will see that after what was appropriated in CJY 4121 was plus what is in right now proposed in 025721, you have a remaining balance or an unallocated balance of 462 million. However, I would like to just bring to your attention that I have amendments prepared, requested and prepared right now for 0257-21 that exceed the 462 million. And there has also, out of that 462 million, there's also been a statement made by both sides that both sides of the aisle that money would be going to chapters, and we allocated looked at that at about 220 million. So just to shorten things, yes, we can amend CJY 4121. We can waive BFS 3121. We can do all of those. I will tell you that in the fact that those legislations established basically your accountability, and the feds are listening when you waive your accountability legislation, that does raise eyebrows. So likely the feds will be taking a closer look at the nation, but nonetheless, it is certainly leadership's choice if they wish to do that. If there is a request to change the dollar amount, I would need a new expenditure plan. Even if going to waive CJY 4121 and BFS 3121, I still need some type of expenditure plan. And I predict that those types of amendments overall, once I get the expenditure plan, probably need an hour and a half, 2 hours to put together those amendments. So you might want to take a recess or table this till those amendments are done. The one other option, which I think Delegate Otto So is speaking to, is that you could add additional money to hardship with 025 when 025721 comes back around. Of course, we'll still have to waive the 10% requirement. So back to you, Madam Speaker and Madam Crotty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Labra. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions? Or I'm sorry, Delegate Crotty, does that conclude the answering portion for the questions that have been posed as a sponsor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem. So with that in mind, colleagues, I'll defer if there's another delegate who's in the lineup and wants to make that recommendation, or what I didn't hear from Ms. Barbroff, and I apologize. Can I request it as sponsor, or do I need another delegate who's on the floor to request that information?
Madam Chair, I apologize for not answering that part of the question. Yes, you should ask another delegate. It is awkward for the sponsor to do it. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that, Ms. Barbroff. So, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, if I could ask if we could give time to colleagues who are in the queue, or have that request made on the floor. That's the limitation when you're a sponsor of a legislation, but I would ask the floor in hearing the support from the delegates if we could move forward. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. So with that, committee members, we do have the information that has been provided to us here at this time. It does sound like an amendment can be made I'm looking for an email that was sent to me previously that said that it couldn't be made, but now it sounds like it can be made. Anything to help the people at this time. So Delegate Crotty has requested if there's another delegate who wants to make that amendment. Delegate Eugene So, did you have a question or did you have a comment, or I did hear you speak?
I've been requesting Dana to make those amendments. I don't know if she got some email in her to make that amendment.
Ms. Bobroff, have you been receiving the email request from Delegate Eugene So to make those amendments?
Yes, Madam Chair, I am receiving requests, but I am not receiving an expenditure plan. That is what I need, is an expenditure plan. So I don't know if Delegate Eugene So can put that together, or if there's someone who can assist them. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Point of privilege, Delegate Rick Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez, point of privilege. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Pro Tem Speaker. Could we have what is the lineup in the queue? Thank you.
Right now, we don't have anybody in the lineup for the queue. In the queue right now, we do have delegates who do have reserved time, Chair Nez.
Thank you.
So with that, committee members, are there any other questions
Chair.
or comments at this time? Yes,
Chair.
Delegate Halona, is that you?
This is
Madam
Delegate
Chair,
Yellow
Otto
here.
So.
Madam Chair.
Oh, Delegate Yellow here. Go ahead, the floor is your, hold on. Delegate Yellow here, have you, are you on reserved time? No, I don't see you
think so.
on the
I
list.
don't think so on reserved
Yeah.
time. I have not spoken
Go
on
ahead,
this
Delegate Yellow here.
amendment yet. Okay,
Go
thank
ahead.
you very much, Madam Chair. Shmasane Shah, the 24 councilman. There is an option, no, we can increase this hardship funds. Oya ban such case, case to increase $600 to $2,000. Under 18 $600 each. So if I'm in the right order, Pro Temp Speaker, Chair, Madam Chair, I'd like to reserve my time. Once so, I would say down in the Yinshke, case a councilman, if I can make this amendment to increase it, this amount, I'm crowdy. Yeah, once so I'd like to reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 4 minutes and 3 seconds.
Thank you for that, Delegate Yellow here. 4 minutes and 3 seconds. Colleagues, I did forward an email to you regarding the increase for hardship. To be clear, I've been getting a lot of text messages from delegates. I have not yet received an expenditure plan. And I believe that Ms. Barbara stated that it's, you know, we do need the expenditure plan in order to make the amendment to move forward with increasing the amount for hardship. Delegate, I'm sorry, Ms. Bobroff, could I ask as speaker, the expenditure plan, who does that come from? Is it the controller?
Madam Chair, it could come from the controller. Would be the logical person. If a delegate actually wanted to sit down and put the expenditure plan together, they could do that, I suppose, but generally it should come from the controller. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms.
Point of
Sabra.
privilege.
Controller Begay, I'm
Yeah.
sorry, point of privilege. Who called the
Yeah,
point of
yeah.
privilege?
Yeah.
Oh, Chair Henyo, point of privilege. Go ahead.
Yeah, National Speaker Pro Tem and other 24th Nomination Council. I think if we wish to make an amendment, we should put pen to paper and really work on it and put forth what is required to be what's required that's needed. I see up upon our own. We just can't depend on other people to do for us. We need to do our job. If we want to make an amendment, then let's work with the staff to get that expenditure plan moving. That's what we're talking about now. We can't just sit back and say, "Oh, I want to make an amendment now." Yeah, I want to make that point.
Thank you for that, Chair Henyo, for the point of privilege. And I believe that does fall within Rule 16B, maintaining the dignity and the integrity of the proceedings. So with that, again, colleagues, the information this far has been shared that the hardship can be increased. However, we need to waive the language from CJY-41-21, and DOJ would have to review it for eligibility. And we'd also have to waive BFS-31-21 and then submit an expenditure plan. Controller Begay would be the logical person to create the expenditure plan. I don't know how much time she would need. Controller Begay, are you on the line?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Temp. Actually, there's already one drafted expenditure plan. I just need to make some changes on the amount. Once the council agreed to what amount we will need to put on that expenditure plan, but there's already a draft expenditure plan. Madam Speaker.
Controller Begay, can you tell us about how long it will take you to amend that draft language for the expenditure plan and have it ready for council to consider?
Yeah, I just need to give me what amount the council wish, and I can quickly just change the amount of this draft expenditure plan. So once I get the amount, I can just send it to you and to everybody in 5 minutes.
Thank you for that, Controller Begay. So colleagues, again, just as a recap, an amendment can be made to increase the amount of hardship from $600. However, Controller Begay can amend the expenditure plan, but she needs to know what amount to insert. And Controller Begay, just for clarification, when you say what amount to insert, is that amount for the people or is that amount for the entire budget for the hardship? Can you clarify that for my colleagues?
It's the amount requested for FRF funding. So the one we have is 207 million. If you want to change it to 500 million or 300 million, then we can change that and then we recalculate how many individuals will be assisted based on that amount.
Thank you, Controller Begay. So with that, committee members, Delegate Crotty cannot make the amendment request. That will be up to the delegates who are not sponsors for this, who is not the sponsor for this legislation. but Controller Begay has stated that she does need the requested FRF amount. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? If not, I'm going to go back to
Yellowhair. Madam Chair, Speaker.
Delegate Yellowhair, you're on the reserve time right now. I know you did make a motion to increase the funding, but do you know how much you want to increase the FRF amount to?
Thank you very much. What we need to do is acting controller has the numbers. If we do $2,000 from 18 years on up, and the base amount that was entered in care amount of the eligibility was paid, we should use that number and multiply that one, and she should give us the figures. And the other ones for $600 for 18 years on down, we also she has the figures too, and she just need to give us the figures. That will be very good educated figures. I would like to amend this amount, and we just need help from a acting controller. Madam Chair, masana ashya shanatan anigito daisanosanki ashya. Go back and still request reserve my time. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So with that, Delegate Yellowhair, I'm not going to take any time from you because I did ask you if you had an amount, because you did make a motion to increase the funding. And just for clarification, Dana, does the motion made by Delegate Yellowhair to increase the funding, does he also have to state on the record that the language from CJY-41-21 and then BFF-31-21 is also being waived at that same time? Dana, can you provide us some clarification on that? I just want to make sure I got the motion corrected.
Madam Chair, I'm very nervous of doing that type of amendment just by words. I think you should have a written amendment that specifically identifies page numbers, lines, what's being changed. There's a whole lot that will need to be changed. So being able to state that he wants a certain amount and that he also wants certain things waived, that's fine, but as a request for an amendment. But I really caution the council not to just try and do this by verbal, that you should have something written. As I stated earlier, once the expenditure plan is developed, there's a whole lot that needs to be done on this amendment to waive provisions of CJY 4121. I presume you're not waiving the whole thing. And also the Budget and Finance Committee resolution. Certain provisions need to be waived. So what Delegate Yellowhair has stated should be enough to start the amendment process. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Delegate Wanika.
Thank you, Ms. Barbara, for making that clarification. Colleagues, it sounds like the amendment can be made. However, I think what Ms. Bobroff is trying to say is that it's not something that is going to get done within the next hour, and it does still need several steps to complete. And so I think she's trying to caution us that we need to be very careful in the way that we move forward. I think that the request has been made, and she stated for the record that the amendment can happen. However, there are, it still has to be drafted, and The expenditure plan still has to be worked on. And it's not something, as my understanding, it's not something that can be completed within the next hour or maybe even the next couple of hours. So I just want to let my colleagues know that that's what I'm understanding at this point, that it can be done, but it will take some time. We do have 2 new players who would like to be added to the queue. Chair Rick Nez, and then after Chair Rick Nez, Delegate Edison Wanika. So Chair Nez, I'm going to go ahead and recognize you at this time.
Thank you very much, Madam Pro Tem Speaker Charles Newton, honorable members of the 24th Council. I certainly appreciate this legislation for our people. My concern is that we have 207 million here before us, and we want to increase the adults to 2,000 and under 18 for 600. There's also unallocated amount of $669,232,694. I believe we should take it out of that instead of just saying this is what we need. So since there's no motion and a second yet, and we're still debating this, why don't we identify that it comes from this where it states not allocated? Therefore, it won't affect the other projects as far as electricity and water projects. So if we take it from unallocated, thank you very much, and I reserve my time.
Reserve time at 3 minutes, 37 seconds.
Thank you for that, Chair Nez. I'm sorry, Mr. Rico, I was writing down notes. How much time does he have? 3 minutes and
3 minutes, 37 seconds.
3 minutes and 37 seconds, Chair Nez. So with that, we have in the lineup Edison Wanika, and then after Edison Wanika, Delegate Wilson Stewart. Delegate Wanika, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Appreciate this opportunity to members of the Navajo Nation Council. Dida ni nahot even as one case so ani bohnetza. But in the Oban this case so D600 that is to lada to the deepne. To some extent I disagree with that. The reason why is this is $600 per individual. If it goes to a married couple, actually it goes to $1,200. If they have 3 children, it goes to $3,000. Because what's happening is there, we will be helping the people. But the thing that's the question is the urgency. If that's what we want, it's best to just pass this legislation as is. I don't think there's a possibility of a veto from the president too. His recommendation was this $600. So right now, it's almost without question he'll sign it. If we start adding and this and that, they'll always he might end up vetoing it. Other than his Mister. Could I down about that? I'll pass the daily. Without in Hayat and from Haban's case. Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah. Oh, reserve my time.
Reserve time at 3 minutes, 10 seconds.
3 minutes, 10 seconds, reserve time for Delegate Wanika. We now move forward to Delegate Wilson Stewart. Delegate Stewart, the floor is yours.
Okay, Pro Tem Speaker, Ms. Crowdy, Chairman Crowdy, for this legislation, this legislation again for allocating funds. Amendment at the no time frame at the quila. Hit the no coco agi says case or that's o kodagi that's o here halit out so case or the kodogi amendment again for 1,500 to 600 agi it's not going to get very far. So 1,500 landa se glio benasa de liano out of a kianagi nana shana kodo chairman nedia hadzegi the funds to use again AR down again how does it nilo best on the daily halico kodogi the projects that we already have motioned and already have in our target dates to proceed with the it won't affect those or the other funds that are not designated to write those amendments again. Legislation should be the legislation it has just it still goes through DOJ for approval. Anything that we're going to do with it. This amendment it still has to go through that process. The amendment what if we table this as a recommendation, table this at either the end of this session, or the table that they leave so that our staff and DOJ can do what they need to do with it to see if it's feasible. The next session go. But as we stated, it's an emergency. The end of the session go that because we're just tossing it back and forth. By amendment for 1,500, and then with acting controller's assistants and the staff from that have the knowledge and the know-how to give us those figures, and then we can move forward with that in that way. And so in this case, again, these are just recommendations. Pro Tem Speaker, I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time, 2 minutes, 14 seconds.
Two minutes and 14 seconds reserve time for Delegate Wilson Stewart. I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over now to the sponsored Delegate Crotty. And colleagues, I want to remind you that if you would like to be added to the queue, you can text the request to speak, or you can text any of the staff to let them know that you would like to be added to the queue. So with that, Delegate Crotty, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to you and your agent.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Madam Pro Tem, the questions that are being posed are not in terms of what the legislation looks like right now, but the questions were regarding the amendment or the process to the amendment. Madam Chair, I can't answer theoretical or hypothetical questions. I'm not the sponsor of the amendment, although I wish I could be. So I think at this time I'll respectfully ask my colleagues questions to the amendments will be directed to the amendment sponsor and how we move forward. But what I would just like to say as a sponsor of this legislation is if collectively we can come together to make this happen. I'm already sensing some political delays, and so I would just ask colleagues to be open to listen to the amendment, and when we're on the amendment, then to ask those questions. And there's always an opportunity to ask for modification and to vote. So I'm just being open to listening to all of my colleagues and hearing their concerns and providing the recommendation that I see here, and then reviewing the expenditure plan and understanding the amount of work that it'll take for the amendment. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. So colleagues, just as a reminder, we are debating this current legislation, and there has been talks about an amendment to increase the hardship amount. As was stated by Ms. Bobroff and also Acting Controller Begay, there are still documents that have to be submitted. And at this time, I do not believe that that no delegate has provided those documents that are needed for Ms. Bobroff to write the amendment language. Ms. Bobroff, is that correct? Have you received the documents for the amendment language to be included in this legislation?
No, ma'am, I have not received an expenditure plan. And once I receive the expenditure plan, I still will probably need an hour and a half to go back through CJY 4121, BFS 3121, figure out what needs to be waived and write that up. So that's where we're at, Madam Pro Tem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. So with that, colleagues, as was stated by the sponsor, she cannot answer questions because right now nothing has been proposed. And I think a lot of the questions are pertaining to the actual amendment language. So at this time, colleagues, unless you have the expenditure plan ready to go, then you can submit that to Ms. Bobroff and she can start working on the language for the amendment. Otherwise, we are still on the legislation that's currently at $600 for payout to our Navajo people. With that in mind, colleagues, I'd like to ask, are there any other questions or comments at this time? If not, I will go back to reserve time.
Question of privilege.
Not hearing any. Yes, question of privilege, Delegate Daniels.
Thank you so much for that. Question, so we don't have a motion for an amendment. I thought Delegate Yellowhair made a motion named Sunday. That's the question I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. Yes, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair did make a motion to increase the funding. However, Ms. Bobroff stated that per the law, it is an expenditure plan is still required. And what we did was we called Controller Begay and we asked Controller Begay if she can develop the expenditure plan. And she said, yes, she can, but she needs to know how much money, how much we're going to change the amount for the requested, the requested amount for the FRS. And right now, that information has not been shared, so we don't have an exact amount at this time. And so once information has been provided, Controller Begay can work up the expenditure plan and then submit that to Ms. Bobroff. and Ms. Bobroff can develop the language, but it still has to go through DOJ approval or DOJ review. So there's still steps that need to be taken per the law that was passed by council. And in order to bypass those laws, we have to waive the language, which is going to still require Ms. Bobroff to write the legislation to waive specific parts of CJY-41-21 and then BFF-31-21. And so that's where we're at. So right now, again, the talk has been about amending, but the documents are not in place at this time. And I believe that was why Chair Henyo, please mute your phone, everyone. And that was why Chair Henyo raised a point of privilege and requested that if there's an amendment made, that all the documents be put in place and that we don't depend on the staff to run around for us to get these documents in place. Delegate Daniels, so pertaining to your point of privilege, that is my understanding with this legislation. Again, colleagues, we can amend the legislation to give our people more. However, we need the documents in place in order to do this. And right now, the documents are not ready. So Delegate Wilson Stewart did make the suggestion that maybe we should table. If we want to amend it right now, we can table it and then come back to it at a later time. And the other option is to move forward with the legislation as is in 0263-21. So I hope that I'm being clear in the way that the way that this discussion is panning out. So, Delegate Daniels, does that do you understand? I guess does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you, Shema. Thank you for the clarification. Thank you very much.
So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? If not, we're going to go ahead and go back to
point of privilege.
Reserved time. Yes, point of privilege, Vice Chair Otto-So.
Thank you. What I would like to say is my point of privilege. Is you're saying that no delegate has requests for a fund management or expenditure plan to be put together, correct?
Vice Chair Otto-So, no, the request for an expenditure plan has been submitted, but the expenditure plan hasn't been written up.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, committee members, I'm going to go ahead and go back to reserve time. We have reserve time. Chair Henyo, I believe he is at 2 minutes and 49 seconds. I'm looking back at my notes. Yes, so Chair Henyo, you have the floor at 2 minutes and 49 seconds.
Speaker Pro Tem, 24th Navajo Council. We talked about this and I've listened to the conversation. There's really no opposition on the way 263-21 is configured right now. And we talked about earlier, we talked about moving this money out as quickly as we can. And this is within the law right now, as it stated, within CJY 41-21. 10% at $207 million, and so it seems like this is the clearest way to get the money out right away. Instead of we start doing amendments, and it's going to take time and time and time again. And again, it's stated that there might be subject to a veto if something should have to go down the road. So with that, since there is no opposition to the Speaker Pro Tem, I'd like to make a motion to cease debate and reserve my time.
Second, Wanika.
Reserve time at 1 minute, 56 seconds.
Reserve time, 1 minute and 56 seconds. In terms of seizing debate, per the council rules of order, the motion to seize debate is not debatable. However, I do have to make sure that there's a balance between those who are for and those who are against. At this time, I have not heard anybody who is against 0263-21. We have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 delegates who have spoken to 0263-21. However, we also have delegates who have reserved time. Delegate Elmer Begay, I don't have you down for any reserved time. I believe that you used up your reserved time. Is that correct, Mr. Rico? Delegate Elmer Begay?
That is correct. He has no remaining time.
Thank you. We also have Vice Chair Raymond Smith. I believe he's at 2 minutes and 12 seconds. Delegate Eugene So, 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Delegate Herman Daniels, 20 seconds. 20 seconds. Vice Chair Otto So, 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Delegate Paul Begay, 1 minute and 42 seconds. Delegate Edmund Yazzie, 2 minutes and 4 seconds. We also have Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, 4 minutes and 3 seconds. Chair Naz, 3 minutes and 37 seconds. Delegate Edison Wanika, 3 minutes and 10 seconds. And I did not hear reserved time for Delegate Wilson Stewart. Mr. Rico, is that correct? Oh, I'm sorry, no, he had 2 minutes and 14 seconds, I believe. Is that correct, Mr. Rico?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, that is correct.
So with that, committee members, there is a motion made by Chair Henyo to seize debate, second by Delegate Edison Wanika. I'm going to go ahead and recognize that seize debate at this time. So with that, Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with a roll call vote? Hello, staff, can somebody assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay did not vote. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
I vote green. This is Delegate Begay, Elmer Begay.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Kenneth-Carty.
Shema, Delegate Amber Kenneth-Carty, and I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Kenneth-Carty votes red. Honorable Speaker Dame is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Okay, vote green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate Chair votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
Red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr.
Ms. Uvella, this is Speaker Pro Tem Delegate Kealan Begay is excused.
Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes red.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
Thomas Walker votes green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 8 in favor.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Delegate Brown. Let me change my vote to red. I was mistaken. Thank you.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Pernell Halona.
This is Delegate Daniel So. I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote with that. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 7 in favor, 12 opposed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you for that, Ms. With 3 delegates, the motion to stay the debate failed. So we'll go ahead to Carolina. Delegate Elmer Begay, you have more time. Delegate Jamie Henyo, just as a reminder, you now have 1 minute and 56 seconds. Vice Chair Raymond Smith, you are next in the line. You have 2 minutes and 12 seconds. The floor is yours, Vice Chair.
Well, thank you, Pro Temp Speaker and Navajo Nation Council. I was hoping that the cease debate would go through. We'd vote on this. Apparently, we don't have any amendments ready, and we're just going to be talking about this. I thought this was an emergency, and I think we should move this as an emergency with the $207 million. mind you, these projects are still pending, and we can also reallocate funding towards the end of the allocation that's still available. That's how CARES money was. We had over $700 million that we allocated for the help of hardship. Within that hardship, that's where the funding was up to $1,500 for 18 and older, and $500 for down 18 and less. So Shananda, let's just pass this as it is. We don't have any time for amendments, and we can always bring another legislation in to entertain another hardship. But kadeya, huh? Obey the teacher. Shananda, so I reserve my time.
Reserve time at 50 seconds.
Vice Chair, reserve time at 50 seconds. That we are going to go ahead and move down to the next person in the queue. And we have Delegate Eugene So at 3 minutes and 19 seconds. Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Question. It's ani hote koni ben jana ho sit over it to banati ka. Ila ha yulet onsen. It never change the house. It's kind of don't say no. Very satana no ta. That's all ila is so. Anana ta alba nane tindo. Kare ta ta an shipe pe penti che pe la committee as enti che. I don't ship enti che. What ego do that ni did out straight up ni the president's office. And that's another so on the shit about Kinani Creek. Hatila, you, and ship it other on shit or what not in the house. I gave Chico skated, never in that TV, but I'm going to shout out that's clear. But I know I just nonsense to say when we're opposing this and that. But you got legislation, the amendment, you need to buy an on it, so not all kids. Not a president who was assigned or reasons and that. But this kid with the other legislation because it's seemingly impossible because now you can have the other legislation. So we need that working in 24/7 from now to the 31st. That's how I would see it, and that's what they're paid for. The card is at least every year, never card is all every year that is so even now, because all these children, but now see how some of even yet over nothing. Shared all this. Thank you. Where my time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Eugene. So he has waived his time. So with that, we'll move down to yes, Delegate Crotty.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem. My point of privilege. Can you please help me? I am trying to determine if there was a delegate who identified they're working on an amendment and the amount. I know that if Legislative Council can give us that update, and I am able to assist in because we understand how to develop these amendments. So I'm willing to help. I just need to know where we're at when it comes to the amendment. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you for that point of privilege. For all of my colleagues, I have been working on the expenditure plan with Controller Begay. However, I didn't know it was going to be coming up for an amendment today, as I was told that it needed to be a separate legislation that had to be dropped. But I think since it has been determined that an amendment can be made today, Ms. Bobroff, which delegate or Ms. Controller Begay, which delegate are you working with right now on the expenditure plan for the amendment for this legislation?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, this is Elizabeth. I'm not working with any delegate except you for that proposal to fund $2,000 per adult that's 18 years and over. And we estimated 250,000 adults that will qualify, and that will translate to 500 million. So if we entertain the proposal from, I believe, Delegate Yellowhair to add $600 each for minors, that's less than 18 years old, we calculated there will be 95,000 minors. So for 600, that will be equivalent to 57 million. So if that amendment is being proposed, that will require an FRF proposal amount of 557 million. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I believe you're on mute.
Can you hear me now, Mr. Rico?
We can hear you.
Okay. So with that, Delegate Crotty, does that answer the question that you raised with the point of privilege?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I would like to get clarification from Legislative Council. Just where in the rules does it state the sponsor cannot provide an amendment? I think we're just going to have to work on this. I understand it wasn't, but I just need to know where I'm prohibited. Thank you.
Mrs. Bob Ross, I believe that question
Yes.
was posed. I'd like to recognize you at this time.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I'm trying to draft this amendment, so give me just a second. And while I'm looking it up, the one thing that I don't think is being clear is I actually need an expenditure plan. Having the dollar amounts is fabulous, but I actually need it put into an expenditure plan. So something that states that each adult's getting $2,000, each child is getting, I don't know, what was it, $600, something that sets out the parameters. So that I have not received. And I have to apologize to Delegate Crotty. I just read Rule 14 again, and it does state any delegate except parties to the main motion of the council shall be permitted to propose an amendment to main motion by so moving. So technically, the sponsor can do an amendment. Unless Mr. Rico has identified something else in the rules. Thank you, Madam Chair. My apologies to the council.
Thank you for that, Ms. Bob Ross. Mr. Rico?
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and Ms. Barbara is correct. That's the only one I see is Rule 14, and I believe it might have been done before. The question that came into that was brought up was just if the sponsor of the amendment, I believe, has if they would have if they're allowed only 5 minutes or something like that. That might have been a different one, but that was a discussion before. Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. So with that, Delegate Crotty, it sounds like you have permission to make the amendment at this time.
Thank you, Pro Tem. I'm on a point of privilege, and so if you could add me to the queue, thank you.
I will add you to the queue. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go down one more delegate, and I'm going to turn it back over to the sponsor. So with that, we just now had Delegate Eugene So that spoke. So we'll go ahead and go to Herman Daniels, 20 seconds. Delegate Daniels, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. I'd like to make a motion to table this later on today, while the staff is working on the amendment language with the waiver language, expenditure plan. So that by motion this please. Okay. Speaker, thank you.
So we have a motion that has been put on the floor, a motion to table the legislation.
I second the motion. Point of order. Delegate Yellowhair.
Point of order, Delegate Yellowhair.
Okay. My point of order is, Madam Chair, Shannon, Ani, Arashanat, R24 Councilman. So it's not engaged in that. Any earlier, I made a request for amendment to increase 600 to 2,000 for those people that are eligible for $2,000 for each over 18 years of age. Now, 18 years.
Point of order. Point of order.
$600 mainly. Okay.
Point of order. So right now we have a point of order that has been called by Delegate Yellowhair, and there's a point of order called on his point of order by Chair Nez. So Chair Nez, the floor is yours.
The point of order is to a procedure or remark appears to be in violation of the established rules of council. So as soon as you raise a point of order, immediately you identify what the error is. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Nez. So with that, Rule 25 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order does state that a point of order can be called by any council delegate. There's a violation of the established rules of council. So Delegate Yellowhair, what violation of the rules of council would you like to point out?
This is Delegate Yellowhair again. My son, thank you, Madam Chair. Should amendment was not recognized. So I'm thinking that I was in proper order that we could vote on it now for to change $600 to $2,000 over 18 years of age, and then 18 and under say $600. This can be made when he holy councilman on in the area and he got it and we all know there's a procedure. This procedure will go to DOJ and the President Naz will veto or he will approve it. The next we need to put more money in for the people that later on it's going to be a really hardship because of we don't want to get into a permanent firm. Okay, yes.
Delegate Yellowhair, again, the point of order is to establish that or to state that there was a violation of the rules of council. So are you stating that the violation is that you made a motion already?
I don't think I make violation, but I thought I was in proper order, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Vice Vice Chair Yellow Hair. So, as I stated earlier, and as Ms. Bobroff has said again, we need an expenditure plan. And at this point, no delegate has been working on the expenditure plan for this amendment. At the same time, I want to make it clear that I have been working with Controller Begay on an expenditure plan to give people more money, but that one is not ready. So right now, the expenditure plan has to be prepared for the amendment. So my question to you, Delegate Yellow Hair. Point of order, Chair Henyo.
I heard a motion to table and heard a second. Why are we still debating? We should go straight to the vote to see if we can table this legislation or not. That's my point of order.
Thank you for that point of order. There was when the motion was made, Delegate Yellow Hair made a point of order, and then a point of order was called again by Chair Nez on Delegate Yellow Hair. And so I'm just trying to clarify to Delegate Yellow Hair on his point of order what had happened and what's happening. So I believe a point of order supersedes a tabling motion. If I'm not correct, Mr. Rico, can you tell me if a point of order supersedes a tabling motion?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, that is correct. You will have to clarify or address the point of orders before you can go to the tabling. Madam.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. So with that, as a point of clarification to Delegate Yellow Hair who raised the point of order, the reason why the motion wasn't acted on, Delegate Yellow Hair, is because the expenditure plan hasn't been submitted to Ms. Bobroff. So that's what happened with your motion. Delegate Yellow Hair. So with that, we are now at a motion, tabling motion, and that's on Rule 19 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. We do have a motion for tabling that was made. Sorry, all this point of order got me a little bit confused. Mr. Rico, who made the motion and the second for the tabling motion?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, the motion was by Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. and second by Honorable Eugene So, and it was a tabling motion to the end of the session so that the amendments could be developed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico, and I do apologize. But with that motion to table has been made by Honorable Herman Daniels, second by Honorable Eugene So. So with that, the sponsor does have an option. They're given 3 minutes to express his or her reasons not to table the motion, and that there will be no further debate.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. So and I appreciate Delegate Daniels in terms of your motion to table, in feeling that there would be an additional time needed for this amendment. But at this point, Judge, I think in hearing from Acting Controller Begay, she does have the expenditure plan ready to move on the amendment. I think if Delegate Yellow Hair is prepared to make that motion and has the time that we can move forward and not delay the process. And I also think in terms of till the end of the session, just looking at the two additional legislations, it's always unknown how long it'll take to debate on different legislations and what is being asked. And I think in terms of if we can focus our energy and our time on this emergency legislation, this may be a time just to provide a recess and then come back and be able to move forward with not only this amendment and getting it over to be processed from our legislative branch and over to executive, and then we could move forward with the other two legislations that are on our agenda. And so at this time, if we could just continue to have dialogue on the amendment to make clear how we're moving forward, to make sure we have all of the information that legislative council needs, and that would be helpful. And I believe tabling just doesn't give us the certainty that we have right now in terms of quorum, the momentum, the discussion to get this out to the people. So thank you very much. I appreciate it.
With that, committee members, per Rule 19, no other further debate shall be allowed for the tabling motion. So we'll go ahead and go forward. Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with the roll call vote? And this is a motion to table. The tabling is till the end. So we're moving this legislation to the end of the agenda, where we will have to proceed forward to bring it back onto the agenda to take it off the table. So with that, Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with the roll call vote on the tabling motion? And again,
Honorable Elmer Gay.
I'm sorry, Ms. Uvella, hold on. Did somebody call a point of privilege?
This is Daniel.
Delegate Daniels, did you call a point of privilege?
No. But per Delegate Crowdy's comment, I'd like to respectfully request to withdraw my motion. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Rico and Ms. Bobroff, I will need some assistance on this. So there was a motion to table that was made by Delegate Herman Daniels. I did call for the vote. Ms. Uvella did call upon the first delegate at the same time that Delegate Daniels wished to speak, and now he wants to withdraw his motion to table. Can I get some assistance on how to properly handle this? Mr. Rico and Ms. Bobroff.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, as the chair of the council, you can recognize his withdrawal, or we can continue with the vote. But if we recognize Ms. Honorable Daniels' withdrawal of the motion, you would need to see if we can get another motion to continue to hold the tabling motion. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. Ms. Bobroff, do you concur with that?
Yes, Madam Pro Tem, I do, and I actually believe I heard Delegate Daniels before the vote started. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you for that clarification. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Delegate Daniels' request to withdraw his motion to table. It was seconded by Delegate Eugene So. Delegate Eugene So, do you agree to withdraw your second?
Madam Chair, I would like to suspend the floor rule. Can you hear me, Madam Chair?
Yes, I can hear you.
If he's going to withdraw it, my second. Wait. My phone keeps falling off. If he withdraws his tabling motion, I would like to suspend the floor rules and defer this legislation to the end of the agenda. A motion.
Delegate Eugene, so first let's address the second that you have on the motion to table the legislation. Do you concur in removing your second for tabling the motion?
Oh, like I was saying, if it's going to be withdrawn, a table motion, I like a motion to defer, suspend the floor rules and defer this legislation to the end of the agenda. If that is in order, Dana. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Eugene. So right now, the motion to table the legislation that was made by Herman Eugene, so drawn. So right now, the request is to, there's a motion to suspend the floor rules to move this item to the back of the agenda. Ms. Bobroff, in this case, is that something that Delegate Eugene So can do? I will state, Delegate Eugene So, that normally you're called upon to make a motion, and Delegate Herman Daniels had the floor with his 20 seconds. You actually got to speak before Delegate Herman Daniels, and so technically the next person in line would have been Delegate Otto So. So in that respect, I would say that that you were not recognized to speak, so you weren't recognized to do a motion, but I could be wrong on that. Ms. Bobroff, can you provide us some guidance on that? Mr. Yo.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was muted.
Go ahead, Dana.
This is Dana. So the way I'm understanding things is Delegate Daniels had the first, and Eugene So had the second. Delegate Daniels withdrew the first, and so Delegate So could either withdraw, can withdraw a second, or he can motion to become the first. As far as suspending the floor rules, to defer this, that is not, deferring is not done once you've started to debate. The option there is then tabling it, and Delegate So could do a motion to table it to the end of the session. And now I defer to Mr. Rico with anything he'd like to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Dana. And Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I concur with Dana. Honorable Eugene So would have to make that motion on his time. We are actually on Honorable Herman Daniels' time, and you do have your lineup, Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that. So with that, Delegate Eugene So, I'm not going to recognize your motion at this time since we were on Delegate Herman Daniels' time. As Dana stated, you can take up the motion to table, but it would still need a second. Delegate Eugene So?
Of course, I only answered that because you asked me a question if I withdrew my second. Thank you.
Thank you for that. So with that, we're going to go ahead and continue debating. We still have delegates who have remaining time. We have Delegate Otto So with 3 minutes and 4 seconds. Delegate Otto So, the floor is yours.
Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you very much. With that, I would like to request to make an amendment to waive the Budget and Finance Committee resolution and the resolution relating to the CARES Act so that we can go ahead and start the amendments for increasing the amount of the CARE Act funding. That's going to be my motion. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 2 minutes, 37 seconds.
Delegate Otto, so you have 2 minutes and 37 seconds for reserve time. Ms. Bob Ross, there has been a request by Delegate Otto So. He wants to amend the legislation to waive the language in budget and finance. I believe it's 31-21 and then CJY-41-21. Has that, have you started working on that amendment language, Bob Ross?
Madam Pro Tem, this is Ms. Bob Ross. What Delegate Otto So is requesting, that has to be part of the amendment to increase the dollar amount. So that is part of the working on. I still not received plan. That is the one missing key. If I can get the expenditure plan, I believe that the amendment is very close to being ready. It does waive the applicable provisions in BFS 3121 and in CJY 4121. So once I get that expenditure plan, have a little bit of time to look it over, then the amendment should be ready. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Dana. So colleagues, again, if we're going to propose an amendment, the documents have to be ready and they have to be submitted to the Office of Legislative Counsel, where Dana can start working on that language. Right now, with the expenditure plan, it has not been submitted, so she cannot prepare the language. And without the language, there's nothing for council to debate or there's nothing for council to vote on. So at this time, what we have in front of us is the current legislation. That's what is currently in front of us. If you want to make an amendment, you need to submit the documents to Ms. Bob Ross so that she can start working on the amendment language. So with that, Delegate Otto So, if you can send your document to Ms. Bob Ross so that she can start working on the amendment language.
Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Otto So.
I want to clarify that I'm not submitting a fund management plan. I'm just requesting in the separate amendment to waive the two Budget Finance Committee Resolution BFS-31-21 and then CJY-41-21. Then I know that Dana is working on the expenditure plan with one of the other delegates, so the delegate can pursue for bringing that expenditure plan. So I'm just trying to piece it out. Thank you. Reserve my time.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair, for clarifying that. I'm not going to take time away. I'm not sure if I'm clarifying correctly to you. You want to waive the two legislations. Are you going to waive the entire legislation, or are you going to waive certain portions of the legislation? If it's certain portions, if it's going to be certain parts of the legislation, CJY-41-21, and the budget and finance legislation, you need to let Dana know which language you want waived. Otherwise, it sounds like you want the entire legislation, both legislations waived. And so that's what I'm trying to say is you have to submit those documents to Dana to let her know which portions or which part, or is it the entire legislation that you want waived?
Madam Chair, I wanted the entire legislation to be waived. That's the reason why I just referenced the legislation number or the resolution number. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Bobroff?
If you waive the totality of CJY 4121, then you have not accepted the ARPA funds. You have not established the FRF, the Navajo Nation FRF the Navajo Nation FRF fund. So I would like, so if you do that, then this legislation will be out of order because there's no fund for it to come out of. I think that the better part, which I'm working on, have the language, is just to waive certain provisions of those legislations. I have that ready. I can send that out if that's what Delegate So wants to do, send out those provisions. But sending out those provisions is not going to remove the need for an expenditure plan. We're dealing with federal funds. We need appropriate information in there. We need an expenditure plan just like we do in all of our big expenditures with CSN, with CARES, with PTS. I think everything would be solved if I could just get the expenditure plan. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bobroff, for that. So with that, committee members, Delegate Otto, so I hope that clarifies your request at this time.
Madam Chair? Madam Chair?
Vice Chair, yes, Vice Chair Otto.
I'm gonna withdraw my motion. I don't even know why we have these people working for us. They're supposed to be there to have the technical assistance for the delegates. We know that we don't have computers or printers at home so we could get to this, develop an expenditure plan. So that's just my thought. I'm going to withdraw my motion. It pisses me off, and I am not good with it. Thank you very much.
Can we please, colleagues, keep the decorum at this time? I believe that Chair Henyo stated at the very beginning that when we, and we know this rule as colleagues, when we make an amendment, we need to be prepared with the documents that are requested of us. And just to be fair, Ms. Bobroff did send us an email weeks back, and she laid out step by step the documents that need to be submitted with this FRF plan. So I'm going to ask my colleagues to please keep the decorum at this time. I know that there's frustration, but please let's not put all the blame on our staff. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go back to the sponsor because we did have Delegate Daniels. We also had Delegate Hanyo, and we had Delegate Elmer Begay, Delegate Smith. There were a few delegates that did pose some questions. So I'm going to turn it back to the sponsor at this time, and then we'll go ahead and we'll proceed forward with more questions. So with that, Delegate Crotty, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Actually, on my notes, I don't have the delegates that you listed asking questions. The last action I have is Delegate Daniels requesting the table, and then Delegate Otto So withdrawing his motion. But I would like to take this opportunity and understanding the frustration from the delegates is to ask Madam Controller if she has the expenditure plan and if she could submit that to the delegates so we could move forward with the possible amendment.
Madam Controller Begay, do you have the expenditure plan ready? Madam Controller Begay, do you have the expenditure plan ready? Third call, Madam Controller Begay, do you have the expenditure plan ready?
Yes, is Madam Speaker, I was in another office. You're asking about the expenditure plan?
Yes, do you have the expenditure plan ready?
Yeah, do we have the amount? I can just input the amount that you would like to request, the FRF requested amount. Is there the one that I was writing on earlier was 2,000 per adult, and that's 250,000 adults for 500 million, and 600 minor, and that's 95,000 minors for 57 million. That total to 557 million. I also received another request by email, and that is 1,200 per adult, and that will be equivalent to 300 million. So which one do you want me to input?
Controller Begay, when you were providing the second amount, there was a sound that went through. I'm not sure if my colleagues were able to hear that amount. Can you give us the second amount? You said that you got another email.
Right, it's 1,200 per adult only, and that's translate to 300 million.
I guess at this point, colleagues, we have established that an amendment can be made by the sponsor. The sponsor has requested to be added to the queue. We were going through the lineup with remaining time left. So at this time, there has been no delegate who has provided the controller the amount and the motion for the, I guess, the change in the expenditure plan. The controller is ready, and she has provided the two the two requests that have come through. Delegate colleagues, that's 2,000 per adult, $600 per minor, with a total of 557 million. Or 1,200 for adults. There's no mention of any minors, and that would be at 300 million. So in terms of Delegate Crotty's question of whether the expenditure plan is ready, I believe that Controller Begay is waiting for a delegate to provide them to provide her the amount so that she can change that information and get it submitted. So with that, we're going to go ahead and go back to, do we have any new delegates who wish to be added to the lineup? I know we have Delegate Crotty, who has requested to be added to the queue, but we also are on remaining time We still have Delegate Paul Begay at 1 minute and 42 seconds, Delegate Edmund Yazzie at 2 minutes and 4 seconds, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair at 4 minutes and 3 seconds, Chair Naz at 3 minutes and 37 seconds, Delegate Wanika at 3 minutes and 10 seconds, and Delegate Stewart at 2 minutes and 14 seconds. So I'd like to ask at this time, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Delegate Crotty, who has texted me and asked to be added to the queue. She is a new delegate who is going to be added to the queue, so I'm going to recognize Delegate Crotty at this time before I go back to remaining time. Delegate Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Thank you, colleagues, for the discussion and conversation. Seeing that Madam Acting Controller has an expenditure plan for the $2,000 per adult and $600 per children, I would ask if we could make a motion and if our Legislative Council can create the amendment that would amend the amount to reflect the new expenditure plan. And I'll reserve my time. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Reserve time, 4 minutes and 30 seconds.
So with that, we do have a reserved time of 4 minutes and 30 seconds to Delegate Crotty. The amount has been selected for the expenditure plan, Controller Begay, at $2,000 per adult, $600 per children, with a total amount of $557 million based on the information that you have provided. If you could change that and get that expenditure plan sent to Ms. Bobroff, the amendment language can be developed. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and go back to, are there any other new delegates who wish to speak to this amendment before I go back to reserve time? Not hearing anything, I'm going to go ahead and proceed forward with reserve time. We are at Delegate Paul Begay at 1 minute and 42 seconds. Delegate Begay, the floor is yours.
Question of privilege. Delegate Nez.
I'm sorry, I heard question of privilege by Vice Chair Raymond Smith. Just to be clear, Vice Chair Raymond Smith, there's not a question of privilege, there is a point of privilege. Are you speaking to the point of privilege?
Yes, I am. Point of privilege, please.
Here, are you calling a point of privilege or are you calling a point of order?
Point of privilege, Pro Temp Speaker.
Yes, Vice Chair, I heard the point of privilege for you, Vice Chair Smith, but I believe I heard Chair Nez as well.
Vice Chair can go first.
I'm sorry, just for clarification, Chair Nez, did you call a point of privilege or did you call a point of order?
Point of privilege.
Okay,
This is
so we'll go ahead and go.
Apologize.
Yes, we'll go first with Vice Chair Raymond Smith on the point of privilege. Vice Chair Smith, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker, and those that are listening this afternoon on the Navajo Nation Council. My point of privilege is, was there a motion on this in a second? We're still on the main motion. We haven't switched gears here, which would give us 5 minutes to speak. And that's why I called out for the point of privilege on that. Thank you.
Vice Chair, we are still on the main motion. The amendment language is not complete. The question was whether the expenditure plan was completed. As Ms. Bobroff stated, she needs the expenditure plan to write the amendment language. So at this time, there is not an amendment. We are still on the main motion. Otherwise, the amendment language would be sent to all of the delegates, and we have not received that. Does that answer your question, Vice Chair Smith?
Thank you, Pro Temp Speaker. The reason why I asked is because you asked if there was any questions on the proposed amount that was presented by the acting OOC. That's why I questioned that. Thank you.
No, I apologize, Vice Chair. What I was stating was that Controller Begay provided two amounts that have been submitted to her, and she just needed somebody to clarify which amount to put in the expenditure plan. And Delegate Crotty clarified the amount. And so we went back to the main motion because now Ms. Bobroff has to write the amendment. So there's no amendment language to debate. There's no amendment that has been proposed. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Chair Nance for the point of privilege. Chair Nance.
Thank you very much, Pro Tem Speaker Charles Newton. That was exactly one of my questions. We needed clarification on whether, when Honorable Crotty stated she would like to motion, I didn't hear no second, but thanks for the clarification. And did you recognize her motion or not? Just my question, that's all. Thank you.
No, I did not recognize her motion. It was my understanding was that the expenditure plan first has to be created before the amendment language can be created. Controller Begay did state that there were two delegates who submitted requests for two different amounts, and she needed to know which amount to proceed forward with. That way she can insert that amount in the expenditure plan, and then it's going to be sent to Ms. Bobroff for her to write the amendment. So with that, I hope that I'm sorry. I know there's a lot of confusion, but the way that I understand the process and the way that that Speaker Damon usually proceeds with these amendments is when an amendment is recognized, the language is ready to go. And it's usually sent out by Mr. Rico, and it's sent from Office of Legislative Counsel. And Dana Bobroff did state on the record that she's waiting for the expenditure plan to write the amendment language. So at this point, we have been discussing the amendment, but we need the expenditure plan first before the amendment language can be written. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and I did state I was going to go back to reserve time since I did call. I guess Vice Chair Smith and Chair Naz, you both had similar questions. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you both for asking that question and for asking me to clarify. So with that, we do have Delegate Paul Begay at 1 minute and 42 seconds. Delegate Begay. Second call for Delegate Paul Begay. Last and final call. Delegate Paul Begay, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker, colleagues. I believe that there was a consensus in the meantime, people need help. As I mentioned, the help needed is immediate. I did mention that I agree with raising the amount, but right now I think that 600 per person is a good start, and that's a good start just to help our people take care of what they need. My hope is that we just vote on this. أنها نادت هنا so now I think idea about this I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate. I'm sorry, Delegate Paul Begay, did you say that you waived the rest of time?
Yes, I'll waive the rest of my time. Thank you.
So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the reserved time. We have Delegate Edmund Yazzie with 2 minutes and 4 seconds. Delegate Yazzie, you have the floor.
Madam Pro Tem, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Members of the council, everyone that's listening, on the main motion on the legislation, I would like to go ahead and make a motion to cease debate and vote on the main legislation. That would be my motion, Madam Chair.
Second that motion, Halona.
With that, we have Delegate Edmund Yazzie, who has motioned to cease debate. And that is being seconded by Delegate Pernell Halona. The to cease debate per the council is but we do before is termination as Speaker Pro Tem to decide whether at this time. I will state that we have had 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13 delegates who have spoken to the issue. I have not heard one delegate who is not in favor of this legislation. I believe that a healthy debate has taken place for this legislation 0263-21. With that, we do allow some time to motion to cease debate is not debatable. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward. We do need a 2/3 vote by the delegates. Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty, point of privilege.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem. Can you point to the rule that you're reading regarding cease debate? In the rule, it states there has to be a balance. So if there's overwhelming support for the legislation, how is that a balanced approach? There hasn't been time if anyone would disagree with the main motion as is, since there's an amendment being proposed. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. So I made that determination based on the number of delegates who wish to speak. We do have some delegates that have not asked to speak. All of the delegates who have spoken are in favor of the debate. I think that if somebody was not in favor, they would be speaking up at this time. And this is, I believe, the second motion to cease debate that has been raised. Again, based on the delegates who wish to speak on this legislation, we have had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 delegates who have spoken on this legislation. So based on that information and the fact that I have opened up the floor to anybody who wishes to speak, and I've gone back to reserve time, that's what I based my my ruling on in this case, is that there has been a healthy debate that has taken place.
Point of privilege.
Point of privilege raised by Delegate Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem. So in terms of the balance, how many delegates have spoken in favor of amendment or increasing the legislation. Thank you.
I believe, Delegate Crotty, that we have had 1, 2, 3, 4 delegates who have spoken about increasing the amount. However, the amendment language is not prepared, and that is not a debate that we have talked about. So the 4 delegates who have spoken to raising the amount, there was one delegate who did state that they do want to raise the amount. However, it is an emergency legislation and they want to get this funding out to the people right away. And I did count that delegate in the 4. So at this time, we don't have an amendment to debate, and we don't know at this point what the amendment language is going to state. So asking to take that, I guess, in terms of delegates who want that amendment language, it's difficult to say right now that, that delegates are waiting for the amendment. It would be the vote that would determine the vote to cease debate. If delegates want to wait for the amendment and continue debating the legislation, then they'll vote against ceasing debate, is my understanding, but it would be the vote that would matter and would tell us if the delegates are ready to proceed forward with voting on the legislation.
Thank you.
Point of privilege, this is Delegate Henio.
Point of privilege, Chair Henio.
Yes, I'm actually Speaker Pro Tem. As far as 2/3, maybe we could get confirmation from Mr. Rico as far as what the 2/3 vote would be, because not all 24 delegates are online right now, and we've been voting, I think, in the 20s, 21 delegates have been voting. So what would be 2/3? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Mr. Rico, based on the number of delegates who have been voting today, what is the number for the 2/3 vote?
712.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. The last vote, there was 19 votes casted, so if we have 19, it would be 2/3 of 19, which would be 13. You would need 13 to pass the cease debate. Also going back to the cease debate rule, Rule E, the speaker at his or her discretion may terminate debate on the immediately pending issue before the council, provided that the debate is significantly in favor or against the issue and no delegate requests to speak who indicates to debate contrary to the trend of the debate. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. So with that, Delegate Henio, we would need 13 votes based on the last 19 votes that have been casted with the last vote. And that would make 2/3 vote that would be required to cease debate. Does that answer your question, Chair Henio? Chair Henio, we would need 13 votes.
It does, yeah, that.
Thank you. So with that, there is no debate on cease debate. So with that, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward. Ms. Uvella, can you go ahead and do a roll call vote at this time?
Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay. Honorable Almer Begay did not vote. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
I will agree with Delegate Begay. Elmer.
Question of privilege, Chair, Pro Temp Chair. This is Delegate Yell here.
Position of privilege while we're voting. Delegate Yellow Hair.
What was the outcome that we're voting on right now? Because earlier we're talking about an increase. And can you clarify so we can understand, for me, that I need to understand what I'm voting for? That's my right. Because we're talking about increase from a 600 to 2,000 and under 18 for $600. Can you clarify that one? Shamasana Protect there, speaker here, even Adishkin.
Chair Yellow Hair, we are voting on ceasing debate right now. No amendment has been proposed. Dana is working on the amendment right now because the expenditure plan was just sent to her. But there was a motion made by your colleague, Delegate Edmund Yazzie, second by Delegate Pernell Holona, to cease debate. Does that clarify what's going on here, Delegate Yellow Hair?
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Sure.
Thank you for that, Ms.
Thank you.
Ms. Uvella, you want to go ahead and proceed forward with the roll call vote?
Hi, actually, point of privilege. This is Delegate Crotty.
Point of privilege, Delegate Crotty.
Yes, thank you, Madam Pro Tem. So in reading Rule 25D, I'm going to have to challenge your ruling on the cease debate. This has not been a balanced discussion, as we were in the midst of developing an amendment. And so I wanted to challenge that position and saying that there was not a balanced conversation or any type of consensus that we were ready to move forward on a vote. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. So as I stated earlier, the delegates who wish to speak ask to do so, and they are recognized to speak. At this time, we have had more than half of the delegates who have spoken. So right now we have 19 delegates who are currently participating in this debate. Of the 19, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 delegates who have spoken in favor. So if you're looking for a balanced debate of the 19, that would mean we would probably need 8 in favor, 8 opposed, which is not going to happen since 13 have spoken for the legislation. And so I cannot force your colleagues who have not spoken to speak up, and that's why I made the decision to recognize the cease debate. And as I stated, if your colleagues want to cease debate, they'll do so through vote. If they don't want to, which has happened already, they won't. They'll continue the debate. So in terms of your challenge under Rule 25.
On point of order, this is Delegate Henry.
Chair Henyo, point of order.
Yes, Speaker Pro Tem. We are right in the middle of voting, and we should continue voting. This challenge should have come earlier than instead of right in the middle of voting, and maybe you can get clarification from Legislative Council if this challenge is either right or is out of order, because we're right in the middle of voting. That's why.
Thank you, Chair. Advice on this, Chair Henyo. Ms. Bobroff, can you assist us with this point of order that was raised in the midst of the debate and the point of order is to challenge the decision to recognize deceased debate. Ms. Barbara?
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Rule 25A states that the point of order shall be raised immediately after the error is made. The council delegate raising the point of order may interrupt a speaker provided the council delegate concisely states the rule violated pursuant to the point of order raised, or when, and a vote in progress to raise the issue. That is an extremely poorly written sentence, but I do interpret it to mean that a point of order cannot interrupt a vote that is already in progress. Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Ms. Barbara. So just so I heard you correctly, a point of order cannot interrupt a vote that's already in progress?
Madam Chair, the challenge to a point of order cannot. So the way this works is you made a ruling, then the vote started based on that ruling. Delegate Crotty did not challenge until after the vote was started. So therefore, I think her challenge is untimely. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Ms. Barbara. So we're going to go ahead and continue with the vote at this time. Ms. Uvella?
Honorable Elmer Brigade votes green. Honorable Paul Brigade Jr.
Delegate Paul Brigade votes green.
Honorable Paul Brigade Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown did not vote. Honorable Amber Knudspot-Crotty.
Yati Shema, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knudspot-Crotty votes red. Honorable Cal Brigade Jr. is excused. Honorable Speaker Bainman's excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Martin Freeland is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Halona votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So does not vote.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote red.
So does not vote. Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So via text votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
All kids over there.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Winnica. Honorable Edison Winnica votes green. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. Going back up. Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes red.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair did not vote. That, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 13 in favor, 6 opposed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Yellowhair votes red.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes red. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 13 in favor and 7 opposed. Madam Pro Tem not voting.
We have 13
Madam
in
Chair,
favor.
this is Otto So. I want to take my vote to the room.
Honorable Otto So
Aye.
votes red. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 12 in favor and 8 opposed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
So with a vote of 12 in favor, 8 opposed, Rico, that is less than the 2/3 requirement, because I believe we were anticipating 19 votes, but I believe with 12 and 8, that would make 20. So my understanding of 2/3 vote is the motion to cease debate fails. Is that correct?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, that is correct. You have needed 14 in favor votes for a total of 20 voters.
So with that, the motion to cease debate fails. So we're going to go ahead and proceed forward with the debate. Before I go back to the for the delegates who have reserved time, are there any delegates, any new delegates who wish to speak?
Madam Chair.
Yes, who is that?
Thomas Walker.
Delegate Walker, is that you?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, Delegate Walker, I can hear you now. Do you wish to be recognized to speak?
Yes.
Delegate Walker, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, members of council, adon khanda nishigi gati ahida na sos na ke de nishigi so just wanted to comment. I do support this legislation as is 0263-21 as it is presented to council, as it was introduced, as is the original request from sponsor was asking for us to consider this and support this. So I do want to state my support. Although thereafter, when a couple hours later, we're trying to amend, we're trying to table, and then we're also trying to go to vote on it. So we're not quite sure on that. We're somewhat indecisive here and there. Nothing wrong with that, but that's a big part of decision making. I wanted to also note and say that what we're doing here with this particular legislation can still be accomplished within legislation 0257-21, which is still pending. It should go before Nabgiyati Committee and the full council at some point. There's an opportunity there. What we're doing here, what we're considering, this legislation allocating $207 million, it still can be accomplished over there with that particular legislation. I wanted to just make note of that. This is not the only opportunity. Work session daily. Although the other is the analysis on increasing the amount of the allocation proposed here, 207 million. To increase that amount, the analysis on that, even pre-analysis, I would like for us to consider that, requesting legislative council, requesting DOJ, requesting controller to give us thorough analysis on the impact our decision will have in increasing the proposed allocation here, 2007, and then 200 million plus to increase that amount, the impact it would have on 257 and then other unallocated amounts of ARPA funds. Impact, obviously we will have less to spend in these other areas. But what are we looking to take away from? It is going to take away from some areas about even though we're told it's unallocated money that's there that we're looking at, that we still have plans to take that money and apply it elsewhere, expend it on other projects, other needs. Because it's identified as unallocated funds doesn't mean there aren't any plans. So what's the impact? What's the effect? I think we owe it to Navajo Nation, our people, that we have that analysis before us and make some of these decisions on the increase at Minigi. I wanted to state that Shananta, Pro Tem Speaker, Do Council. Thank you for this time.
Thank you, Delegate Walker. So with that, I'd like to ask again, are there any new delegates who wish to speak to this legislation before I go back to reserve time?
Madam Pro Tem Chair, this is Delegate So.
Delegate Charlene So, the floor is yours.
Here 24th Navajo Nation Council. Royat et asinos angi rosashi video with that nas so I've been listening to debate the and thinking about the struggles we've had in the controller's office. $2,000. I know that many of them are hoping that we pass this. They're listening. And if we do two separate legislations with different allocations, a lot of that gets lost in the work translation and the implementation as they go out. the quid the sheen checks print at the Maggie. That causes a lot of confusion in the office. So many are left behind, so their applications get lost. Let's do it right. Let's have a little bit more patience, and let's finish this with a $2,000 allocation for our people. As we enter in New Year, I've seen a lot of struggles with my community. I have one relative and one family member that I call by clan. Shamat Ego, she is at UNM now, and her son is dealing with respiratory problems. They had to pawn to get over there. These are some of the circumstances that are real and unknown to us, and there are so many scenarios. I know that we want to get done. But I want to make sure that we do this right and get the good amount to the people out for them to get the things that they need to make it through this hard winter. I reserve my time. Thank you, Shabija.
Reserve time at 2 minutes, 46 seconds.
2 minutes and 46 seconds is what you have for reserved time. I'd like to ask, again, are there any new delegates who wish to speak to this legislation?
This is
Not
Delegate
hearing-
Brown.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, the floor is yours.
Oh, yeah, Shanale. Ado, saan, siya kwada, tidig AL kege, nan, taas ng kanilya, ako okay, Keaton, ado, tida, I would like to, I'm speaking in support of this legislation. Today, I've learned from listening to the report from Madam Controller that, we will be giving about, $14 million back. And I think if we can increase it to 2,000, that will help spend some of these funds. Yes, we do want our projects to be funded. However, this way our people can help us spend them. This is their money. So right now, I would like to motion to, if I would like to ask if the amendment is ready, and if it is, I would like to motion for this amendment at this time. I reserve the rest of my time. Yeah.
Madam Chair Pro Tem, I will second if it's ready. This is Delegate So.
Reserve time of 3 minutes, 52 seconds.
3 minutes and 52 seconds. Delegate Brown is what your reserve time is at. Ms. Bobroff, is the amendment language ready?
Yes, ma'am. I sent it out probably 5 minutes ago. Please let me know if you didn't receive it and if Manuel Shot didn't receive it. I know Delegate Crotty received it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. Delegates, have you all received the amendment language? Has anybody, I guess I should say, has anybody not received the amendment language? Okay, not hearing anything, I'm going to recognize that motion for the amendment. The amendment language has been sent out by Ms. Bobroff, and no delegate has spoken to say that they have not received it. So with that, Mr. Rico, can you go ahead and read? We have a motion made by Delegate Nathaniel Brown, a second by Delegate Charlene So, and this is for the amendment to this legislation. Mr. Rico, can you go ahead and read the amendment into the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. Amendment number one on page 1, line 12, delete $207 million and insert $557 million 2 on page 1, line 14, after plan, insert new language, waiving certain provisions of Navajo Nation Council Resolution CJY-41-21 and Budget and Finance Committee Resolution BFS-31-21, end of new language. 3 on page 5, line 30, and on page 6, lines 10 and 12. Delete $200 million and also $207 million and insert $557 million. End of new language. 4, replace Exhibit C with new Exhibit C. 5, delete page 7, line 30 through page 8, line 7. 6, on page 7, line 28, insert new section as follows. New section 5. Section 5, waiving provisions of Resolution CJY 41-21 and BFS 31-21. Paragraph A, for the purposes of the NNFRF Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan only, the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives Section 4B of CJY-41-21, which states the NNDOJ shall do an initial determination of whether a NNFRF funding request satisfies the legal requirements of the Fiscal Recovery Funds provision of ARPA and applicable Navajo Nation laws, regulations, and policies and procedures. Paragraph B, for the purposes of the NNFRF Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan only, the Navajo Nation Council further waives the first sentence of Section 4H of CJY-41-21, which states that until the third quarter of 2024, NNFRF expenditure plans for direct financial assistance to enrolled Navajo Nation members, not including business, economic relief, or similar programs, shall be limited to 10% of the total fiscal recovery funds received by the Navajo Nation. Paragraph C, for the purposes of the NNFRF Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan only, the Navajo Nation Council also waives any and all provisions in BFS-31-21, including its exhibits and appendices that require NNDOJ to do an initial determination of whether a NNFRF funding request satisfies the legal requirements of the Fiscal Recovery Funds provisions of ARPA and applicable Navajo Nation laws, regulations, and policies and procedures. End of new language. 7, renumber related succeeding paragraphs, sections, and exhibits accordingly if necessary. This amendment shall supersede inconsistent language containing any other committee or council amendment, which shall be conformed to the intent or language of this amendment. The Office of Legislative Services, with notice to the sponsor of the legislation, is hereby authorized to make necessary grammatical and technical changes, including the adjustment of cumulative dollar amounts. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico.
Madam Speaker, this is Dana. I need a small technical correction. On number 5, it says delete page 7, line 30 through page 8, line 7. It actually should say delete page 7, line 28 through page 8, line 7. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bob Ross. So just for clarification, we do have a motion and a second established for the amendment. It has been read into the record. So at this time, my question to you, Ms. Bob Ross, is do we need to make an amendment to the amendment, or can we just make that change right now and have it resent out again?
How about we make that change and I'll resend it out. Right now, it's just a technical correction, but let's do it real formally. Give me half a second. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bob Ross. We're going to give you some time to make that correction. And colleagues, it is just a technical error that's dealing with pages. It doesn't change the legislation or alter it in any way. So we're going to go ahead and have that change made. Ms. Bob Ross is going to send out the new copy. And just for the record, it is a technical error that has to be corrected. That doesn't change the amendment, nor does it change the legislation. But just to be fair, I would like to ask, does anybody disagree with the technical change being made to the amendment? hearing anything. Ms. Bobroff, if you could just send out that document once it's completed with the technical corrections being made. With that, we have a motion made by Delegate Nathaniel Brown, a second by Delegate Charlene So. When the amendment has been read into the record, are there any questions or any comments to the amendment?
Delegate Henyo.
Chair Henyo, you have the floor, and this is to amendment number 1.
Speaker Pro Tem. Looking through the amendment documents, Exhibit C, notice that it has not been accepted by the Chief of Staff. There's no signature, it's just blank. And so we as the Navajo Nation Council, this is how are we going to move forward with documents that are not fully complete? That's the question I have. So just kind of thinking, hopefully this doesn't make it out of order, but we do need to have that signature from Mr. Chaco, Chief of Staff, on the Exhibit C. That's my question. Reserve my time.
Thank you for pointing that out, Chair Henyo. Ms. Bobroff, can you answer that question and clarify whether this document would be out of order because it doesn't have the signatures on the budget form?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Pro Tem, if we had not waived the provisions that require review, I would say yes, that it was out of order. But because you're waiving the provisions, I don't think it's out of order because you're not submitting it to review. And if you will look at the signature line for Paulson Chaco, that signature is, it states approved to submit for review. So I don't believe his signature is necessary since you are not sending it for review. So I do believe you are in order here. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. And then just for the record, when was that language waived?
It is waived in the amendment. It is waived a couple of times, but if you look on the amendment sheet on page under Amendment 6, that's putting in your waiver provisions, and those speak to DOJ doing the initial determination, and that initial determination is where the review takes place. Thank you, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. Chair Henyo, does that address your concern?
Yeah, that's not, yes, it clarifies my question, so I still reserve the time.
Thank you, Chair Henyo. So with that, Mr. Rico, what is his reserve time at?
Reserve time at 4 minutes, 18 seconds.
Chair Henyo, 4 minutes and 18 seconds of reserve time. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or any comments to the amendment that is currently before us at this time?
Madam Chair,
Delegate Eugene So, the floor is yours.
Yeah, there's a treasure. Oban okay, so in some way, how this it are all the night you we get stuck because of our own doing. On the ship belongs to 3CJY-41-21. On the sheet on the BFS 3121-21. On the ship, what up has on the Ilia. President Ned, you call it is out. That's on it on then on was 0257-21 22 sheet. hit it on ne na for the kai. It yin the ligio 10%. I don't he could 20% in a hundred and ya dollars in the bounty case on there. Could I all get all larger than just a case. We made that mistake. Now we're going after our own resolution, our own legislation that we forward to the president to make it into a resolution and forward to his division directors. So that's all I can say about this situation right now where we're in. So it's been taking a lot of time. I just hope we understand what we're doing. It's our own doing with a CJY-41-21 and the BFS-31 and 21. That's how I understand it. Now we're waiving all this and that within those legislation, resolution now. So that'll be how street over reserve my time. That's it. Thank you.
Reserve time at 3 minutes, 24 seconds.
Delegate Eugene, so you have 3 minutes and 24 seconds of reserve time. So with that, committee members, are there any other delegates, committee members, colleagues who would like to speak to this amendment? Not hearing anything.
Delegate Begay.
Delegate Albert Begay, the floor is yours.
Chair Shanale. Amendment is we see that there's an increase on $557 million. I'm trying to look for it. Do you know exactly where this funding will be taken out from? Remember, there's allocation for broadband, water, and bathroom additions and things that it had. Do you know where the decrease is going to be? Thank you. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 4 minutes, 23 seconds.
Delegate Begay, 4 minutes and 23 seconds of reserve time is what you have left. We have 3 delegates who have asked questions, so I'm going to go ahead and turn it back over to the sponsor of the amendment, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. You have the floor. Second call, Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Hello, this is Delegate Brown. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you. You have the floor.
My point again is, with the CARES Act funding, we do have about $14 million that we will be giving back to the nation, to the U.S. Treasury. Knowing that, I feel very comfortable with increasing the amount to 2,000. And the other, some understanding is the 207 is how much is allocated. And I think and then the increased amount, I would hate to see any of the physical recovery fund, the ARPA funds, to go back to U.S. Treasury. So our people need it. Even with 2,000, I know that some of that is not enough for some of the families out there that are still struggling directly from COVID-related sicknesses. So I know that is so and I'll reserve the rest of my time. Yeah.
Hello?
We could hear
Hello?
you, Chairman, but we don't hear anybody else.
Madam Pro Tem Speaker?
Yes, I do apologize. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, I do apologize. I did fall off the line there. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, you proposed the amendment, and I just was asking if you are complete with answering the questions that have been posed to you by Delegate Henyo, also by Delegate Eugene So, and then also by Does that answer are you done answering the question?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
So with that, committee members, I know we
Madam Chair?
did get a, I'm sorry, hold on. I did get a text message. We do have a delegate. We do have, I believe it's Delegate Herman Daniels, who does wish to speak to Amendment 1, and I hear Delegate Edmund Yazzie. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, with that, we're going to go and turn the floor over at this time to Delegate Herman Daniels, and then right after that, Delegate Edmund Yazzie. So Delegate Daniels, the floor is yours.
Point of privilege. This is Delegate Rick Nez.
Chair Nez, point of privilege. Go ahead.
Thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. My point of privilege is there's a corrected amendment that was sent. May you ask the motioning party if they concur so we can discuss the amendment? Thank you.
Thank you for that, Chair Nez. So I did ask if there were any, well, the technical amendments that have been made have been sent by Ms. Bobroff. And my understanding is that that it was just a change. So are you asking that we officially recognize that the technical amendments have been sent out, and that is the amendment that we are currently debating? Is that correct, Chair Nez?
Yes, Madam Pro Tem Speaker.
Thank you for that, Chair Nez. Yes, colleagues, the amendment has been resent to all of us regarding the technical changes that were made to the original amendment. The motioning party, Nathaniel Brown, second by Delegate Charlene So, because it was a technical amendment, it wasn't read back into the record. I did ask delegates if there was anybody who objected to the technical amendments and whether something else needed to occur. So, Chair Nez, I appreciate you bringing me back into order. So just for clarification, colleagues, we are currently debating Amendment 1, and the legislation has been sent to us by Ms. Bobroff, I believe at, we just received an email at 4:30 from Ms. Bobroff and another one at 4:47. I'm assuming the one that was sent at 4:47 has the technical amendment changes that are made to the amendment. So with that, that's just clarification that that is the amendment that we are currently debating. Thank you, Chair Nez.
Point of order?
Point of order.
Delegate Begay, Elmer.
Delegate Elmer Begay, point of order.
Okay, so my point of order is that I believe that Delegate Brown didn't answer my question, which was related to the amendment that was sent by Data, our Chief Legislative Counsel. Thank you. That was my point of order.
Point of order has been raised by Delegate Elmer Begay regarding the fact that his question was not answered by Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, I did ask if you were done answering questions that were posed to you. Delegate Nathaniel Brown, are you, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. If you can repeat the question, thank you.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, the question that Delegate Elmer Begay raised was, where is this $507 million going to be coming from? I believe is his question. Delegate Elmer Begay, without taking any minutes away from you, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you so you can ask Delegate Nathaniel Brown your question again.
Okay, guys, another you were right. My question I was asking that looking at the amendment, it says that increasing from $207 million to $557 million. So where is this money going to be coming out from these other allocations that like broadband, water line, or bathroom addition? So that's my question. Yeah.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair Pro Tem. Let me refer the question to our legal counsel. There's also some documents that were shared to us in Budget and Finance Committee. My understanding is there is the sheet of paper that was also shared to us at the Twin Arrows Casino a couple of weeks ago. So my understanding is there's some allocated, not the unallocated funding of over $462 million that's unallocated. So that would be where the funding would be coming from. So Dana, if you can respond to the question as well. Thank you.
Ms. Bob Ross.
Thank you, Delegate Brown and Madam Pro Tem. So at 2:02 this afternoon, I sent an email which the subject line says NNFRF fund balance, and it might be helpful if you pulled that up, but what that document does is it states first the allocations that were made by CJY 4161, that was to CSN and UUFB, it was to defunded CARES, and then it was the 10% for support and regulatory. So that has been approved by council out of the ARPA funds. And while you have legislation 0257-21 in the process, it has not been approved. It has not been enacted. So none of those dollars that are in that legislation have been allocated yet. But so by increasing, you've essentially, if this amendment passes, you will increase hardship by $350 million. And so so right now that additional amount, all of the hardship amount is just coming out of the ARPA funds or the FRF funds, because only the CJY 4121 have been actually approved by council. Everything else is unallocated. However, the schedule I sent you, if 0257-21 was approved as it was written, then you would have an unallocated balance of $462,232,694. If you take out the extra $350 million that is being given right now, being considered now that would leave you with 112 million as an unallocated amount. And then we have the remaining things that have been discussed, the 220 million to the chapters, that you're going to have to reduce something to fund that. I also have about amendment requests to 025721. I've drafted amendments for 460 million, actually 467 million. If the chapters were to be funded and then all of the amendments to 0257 were approved, you're going to have a negative balance of 574 million. So at this point in time, and I hope that's an overview, and we'll start you thinking about how you wish to delete various things, because if you can't fund everything. So at this point in time, no water, broadband, home electricity, housing, or bathroom additions need to be reduced to fund this extra hardship, but at some point in the future, there will need to be reductions from someone. I hope that answered Delegate Begay's question. Back to you, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Ms. Barbara. This is Delegate Rick Nez. I'm stepping in for Pro Tem Speaker Madam Charles Noon. Briefly, she has lost reception, so I will be facilitating the meeting for approximately maybe 15 minutes. And at this time, Honorable Begay, has your question been answered? Honorable Elmer Begay?
Oh, yeah, should not protest.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Next in the queue, we have Honorable Herman Daniels. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, my brother, Chairman Nez, Pro Tem Speaker, honorable colleagues, 24th Navajo Nation Council, staff, speaking to the amendment, and it's like really appreciate the work of Delegate Crotty, I see the motion parties, Delegate Brown, Delegate Charlene I support this initiative, this amendment, and now the syndicate earlier today, I was out in the area where our elders I see application the house I see the yes, that's not cared at the net. The Tiki da no the yes, that's not. I don't know. Could on a yan I don't mend or even but what I need other feet later no go. So even Mexico could on a I support this amendment. Could 100%. I don't know. I even get hate could on Cincinnati on a senior cicane of Senate. I know Stragi. Dinner Washington there. I even get hate the net appetite or the net. I see hard to recover. So what a I don't know COVID-19. So the question conduct take it. I don't know today. I would need some of our people could on they go to the hospital, could on clinic go to Atlanta for their appointment. Could the COVID-19 give already conduct and some are still at the hospital. Could on fighting the virus. So even as you could on the loved ones, they go out there to be with the the loved ones ko do na ga ko do so even na ko do pe so gi I sibit ho ye ka na na su da sting ko do na ga hasin da na na su da sting ko aro pe son de do al da so this will really help our Navajo people down at the grassroots level ko do so even na ko do na ga on behalf of my Navajo people ko do na ga da I sibit kids as na ko do so let's help our Navajo people with this funds ko do na ga pa chu da na he ke pa chu da do me ko do so you say ko do I be sa na so sa to aro na da ko do ti na ben the ne Emil, I see ko do pe fun it holia aro na ko do this is the people's money ko do so hanana e be na ego so they have been so ko do be cut or was 8 Ecuador for 81 so has stable so remaining time again could have reserved the sheet could have Chairman Nance could have Speaker Pro Temp. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Daniels, for your statements. You have 1 minute and 50 seconds remaining reserve time. Next in the queue, I have Chairman Edmund Yazzie. You're up, sir.
The Pro Tem Speaker, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead. Proceed.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Just want to make sure. Members of my colleagues and everyone that's listening on the amendment, of course, I do appreciate any funds that are looked at to help our families. And we do know that, yes, COVID is among us. And yes, we do know that the time of caring for loved ones is at the utmost high area now for our members. But I just want to let my colleagues know that, we talked about the projects that are out within for our areas, our chapter areas, that the funding is already had been earmarked for. And we've done a lot of work sessions and work calls and into UA and all the other cell broadband has all been up. We all had gotten updated. And I do remember though that it was stated that if the funds the funds back to the people go up higher than 600, 1,500, 2,000, then it is going to affect projects that are already been earmarked. And so that's just a big concern. I mean, I am for helping the people, yes, but the funding for the long term is what I am worried about. And for the grandkids, for, the young of our people, the young ones that are going to benefit from the funds too as well. So I would like to ask Pro Temp Chair DOJ if the signature of the Chief of Staff is needed to carry on with this amendment. And then I would ask, I don't know if the Chief of Staff is online or listening to us. I just want to know from the Chief of Staff or any staff that if this amendment passes, how many dollars will be taken away from the original plan to help the water, wastewater, running water, cell phones, and broadbands. So that would be my questions on this amendment, Pro Temp Chair. I don't want to reserve my time. I just want to get the answer from DOJ on the signature if it's needed, or if it's not, then if it's out of order on the amendment, and if the Chief of Staff or any staff is on call, how much dollars will be affected if this amendment will pass? Pro Temp Chair, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairman Yazzie, for your questions. Department of Justice, are you on the call with us today? Navajo Nation Department of Justice, are you on the call? Staff, could you contact the Department of Justice for us so they can answer some of these questions?
Pro Tem, this is Attorney General McPaul. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam
Good day.
Attorney General McCall. Did you hear the question raised by Chairman Edmund Yazzie?
Yes, sir, I did hear the question, and I believe that the question was asked earlier to Ms. Bobroff, and she responded with the waivers and explained that those meant that the resolution would be in order, and we don't have any reason to disagree with the advice that the Chief Legislative Counsel has already provided. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Attorney General. Let me go back to Chairman Edmund Yazzie. I'm not going to take any time away from you or anything. Well, you didn't reserve your time, but are you okay with the response from the Department of Justice?
Pro Temp Chair, yes, thank you. And thank you for answering the question from the DOJ office. Just the other question I had, sir, was, if this amendment passes, will it affect...
Chairman,
sir,
your time is out, sir. You can't ask any other questions other than for you to make clarifications. Thank you very much. Next in the queue, Okay, Honorable Chairman Henio, what is your point of privilege, sir?
Speaker Pro Tem, just responding to DOJ and also Ms. Barboff. I disagree. My point here is that we have not proved any waiver yet. So this
Chairman Henio, what is your point of privilege?
Are you requesting information? I'm getting to it. No, I'm getting to it, sir. I disagree, and maybe they can reclarify their answer. We have not approved any waivers yet, so therefore, this Exhibit C should still go through the normal process because we have not approved any waivers yet. That's my point, Shinada.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Henio. Madam Attorney General, could you please make some clarification and just make it clear for my colleagues to what DOJ, our attorney of the Navajo Nation, we would like to just hear your response into these questions of whether this signature by the Chief of Staff is needed for the amendment, as well as the dollars that will be taken away from other projects. We would like to just hear clearly as our attorney of the Navajo Nation, Ms. McPaul. Madam Attorney General.
Pro Tem Chair, I apologize. I was having trouble unmuting here. I understand that the question is related to the signature requirement on the budget form. Is that correct?
Yes, as well as how much money will be taken away from other projects and how it will affect those projects.
Okay. I don't have an answer to the latter part of the question, Pro Tem Chair, but give me a moment and I will work with my staff. I have TFU on the line as well to provide a response to the council. If you would just give me a moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Chief of Staff, Mr. Paulson Chaco, are you on the line with us, sir? Mr. Chaco? Going twice, 3 times. Let me go back to my colleagues in the queue. Honorable Vice Chair Walker, you're up, sir. Speaker Pro Tem, can you hear me? Yes, go ahead. Okay, thank you, Pro Tem Speaker. Although, Chinanta, members of council, questions on the impact or the well, questions on what the impact would be if we increase the allocation we're looking at here through this legislation, the hardship, additional hardship allocation. What's the impact? I did ask earlier about some analysis from DOJ controller. Then Delegate Brigade or Delegate Yazzie asked the same question. But increase the 257 legislation so does it change things there? Does it change those amounts that are listed for those projects? And earlier, I think our legislative council responded by saying there are some not exactly saying unknowns, but the allocation we're looking at here, the increased allocation, it's going to come from somewhere. So a response like that immediately is concerning to me. If it's defined, if it's an exact number, and there's a line item showing through documentation where that money is going to come from, then I think we're okay. I'm okay with that. That's an unknown. And earlier I stated that the legislation before us here, 0263, I support the legislation as is. Although the amendment that's proposed here to increase the allocation there in that legislation, and of course, as leaders, we always want some kind of assurances that it's not going to be taken out of the funding that's proposed for projects coming from our communities. Speaker Pro Tem, more definitive response, perhaps a written one. I reserve my time. Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Chair Walker. Navajo Nation Department of Justice, as well as our Chief Legislative Counsel, and from the Controller's Office, Ms. Begay. There is a concern from my colleagues raised by Chairman Yazzie, Chairman Henio, and Vice Chair Walker. The question here that needs to be answered before the Amendment 1 is voted on, and I believe they really would like an answer, and I would ask and depend on you to answer this question. What would the impact be if the increase for hardship assistance is increased, and what also is the analysis from all this? What will happen? Does it change the amounts for other projects? Where does this money come from? Where will it be taken from? Which one will decrease? Let me go to Ms. Barbara first. Ms. Barbara,
thank you. You would think I'd learned that by now, but hey. So thank you for the question. The additional hardship assistance increases what has been planned for hardship assistance by 350,000. 350 million. If you look at the schedule that I sent out at 2:02 p.m., it's called NFR, it's labeled NNFRF funding. You will see that there is what is deemed an unallocated amount of $462,232,694. This additional hardship amount could come out of that not allocated or unallocated amount, leaving $112 million, or 0257-21 could be amended on the floor to reduce some of those projects, water, wastewater, broadband, home electricity, housing, bathroom additions. One of those could be reduced, but that is going to be a question for council, since that legislation has already been dropped. Now, there may be recommendations from the executive branch, but right now 0257-21 and any reductions in that funding is in council's hands. So that is the information I can share. So now I will turn it over to DOJ or to the controller or to the NNFRF office. Thank you, Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bobroff. Let me go to Ms. Begay from the Controller's Office, and then I'll go to the Department of Justice. Ms. Begay, Ms. Elizabeth Begay, are you on the call? Okay, Madam Attorney General McPaul. Are you ready to provide an answer?
Yes, I'm here, and let me just talk about the waiver question that was asked, and I'll ask Kristen to weigh in if I miss any of this as well. Right now, the way the process is set up is through the BFS 3121, the budget form is required to be signed. And so if council is doing a waiver of that, we would just caution that there are some risks associated with waiving both the process that, as Ms. Bobroff explained, is sort of the accountability meter that the nation has implemented for these ARPA dollars, these federal funds. And the risk of that is if Treasury disallows the expenditure, that the nation will have to pay the money back. And there could be a disallowance either based on the process, which we're talking about in terms of the waiver. There could also be a disallowance based on the amount. Right now, the process that we've analyzed.
And I said, yeah, we got an email.
Please put your phones on mute. Thank you. You may proceed, Attorney General McPaul.
Thank you. What the Department of Justice has analyzed with respect to eligibility, and I know that's also part of the process that would be waived with this amendment. What we've analyzed in terms of eligibility has to do with the process being reasonable for an amount of $600 per person. The process probably is not reasonable for a $2,000 amount. And so we would just caution council on both of those things, that there is requirements for process as well as, with respect to the amounts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Attorney General, for your response. Let me hand back the virtual gavel to Honorable Pro Tem Speaker Charles Newton. Back to you. Honorable Charles Newton.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, go.
I do. I apologize. I was on mute. Chair Naz for assisting me during that time. Just so my colleagues are aware, I did sign legislation 0264-21, and it will be delivered to President's office here shortly. So if not already, so that's why I had to excuse myself for a short time. So I apologize. I am back. So with that, can somebody tell me who is next in the queue?
Madam Pro Tem Speaker, we're back to reserve time with Chairman Henyo at 4:18, and then Eugene So 3:28, Elmer Begay, Honorable Begay at 4:23, Honorable Daniels at 1:50, and Vice Chair Walker at 1:57.
Thank you for that, Chair Naz. So with that, at reserve time, I would like to ask first, before we go back to reserve time, are there any new delegates who wish to speak to amendment number 1? Not hearing anything, we'll go back to reserve time. We are now at Delegate Henyo for amendment 1. I believe Delegate Walker was the last speaker, because the text that I got is Delegate Henyo at 4 minutes and 18 seconds. Delegate Henyo.
Speaker Pro Tem, and thank you for signing 264-21. With this question is, I still disagree with Legislative Council on their reasoning on the waiver, not needing the signature from Chief of Staff, because right now, as we sit, we are still following the policy as it stands, which is BFS 31-21, which requires signatures. And so we have not waived it yet. We have not waived anything yet. We have not taken a vote to waive. Therefore, I don't see why Legislative Council is saying that it's not needed when this process should still be followed until Council waives that provision. And so that's one point. The other point is that, of course, yes, there'll be money taken from projects. And therefore, I am wondering which project will be X'd out. Would it be the Tojule Albuquerque Waterline project? Would it be the Western Waterline project? Would it be Many Mules project? Would it be all these other projects? Sanders Area Waterline project, and so forth. So that's just the concern I have. Reserve my time.
Reserve time at 2 minutes, 54 seconds.
Chair Henyo, your reserve time is 2 minutes and 54 seconds. We'll go ahead and proceed down to the next person in the lineup, and that is Delegate Eugene So with 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Delegate Eugene So.
Did I not been bed that neat? Which is what they learn to the sugar that not kid con when he signed from the DOJ, AJ, control, etc. That I'm hard to hot on me. Mrs. Smith, and she be that without she can't back up on it so then. About Sana on me, what she be still. Here, none of great one that, and I see but I saw bad about. I've seen a lot of houses out there. We can't live like that. There's people without houses, all messing the house, huh? How long are we going to live that way? I thought was other. One son, this case, see, relation with other creature who abandoned not a face of the hot leaf had not been done. Ni Kayan, but Nani, Nishan, because you go. Never turn up at I'm for this legislation and amendment. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying what we're doing is, us eat. Now one part of those nishes, then I saw Adoti pays about it. Miss Ashi, but if we keep on going with these amendments and passing this and that, they need to ask Sapigata. Ask Saudi based on what your husband had today. So this, but I'm not against that. Don't get me wrong there. What on this and the Christian broadband Hutchin private not nasty because they didn't have no broadband across the Navajo Nation. The corner bonds I had case about that job bar we hook it on the house trial the best is go on the house car Burger King. I saw Kate he cut my long. I saw the chili that only a contact. Chili that the net and about that living and later. None must be as any other. So on such case on so just feel that we already was doing we pushed this offer fund with our legislation that became a resolution and then we're going forward and now put it out of nothing cut out of now over to another reason now. I done it that is a project that's going to help our people. Yeah, but that's not it not it. Also listen. So share non-utilization. So I'm going to whatever special I'm going to just non-just.
Reserve time of 35 seconds.
Delegate Eugene Stowe, 35 seconds of reserved time. So with that, before I go on to the next delegate with reserved time, I know that we do have one delegate who has asked, a delegate who has not been heard yet, so I'm going to go to the new delegate at this time. We have Delegate Chair Amber Crotty. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Pro Tem. I appreciate the time. And I just want to make sure, and we have documents, Council, if you could refer to your one-page document. Again, there's unallocated funding. That means there's no projects assigned or no projects to be used with that funding, and that's well over $400 million. And so I think the issue of worrying if projects are not going to be funded is moot because those projects are not identified to be funded through that source. We also know that Many Mules is completely or almost completely funded, and other water projects continue to still be on a water comprehensive legislation that I'm sponsoring, and also Speaker Damon 0257-21. So what I'm just trying to do is there's always a way to frame this as you have issues and questions and concerns, but I also think in terms of the information that's provided to delegates that we provide factual information. And so there's over $400 million that is unallocated. There's $207 million that's allocated to hardship that we all agree. The other areas is we do have documentation from the Controller's Office that KPMG auditors reviewed the $200 or $2,000 per adult and felt that it was reasonable based on the last 2 years of federal stimulus. So I would ask Madam AG Controller if she needs that document. I'm more than willing to send that to your office. And also in terms of this signature, and it was made very clear at Budget and Finance, our budget instruction manual does not require signatures. It recommends, and it was asked during the work session if during this application, if that's still the same process, and it was concurred by DOJ at that time. So Madam AG, I would ask you or your attorneys at the unit in terms of the requirement for the signatures, if that's becoming an issue. And then I would also ask if Chief of Staff with the Executive, Paulson Chaco, maybe just sign, if you could sign the document for the benefit of the Navajo Nation people. And if DOJ, this amendment has been made available in the last hour, if you can review it, as it has the same intent as the 207 million. What council is trying to do is just simply increase the need, since this document was created back a few months ago, and we're just looking to update the numbers. And so I'll reserve my time, and please let me know if these documents need to be shared to our Department of Justice regarding KMPG's auditors when reviewing the 2000. Thank you. I'll reserve my time.
Reserve time of 1 minute, 31 seconds.
Thank you. Chair Crotty, you have 1 minute and 31 seconds of reserve time. So with that, we do have two more delegates who have not spoken yet. Before I go back to reserve time, I'm going to recognize these two delegates, and then we're going to proceed forward to give the floor back to the presenters to answer questions. So with that, we have Delegate Vice Chair Otto So, and then after Delegate Vice Chair Otto So, we have Delegate Vince James. So with that, Vice Chair Otto So, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you very much, Madam Chair, and members of the Navajo Nation Council. I'm glad this amendment's here. What I was trying to do. And it really, as Chairman Henio alluded to, we haven't waived anything. I wanted to waive these provisions piece by piece. That way, that question wouldn't have been answered. So waive it. We still have to waive it in this amendment. Even it's a waivers. It's a amendment that was in there. Oh, none that the one. I know we had to do it all in one at one time. I call even I support this thing and getting more dollars out to the Navajo people. Just for the people. This is directly giving money to the Navajo people, not to the government. How do you know that these funds will be expended by the Navajo Nation government? For even now, 80 pesos, ya bit in Ebano, the formulas. That's what benefited Navajo, and that's how we got these dollars here. We're told from the beginning this morning that there's unallocated amount. That's where I think these dollars are going to be coming from. But your project, that's not going to happen. Those are going to stay. We want the dollars to come from the unallocated amount. I don't know projects, but if the amendment could be maybe a language inserted for the unallocated amount, that's fine. I don't the Department of Justice. Things on us. I don't Paulson Canada. I didn't the key. All the Navajo people are out there needing these funds. I get Zazuhansi the next. But not on Jojo. As a hitchhiker, the just elation, nothing but these can't add, and they look at it. That is us. But ego, I did one Zaba Sonny here. Get these things in order for the administration. Let's get these dollars out to the Navajo people. That is Sean. Although I did deep in the Quabes, only quite Nabakadi, quite Nabaka. Oh, what? I truly believe this legislation, this amendment, is positive on behalf of the Navajo people, not the Navajo government, not the Navajo government. Get it out to the people. These dollars really shouldn't benefit the government. It should benefit the Navajo people. Each household is different. Each family member is struggling different way. She's the Inland. Today, she's no. No. Yes, these dollars could help that family in those areas, or even help pay for their utility bill. Not to have government tell them how to use it. Government shouldn't be telling the Navajo people how to use their money, because the hardship is at the local level, not at the government level. Oh, reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 39 seconds.
Reserve time at 39 seconds. Vice Chair Otto So. As stated, I'm going to go ahead and recognize Honorable Vince James. And after Vince James, we're going to go back to the speaker. We got other delegates who wish to speak on this. So after Delegate Vince James, again, we're going back to the speaker, and I'll go ahead and get the lineup ready for the queue again. Delegate Vince James, the floor is yours.
Speaker Pro Tem, Ado Shed Kaha Sinklo, members of the council, Kodo Ba Yel Tieko, Ado Ba Hanetse, Nihetene, Jokota Eba Eat, Ado Benachet, the base and Leniki Benachet, to a base on Hitchet Kulia, Adela Hait Ado Baban Tikesa, I don't lay the base on Hitchet that Aneta. Ni hit the actor, which at base of Kodos, Nathan A. Jokot Echo, upon the D. Project politics, no, upon the end his art that made Lord later on his sea home by me kind level. Upon our A. Kodobe, he don't like yard equally. We got the funding based off the census enrollment of our Navajo people. And based off that, we should have served and provided the funds to all of our Navajo people throughout the Navajo Nation from the get-go, from the beginning. And then from there, talk about projects with what funds have been left over. The Treasury Office has provided that document of how we could spend funds. Nana, the unallocated funds. There's so much unallocated funds after the job about net. To put out of bench for 3 to lean for the door, has your bonds another case a lot. Space the button. I don't hit the net or how you are down net door. I don't push it. I don't base the cheese. I don't see the base the cheat. I've been to Casey. I thought how long ago like shit or basis with net. Had issue been near just never and that was it what should that any detail but the easy to base cheat or base up in the KC. Hashit get about not any hisha I think he had it a Nihito he base hollow Nihito quite no son. The Nebekaya for pie, the things and then be don't done hit this chin hit that they don't hit all cut. Jokot out of Ben hit yet hit not on it level a point he don't need to it the dark when hit the net a bed adult and higher hit the nose zinc. Are the quick or hashit Asian a hot on had adult and higher. Yeah, here he's in dolly. Jokot out of Ben hit that is we can't satisfy all of our Navajo people. But we do have Navajo people out there that are stating, how about if I already have the infrastructure? Why am I not getting any help? Why is the focus on individuals, on homes that are in need of infrastructure? At the same time, my census was used to collect these funds. where am I going to get assistance if I already have these infrastructures? So with that, there's no way of trying to help every single Navajo people, but I think as leaders, as now, we can come together and assist and try and accommodate our Navajo people throughout the Navajo reservation, and then those that live off the reservation. Are striving out there to make a living. Emotion it is sleep to seize debate. Speaker pro tem. That's not dole. I could reserve my time dole.
Mr. Rico, how much time does Delegate Binstein have left?
Reserve time at 1 minute, 15 seconds.
1 minute and 15 seconds reserved time for Delegate Binstein. Delegate Binstein has motion to cease debate per Rule 12 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. The cease debate is not debatable. However, we do have to look at whether there is a balance between those who are for and those who are against the issue. And that is a decision that has to be made by the speaker. But before I do that, can I get a second for the motion to cease debate?
I second Delegate So.
Second by Delegate Charlene So. At this time, I believe that we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mr. Rico, I will need your assistance. I do have 5 delegates right now on my notes who have spoken. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 delegates. Is that how many delegates you have for Amendment 1 who have spoken?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, we have 9 delegates who have spoken on this amendment.
Okay, I apologize. You are correct. 9 delegates who have spoken on the issue. At this point, we have I believe 3, 4. I believe there are 4 delegates who have spoken, who have come out and spoken in favor. We have 1 delegate who hasn't stated whether they speak in favor or against. And we have I believe 2 delegates who sounded like they are speaking against the amendment. So that's 8. I believe that I think there were 2 delegates actually that. Okay. So with that, we do also have some delegates who are still who still have reserved time. With 9 delegates who have spoken on this legislation, and we still have a couple more delegates who wish to speak. Delegate Paul Begay and Delegate Chair Nez both wish to speak on this legislation. So with that, I believe that at this point, Delegate Vince James, we are still debating the amendment at this point. And since we still have delegates who wish to speak, and we only have 9, that's not even half of the delegates, I will not recognize the C's debate because I don't believe that there was a balanced debate that has taken place with only 9 delegates who have spoken and 2 who wish to speak, and we still have delegates who have time left on the clock. However, Delegate Vince James, you can challenge or you can appeal that decision. Delegate Vince James.
Yad Ish Nalet, I think we've elaborated on quite a bit of it, and we got some answers, some definite answers from upper management, upper staff members. So with that, I would like to challenge your recognition of my not recognizing my thesis debate. I make that challenge with that motion. Thank you, Shanala Protem.
Thank you for that, Delegate James. And just for the delegates who, this is Rule 25 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, D as in dog. The appeal has been made at this time to challenge the speaker's decision. So we do have 9 delegates again who have spoken to the issue, and I believe that 3 of them have spoken to not be in favor of the amendment. Two who haven't stated whether they are in favor or whether they are against the amendment, and 4 who are for the amendment. And we still have 2 delegates who are in the lineup. So as a matter of being fair, I will recognize the C's debate motion if you, and I'll leave it to the delegates to vote and decide whether they are ready to seize debate. If they are not ready to seize debate, then we can proceed forward with more debate. If they are ready to if they're ready to recognize the C's debate, then they will vote against the C's debate. I believe it's, so I will leave it to the delegates to decide. So with that, Delegate James, I will recognize your C's debate with 9 delegates who have spoken to the issue. And I believe the last count with the vote, we had 20, so we're just about half. So with that, again, I will state that we do have reserved time. Delegate Henyo does have reserved time of 2 minutes and 54 seconds. Delegate Eugene So has 35 seconds. Delegate Crotty has 1 minute and 31 seconds. Delegate Otto So has 39 seconds. Delegate Vince James, you have 1 minute and 15 seconds, and we still have Delegate Paul Begay and Chair Nez who wish to speak on the issue. So with that, colleagues, I will leave it to you on whether we are ready to seize debate. So with that, Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with the roll call vote for the seize debate?
Honorable Elmer Begay. Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kiel Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes in favor.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canisba Crotty.
Shema, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red.
Sorry, Ms. Uvella, I was trying to figure out with the challenge. I completely forgot to ask for a second The motion was made. Oh, no, the motion, the second, Mr. Rico, the second was Delegate Charlene So. Per your text that there was no second. The second was made by Delegate Charlene So. I apologize. Ms. Uvella, you can continue with the roll call vote.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shada, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Red.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes red. Honorable Mark Freeland is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Red.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes red. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Eugene So.
Oh, that is.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winnica. Honorable Edison Winnica. Honorable Edison Winnica did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Ellerhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Ellerhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So. Honorable Daniel So did not vote. Honorable Edison Winnica. Honorable Edison Winnica.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winnica. Honorable Edison Winnica votes green. With that, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 10 in favor, 9 opposed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you for that, Ms. Uvella. So we do have, you said 10 in favor, 9 opposed, 3 who are excused.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Delegate So. I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. And Honorable Paul DeGay Jr. via text votes red. Madam Pro Tem Speaker, you have a vote of 10 in favor, 10 opposed. And Speaker Pro Tem.
Ms. Uvella, you did state 10 in favor, 10 opposed, and 3 who are excused. Is that correct?
Correct.
Speaker Pro Tem, this is Delegate So. I vote green.
Chair, so we did get your vote. I'm sorry, Ms. Uvella, mine is not coming out the way that you stated 10 and 10. Can you tell me who all voted green?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. changed his vote to red. And the ones that voted in favor, green, is Honorable Alma Begay, Honorable Nathaniel Brown, Honorable Pernell.
That's who I was missing. I'm sorry, Ms. Uvella. That's who I was missing was Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So with that, your math is correct. So 10 in favor, 10 opposed, 3 who are excused. So in this case, I would be casting the vote.
Madam Speaker,
because, well, actually, no, I don't have to cast a vote because we would require 2/3 vote. So at this point, even if I did cast a vote, it wouldn't matter because it would still require 2/3 vote, which I believe in this case, since there are 20 delegates who have voted, that would mean that we would need, I believe it's 14 delegates in favor. Is that correct, Mr. Rico?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, that is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Rico. So with that, the motion to cease debate fails. We'll go ahead and go back to debating the legislation. We do have 2 more delegates who wish to speak. At this time, I will be recognizing Delegate Paul Begay. Delegate Paul Begay has withdrew his request to speak. Chair Nez, you're up in the queue.
Thank you very much, Madam Pro Tem Speaker, honorable members of the 24th Navajo Nation Council. I'm sure our people are waiting and happy to see the increase in reference to the amendment that is before us. Nobody's saying no. We're not pointing fingers at anybody either, other than we're saying that we're going to send this money to our people. However way we win the amendment, if we do pass it, and I'm sure it'll pass because I haven't heard anybody say don't need it. So I believe that with this legislation as a whole and then the amendment to increase is all good. And I know we're pretty much 4 days late on this Christmas present to our people, but at least they'll get it sometime soon if our president does sign off on it. Of course, you guys doing a good job here today and appreciate the concerns that we have for our people. And with that, let's just put this amendment to a vote at this time. Send our staff home as well safely. So thank you, and I waive the rest of my time. Let's vote.
With that, Chair Naz waives his time. We do have one more delegate who has been added to the queue. Delegate Carl Slater, you have the floor.
Thank you, Shema. Speaker, I appreciate you conducting this meeting today with civility and doing the best you can from a remote location. I know that that's not easy. And also getting the legislation, I guess, signed from before so that it can be signed by the president. I support this amendment and I support this resolution that is proposed by Shema Delegate Crotty. I think that it's needed and we need to reflect on where we started and where we're at right now, and make sure that we're learning at each step of the way. I've certainly learned a lot during this process, and when the resolution was passed this summer, the intention was to provide a orderly process for spending down our funding so that we didn't have the chaos that ensued under the CARES Act, and so that we could also provide a fighting chance for infrastructure that we've never been able to afford to make those expenditures on that necessary infrastructure, broadband, housing, water, et cetera. And I think there are strong proposals right now that have been put before us, but all throughout that time period, we've heard the need of our people for a higher level of hardship assistance. And it was my sincere fear that if we didn't, at the outset, provide some parameters, we would never have a chance to invest in the infrastructure. We can spend money today and it's going to be gone tomorrow. But what we put in the ground, what we raise up from the ground, that will be here potentially for generations to come, so that grandparents can have a home to pass on to their grandkids that has running water, that has broadband, that has electricity. We've never had the opportunity to do this sort of comprehensive planning because we've always been trying to piecemeal together funding for just the next day, the next week, the next season. And in this time period, through this reflection and this really careful contemplation of how to use this funding, certain things have happened at the federal level, which make it much easier to provide this hardship assistance. I want to remind colleagues that there is fully funded IHS projects now. A lot of what was important in my district, getting people water in Rough Rock and Black Rock, in between Round Rock and Lukachukai, and then also adding some water resources, deepening wells in Rock Point. Those will now be fully funded by IHS. So even though it won't be built tomorrow, I can rest assured knowing that if there's a strong leader in our communities and at the presidential level, they'll be able to hold IHS accountable and ensure that those projects are delivered. And that is only taken place because of the advocacy of this body, the Resources and Development Committee, the Budget and Finance Committee, of my HES committee, and of the Law and Order Committee, and from the President's office. I really appreciate all of that advocacy and all of that work, but let us not lose who we are and remember that we come from strong people who always planned for the next season. They planted, they took care of their animals. That's who we are. We don't take snipes at each other and say, oh, they're not for the people, they're against the people, because they wanted to have that broader vision. We cannot get stuck in a poverty mindset that a short-term fix will somehow yield a long-term answer. And we have to make these tough decisions. That's why we were brought into this office. We were brought into this office knowing that there's scarce resources, fewer resources when we were brought in than there are now. And now we're blessed with those resources, but it's still not enough. So I ask you to make what I think is an easy choice tonight, considering that many of the water resources will be provided by IHS in the future. That's going to ensure our long-term viability of our nation. Housing, it's difficult. There's never enough. The housing stock is poor. We need to increase that. We need to hold NHA accountable. Broadband, I think that with the amount of funding still available, we'll be able to make meaningful impacts on that side. We still need to do more and finalize these plans in a way that will have the greatest impact. We need to balance capacity versus the individual impact to a family. But we can't have a strong individual impact to a family if there isn't strong capacity across the NTUA's system or other providers that provide utilities to our people. So, colleagues and my people, I sincerely ask that you have compassion in your heart for your leaders, for those discussions that took place at the chapter houses, identifying projects, identifying what at the community level needs to be done to ensure that there is a Rock Point, a Rough Rock, a Lukachukai, a Tsaile, Wheatfields, Black Rock, and around Rock in the future, and that our small communities, our rural communities, don't wither away. Thank you very much, colleagues. And I would like to vote green on this. Yeah.
Pro Tem Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue, please.
So with that, Delegate Slater, your time has run. We're going to go ahead and at this time, we're going to turn it back over to the sponsor to, well, actually we have, since the motion to cease debate, according to my notes, we do have a few delegates who did speak before it was given back to the sponsor. So Delegate Nathaniel Brown, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor back over to you for the questions that have been posed by your colleagues. Delegate Brown.
Pro Tem Speaker, this is Vice Chair Smith. Put me in the queue, please. Thank you.
Yes, you'll be added to the queue, but I am recognizing the sponsor to the amendment at this time, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. Second call.
This is Delegate Brown here.
Delegate Brown, you have the floor to answer questions that have been posed to you by your colleagues.
Yeah, Nana. Sananta. Ado. Nada aya big iasil ko based on not tahige ya kabah isha dalia. Ado kedene le ani dikwegi nahot inkes behzen ako eben nachago a din kedene beso bit hadolni so adiak abanate ko I know that some of the concerns are, you know, the long-term remedies. Not in Sahake Nazago, 20, 50 years from today, what will this money show for our people? I, with much deliberation and listening to my chapter meetings the past month and the past 2 months, actually longer than that, my chapters have instructed me how they want me to vote. Ado tasno a the hardship be asking khalnada dosle kudi and da has ish bini yepe so big and hasot khanketa nkeda no nkeda ne ade yang khata. So yes, I do see looking down the road, how will our people 50 years from today look at our decision as the 24th Navajo Nation Council? I think the next thing that we really need to do is to make sure that, you know, once this is signed by President Nez, that we continue to encourage our people to spend their money, you know, on their immediate needs, but it's still ultimately their choice. And I think right now the state of the well-being of our Navajo people, the homes, the families, a lot of our people are alone. They're still quarantining because of the pandemic. My understanding is crime, domestic violence, rape, including murder, has increased somewhat in different areas, and in suicide. And I think and I know that if we can give them a little bit of money with positive messaging, with the prayers that we continue to do, and with all the wonderful faith base that our wonderful, diverse Navajo is, that this is a small part for their mental well-being. So Ashwanda, Kwegi, Eshi hut aban si kes the ko anil kway a do lanta do nida ko kwagi sa such and not aus any kwayestke or nistra ko controller if there was a cutoff date when we say 18 years old, we inserted dates of March 1st, 2020. Is there going to still be that date? How about new enrollment? Both will change the fund amount. So, and I think this question that was posed, I do need, if we're going to continue to I think this is a decision that we now have to make as a legislative body, is the age for the 18 years old. So I would whatever the biggest benefit to our people, that would be where I stand. Let me see. Ishi kwen nishin kastelado ado kwegi dinka the nanki de yo kid. And again, I know that this will help our people. I know that this will not fix everything with COVID. It will put a little dent into their mental well-being. I hope that it does put a huge dent into their mental well-being, their spiritual well-being. Ako okwegi be vacancy dinishin e out edo leso okwegi ado. Let me see what were the other big questions. But I think the other thing is, I know that a lot of our chapters do support hardship, and this is the reason why the separate legislation was created also. So let me see, Craigie, how do we change the date to March 1st, 2020? And then with Dana, what would be for our Navajo children who are turning 18, which is, what's the latest date that we can add on to this legislation and an amendment to make sure that we are all inclusive, thinking about specifically about our youth who are turning 18. There is a big dollar amount difference for them. So if you can also respond to what would be the latest date according to the U.S. Treasury and the federal guidelines. So so my understanding is that majority of my colleagues do support this legislation, this amendment. Dana, if you can respond. So if we can also ask the controller and Ms. Barbara that the new kids born today can enroll for 600. So if you can respond to that, Craigie, Ms. Barbara, our lead legal counsel, and to Madam Controller, Ms. Elizabeth Gay.
Controller Begay?
Yes, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, I caught the last question. Is that the recipients that will turn 18? We already included that in the calculation of 250,000 adults that will turn 18 as of December 31st, 2021. So they're part of the 250,000 estimated adults that were minor during the hardship 1 or hardship 2. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, did I answer the question?
Yes, Controller Begay, you answered part of the question, and just to be clear, it is not in the amendment. And so I believe Delegate Nathaniel Brown was asking about that. And then the other question that he had was the new enrollment and whether that is calculated into the amount.
The new enrollment is included as part of the overall 345,000 because for hardship 1 and hardship 2, we actually assisted only around 330,000 Navajos. So we estimated new applicants and new enrollees. We gave allowance of around 15,000 to cover everybody. So if there's still some eligible Navajos that have not received assistance from hardship 1 and 2, they will be covered under the new population of 345,000. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Controller Begay. Delegate Brown, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Yeah, Madam Pro Tem.
Madam Pro Tem, this is Ms. Bobroff. I would like to add into this conversation, if I might.
Ms. Bobroff, the floor is yours.
Thank you, and thank you, Delegate Brown, for bringing up this issue. As I read the expenditure plan for the amendment, and as I read it the first time, and I'm looking at part 2 of what is Appendix A, or the document, the attachment you were sent, page 1, part 2, that talks about the way the funding will be provided, and it does not include, it actually does not include a date for when people turn age 18 and over. And my interpretation, because there's not a different date, there's not a date included, is that the turning age 18, you would have to be 18 on the date that the legislation is enacted. If the controller's office calculated on a different way, then I think we should include those dates in the expenditure plan. So we would probably need a revision. But we could do the revision simply by an amendment with a directive to the controller's office to provide an updated plan. Thank you, Madam Chair. Excuse me, Madam Pro Tem.
Thank you, Ms. Bobroff. So with that, Delegate Brown, you are the sponsor for this amendment, and you did have some delegates who did ask some questions. I believe, I'm not sure if they were actually questions, but there were comments that were made. So I would like to ask you at this time, Delegate Brown, does this conclude your answering the questions that have been posed to you?
Madam Pro Temp Speaker, with including of Dana's statements on the directive to the controller. So if we could follow up with that to ensure that we are following all the policy and guidelines, so we are not going back and trying to fix it. I think A lot of the questions and concerns are, like Chairman Nez stated, that we are all in agreement, and I think the administrative part are some of the questions that Dana has responded to. So we will just make sure that that is documented. Of course, it's recorded in this meeting, in this duly called meeting. So that would complete my response. Yeah.
Delegate Nathaniel Brown, can you clarify, was that a question that you were asking Controller Begay?
No, that completes all my statements. So we should be ready to vote.
Thank you for that, Delegate Nathaniel Brown. So with that, committee members, we still have delegates who are on reserve time. We also have recognized the new delegates who wish to speak. So we are going to go ahead. Are there any new delegates who would like to be added to the queue? Not hearing anything, I'm going to go ahead and go back to reserve time. I believe that after...
Chair, or Speaker, Pro Temp.
I'm sorry. You are correct. Raymond Smith, Chair Smith, I do apologize. You are next in the queue. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Pro Temp Speaker and Council delegates of the Navajo Nation and those that are listening. Just hearing this dialogue on behalf of the amendment. My question is, we raised the amount. And yes, it's something that's going to be favorable to the people, but in the long run, people need homes. We only put $100 million into the homes, and yet we're going to give them an increase. Let's say a married couple gets this stimulus or this ARPA funds, that's $4,000 right there, and then not counting their children. So we should have just passed the $207 million and then focus in on the projects so that the projects will be provided and earmarked, and those funding will be provided for people that really need things. I see in the communities and across the Navajo Nation, folks are living in dilapidated homes. Even a 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom house would be better than what they're living in. So this amendment is more or less like a pleasing the people right away. I'm for helping them, but in the long run, let's see what we can do for projects and making that happen. The other question I have too is to Controller. Should this pass with 2/3 vote and an increase of the $500+ million that we're amending, how soon will these checks be furnished? How soon will the first check be given to our people out there? Because you know what happened to CARES, you know what happened to the second phase. And the other question I have is, there's going to be probably a lot of checks that are not going to be cashed again. Is there an amendment that we should say, okay, 90 days, all that cash will come back and it'll be put into projects? Those are my questions. I reserve my time. Thank you.
Reserve time at 2 minutes, 36 seconds.
Thank you for that. Mr. Rico, can you repeat the reserve time again? Hello?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, it is 2 minutes, 36 seconds.
Thank you for that. 2 minutes and 36 seconds left reserved time for Chair Raymond Smith. I am looking at my text messages that are coming in right now. We do have, this is the lineup at this time. We just recognized Chair Raymond Smith, who was a new speaker. We left off with Delegate Herman Daniels, who was the next in line for reserved time. I'm sorry, Delegate Elmer Begay, who was next in line for reserved time at 4 minutes and 23 seconds. Herman Daniels at 1 minute and 50 seconds. Delegate Thomas Walker at 1 minute and 57 seconds. Delegate Crotty at 1 minute and 31 seconds. Delegate Otto So at 39 seconds. Delegate Vince James at 1 minute and 15 seconds. And Delegate Raymond Smith now at 2 minutes and 36 seconds. So before I go back to reserve time, are there any new delegates who wish to speak at this time on Amendment 1? Not hearing anything, I'm going to go ahead and go back to reserve time. Delegate Elmer Begay, you have 4 minutes and 23 seconds. The floor is yours.
Okay, I don't, Madam Pro Temp, Chair, Chinale, the members of the Navajo Nation Council, I believe that what Delegate Slater mentioned about, that there's project within the IHS, projects that are pending, and then projects are ready, and projects that are already been surveyed. So it's already on there for water, and then also we have some. There's a lot out there, but like for my area, there's people that don't have home site leases. I don't know how long it's going to take to get them here, but I think what I'm going to say about Navajo Nation programs are, there's a lot of that we've seen. There's recently that the Navajo Nation programs are getting $630 million that is not part of the ARPA funds. They've been directly given to them, and then also schools giving their own ARPA funds. So that's where and then also these are grants. And if you look into other ARPA fundings throughout the state and then also to the federal, there's grants available. And I believe we should, as a legislatures, to ask the programs, Navajo Nation programs or executive branches to apply for these grants. I think they need to step in to do what they need to do for the programs as well as for the people. Or I think there's a lot of grants available through ARPA fundings, federal fundings for this pandemic or this COVID. I don't see or programs on his partner based on the I think as a oversight committees know that we have some federal programs that are eligible for these funding. So that was yield my time. Yeah, Shanala.
Shanala, you are yielding your time. So with that, we're going to go back to the lineup. We do still have delegates who have reserved time. We're going to go ahead and move forward and recognize Delegate Herman Daniels with 1 minute and 50 seconds. Delegate Daniels, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Kadota Shuma, Pro-Tem Speaker Kado. Not honest and again Kado. But a kid, so that now don't know it's a snake or that Kado. But Kadona Great or you a year ban yapin pito nana year ban hay z with the amendment. So Craigie hold the show. I don't put that I'm going to make a motion to make this debate. So let's go to the summer. Thank you. Another time.
Reserve time at 1 minute, 20 seconds.
Yes, Delegate Daniels, you do have 1 minute and 20 seconds of reserve time. There is now a motion to cease debate, and this is for amendment number 1. Per the council rules of order, the motion to cease debate is non-debatable. However, at this time, I do have to make the decision of whether there has been a balanced debate that has taken place. At this time, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 delegates who have spoken on this issue. That is actually more than half of the delegates. We have 3 delegates who are excused, 1 chair who is not voting, so there are 20 delegates who are currently voting on this amendment. With that, again, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 delegates who have spoken. I have not heard 1 delegate state that they are in opposition to, or actually I take that back. I believe that there are 1, 2, 3 delegates, possibly 4 delegates who sound like they are speaking in opposition. They haven't stated for the record that they oppose the legislation. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 delegates who sound to be in favor of the legislation. 1 delegate who has stated on the record that they will vote green for the amendment. So with that, again, since it's more than half of the delegates right now who have spoken on this issue, we still have remaining time. We have delegates. We don't have any new delegates who want to be added to the queue, but we have delegate Jamie Henyo at 2 minutes and 54 seconds, delegate Eugene So at 35 seconds, delegate Elmer Begay, who has waived his time, delegate Herman Daniels, who is at 1 minute and 20 seconds, delegate Edmund Yazzie, who has no time remaining, delegate Thomas Walker with 1 minute and 57 seconds, delegate Crotty with 1 minute and 31 seconds, delegate Otto So at 39 seconds, delegate Vince James at 1 minute and 15 seconds, delegate Rick Nez with no remaining time, and delegate Carl Slater with no remaining time, and chair Raymond Smith at 2 minutes and 36 seconds. So at this time, again, colleagues, I do believe that there has been a balanced debate on this legislation. Anyone is welcome to challenge me on this ruling. However, I'm going to go ahead and recognize the motion to cease debate. If you want to continue
Second delegate again.
This motion has been seconded by Delegate Vince James. So again, if you want to continue debating, it is within your right to do so with your vote. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and ask Ms. Uvilla to assist. And again, for the cease debate Rule 12, we do need 2/3 of the delegates who are voting, who are casting votes today. So that's 20 delegates who have been casting votes. I believe that number, we would need 14 delegates to vote green in order to cease debate. So with that, Ms. Uvilla, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Alma Begay votes green. Honorable Keala Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay. Honorable Paul Begay did not vote. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shema, this is
Honorable
Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Speaker Damon is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lone votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Henyo votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl
Delegate
Slater.
Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Bullshit.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up, Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. That, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 15 in favor, 5 opposed. Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that, Ms. Uvella. So with a vote of 15 in favor, 5 opposed, 4 not voting, the motion to excuse debate hereby passes. So with that, colleagues, we are ready to vote on Amendment 1. Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with a roll call vote on Amendment 1? Hold on, Ms. Uvella. Mr. Rico, do you need to read the amendment into the record again? I don't believe any amendments or any changes were made aside from the technical issue. So should we just read it into the record with the technical issue being addressed?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, we will read it into the record. If this amendment passes, we will do a second reading on the main motion.
Okay, we'll do the second reading on the main motion if the legislation does pass. With that, Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with the roll call vote on Amendment 1? Thank you.
Honorable Alma Begay. Honorable Alma Begay.
I'll vote green.
Honorable Alma Begay votes green. Honorable Keala Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown
Honorable
votes green.
Nathaniel Brown votes green. Amber Canespa Crotty.
Chemont, this is Delegate Cardi. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Dame is excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo. Honorable Jamie Henyo does not vote. Honorable Lynch James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Lynch James votes green. Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Ness votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
I vote green.
Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Charlene So.
I vote green.
Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Daniel So votes green. Honorable Eugene So.
Okay, go.
Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. did not vote. Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Winika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Red.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes red. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Going back up. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. That matters, Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 15 in favor and 5 opposed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you for your assistance on this, Ms. Uvella, with a vote of 15 in favor, 5 opposed, 4 not voting, 3 have been excused, as Amendment 1 does pass. So with that, we are now back on the main motion for legislation 0263-21.
Pro Speaker.
Yes. I'm
This
sorry.
is Edmund.
Can you? Yes, Delegate Yazzie.
Madam Pro Tem Speaker and members of the council, it's in the right. I'd like to make the motion to cease debate and vote on this legislation.
I'll second Delegate Brown.
Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Mr. Rico. I'd like to know what is the lineup for the main motion. I'm going back into my notes. I believe that we did have the following people who were who did speak, but I would need the information for time. We have Chair Henyo, Delegate Elmer Begay, Vice Chair Raymond Smith, Delegate Eugene So, Delegate Herman Daniels, Delegate Otto So, Delegate Paul Begay, Delegate Edmund Yazzie, Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair, Chair Rick Nez, Delegate Edison Wanika, Delegate Wilson Stewart, and then Delegate Crotty. So with that, I believe that was the lineup. I am requesting for the information for the time remaining, and this will help me in determining whether Delegate Edmund Yazzie, whether I can recognize his motion, because I haven't called upon any delegate for the main motion yet. Mr. Rico, can I get some assistance on that?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, after Honorable Chairwoman Amber Crotty, you have Thomas Walker, then you have Honorable Charlene So, and then Honorable Nathaniel Brown. Going back up, you would have 156 left for Honorable Henio. Elmer Begay has no time. Honorable Vice Chair Smith has 50 seconds. Honorable Eugene So has no time. Honorable Herman Daniels has no time. Honorable Otto So has 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Honorable Paul Begay has no time. Honorable Edmund Yazzie has no time. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair has 4 minutes, 3 seconds. Chairman Nez has 3 minutes, 37 seconds. Edison Wanika has 3 minutes, 10 seconds. Honorable Wilson Stewart has 2 minutes, 14 seconds. Honorable Crotty has 4 minutes, 30 seconds. Honorable Walker has no time. Honorable Charlene So has 2 minutes, 46 seconds. Honorable Brown has 3 minutes, 52 seconds. Madam Speaker Pro Tem.
Thank you for that. I should have picked better notes. I do apologize for that, colleagues. So with that, I believe that Mr. Rico, the next person in line to speak on the main motion is Delegate Thomas Walker. Delegate Edmund Yazzie, I can't recognize your motion at this time because you have no time left and you are not recognized. So I'm sorry about that. Vice Chair Thomas Walker, you are next in the queue. I'm sorry, Delegate Thomas Walker, you are next in the queue, but you have no time. I believe Mr. Rico stated the next person in line is Delegate Charlene So. Is that correct, Mr. Rico?
That is correct, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, and the time is 2 minutes and 46 seconds.
Thank you. Delegate Charlene So, you have 2 minutes and 46 seconds. You have the floor.
I'm ready to vote green for the people, and we need to get this assistance out. For so long, we have stalled this assistance to get to our people. Let's just win this and to help our people who are in need now. I wait the rest of my time.
Delegate Charlene still waits her time. With that, we have next in the lineup, Delegate Nathaniel Brown with 3 minutes and 52 seconds. Delegate Brown, the floor is yours.
I would like to motion to cease debate. I am thinking about the, of course, our people, but it sounds like council with the last vote. I would like to put this to our colleagues and Ashi and so I would like to motion to cease debate and vote on this legislation on this legislation. Yeah.
Bishop, I second that. This is Delegate So.
Motion to cease debate made by Honorable Nathaniel Brown, second by Honorable Charlene So. Mr. Rico, I believe, was there a reserved time?
Reserve time is 3 minutes, 26 seconds.
You have 3 minutes and 26 seconds for reserved time, Delegate Brown. So with that, going back to the C's debate rule 12 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order, as stated before, the C's debate motion is not debatable. However, we do have to ensure that there is a balanced debate on the legislation before it does proceed forward with a vote. So right now we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I believe there were 15 delegates who have spoken on the main motion. There are, I believe, 4 delegates who have possibly spoken against the legislation, although they did not state it on the record the way that they would vote. And the remaining delegates have spoken in favor of the legislation. We do not have anybody who is requesting to speak on the main motion. Let me double check to make sure I am correct on that. So we don't have any new delegates who wish to speak on the main motion of the legislation. So I'm going to go ahead and recognize the C's debate at this time. Any delegate has the opportunity to challenge that debate. Again, this seizing debate is not debatable. At this point, we do have 20 delegates who have voted in the last legislation, so we will need 14 delegates to vote in favor of this seize debate. So I'll leave it to the delegates to decide on whether they are ready to seize debate and move forward to a vote on this legislation, or whether they want to continue to debate the legislation. So with that, Ms. Uvella, can you assist us here with the roll call vote on the motion to seize debate? And again, for the record, the motion was made by Honorable Nathaniel Brown, second by Honorable Charlene So. Ms. Uvella?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about Green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable K. Allen Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green. Yeah.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Knutsbach-Crotty. Honorable Amber Knutsbach-Crotty.
Shema, this is Delegate Crotty. I vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Knutsbach-Crotty votes red. Honorable Speaker Damon's excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland's excused. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona did not vote. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
He votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes red. Honorable Vince James. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater. Honorable Carl
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So. Honorable Otto So did not vote. Honorable Charlene So.
Green.
Honorable Charlene So votes green. Honorable Daniel
Otto
So.
So votes green.
Honorable Daniel So.
I vote green.
Honorable Daniel So votes green. Honorable Otto So votes green. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes green. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote red.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes red. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edwin Yazzie.
Green.
Edwin Yazzie. Honorable Edwin Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Jimmy Yellowhair. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. And back up, Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Lord votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green.
Lord votes green.
Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. That, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 16 in favor and 4 opposed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you for that, Ms. Uvella. So with that, colleagues, we needed 14 to cease debate. The cease debate has passed with 16 in favor, 4 opposed, 4 not voting, 3 delegates are excused from today's meeting, and 1 is the chair who does not vote. So with that, the cease debate is in place. So we are going to go to the legislation 0263-21, sponsored by Delegate Crotty. Before we proceed forward with the vote, I would like to ask at this time if we can have the legislation with the amendments read into the record. Mr. Rico.
Thank you, Madam Speaker Pro Tem and members of the 24th Navajo Council. You have one amendment. One on page 1, line 12, delete $207 million and insert $557 million. 2 on page 1, line 14, after plan, insert semicolon, waiving certain provisions of Navajo Nation Council Resolution CJY-41-21 and Budget and Finance Committee Resolution BFS-31-21, end of new language. 3 on page 5, line 30 on page 6, lines 10 and 12. Delete $200 million and also the numerical $207 million and insert $557 million. End of new language. 4, replace Exhibit C with new Exhibit C. 5, delete page 7, line 28 through page 8, line 7. 6, on page 7, line 28, insert new section as follows. New language, underscore section 5, waiving provisions of resolution CJY-41-21 and BFS-31-21. Paragraph A, for the purposes of the NNFRF Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan only, the Navajo Nation Council hereby waives section 4B of CJY-41-21, which states that now the NNDOJ shall do an initial determination of whether a NNFRF funding request satisfies the legal requirements of the Fiscal Recovery Funds provisions of ARPA and applicable Navajo Nation laws, regulations, and policies and procedures. Paragraph B, for the purposes of the NNFRF Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan only, the Navajo Nation Council further waives the first sentence of section 4H of CJY-41-21, which states that until the third quarter of 2024, NNFRF expenditure plans for direct financial assistance to enrolled Navajo Nation members, not including business, economic relief, or similar programs, shall be limited to 10% of the total fiscal recovery funds received by the Navajo Nation. Paragraph C, for the purposes of the NNFRF Hardship Assistance Expenditure Plan only, the Navajo Nation Council also waives any and all provisions in BFS-31-21,
Thank you for that, Mr. Rico. So with that, committee members, just as a recap, we do have a motion and a second that has been established for 0263-21. Motion made by Chair Daniel So, second by Delegate Paul Begay. So with that, delegates, we're going to go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with the roll call vote at this time? Thank you.
Elmer Begay.
I vote green.
Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Kealan Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Honorable Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty.
Yate Shema, this is Delegate Amber Canas-Balcrotty. I vote green. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canas-Balcrotty votes green. Honorable Speaker Dame is excused. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Votes green.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes green. Honorable Jamie
Hello.
Henio votes red.
Honorable Jamie Henio votes red. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Nez.
Delegate Rick Nez votes green.
Ricky Nez votes green. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, green.
Honorable Carl Slater votes green. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Red.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes red. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Otto So.
Green.
Otto So votes green. Charlene So.
Green.
Charlene So votes green. Daniel So.
I vote green.
Daniel So votes green. Eugene So.
Eugene
So votes green. Thomas Walker Jr.
Watching the Blackhawks game of the
Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Edison Winika. Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika did not vote. Honorable Edmund Yagui.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yagui votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Back up. Honorable Edison Winika. Honorable Edison Winika.
Green.
Honorable Edison Winika votes green. That, Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 18 in favor, 2 opposed. Madam Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you for that, Ms. Uvella, with a vote of 18 in favor, 2 opposed, 4 not voting, 3 delegates excused, and chair not voting. Legislation 0263-21 hereby passes.
Motion to adjourn. Second.
Colleagues, colleagues, I have not called any other legislation to be debated at this time. There is a motion to adjourn. We still have legislation 0243-21 and 0268-21 and 0215-21 that is on the agenda. Motion to adjourn. Is that Chair Raymond Smith that made the motion?
Yes, ma'am.
And can I ask who seconds the motion?
Delegate Yellowhair.
Delegate Jimmy Yellowhair. So there's a motion to adjourn at this time, colleagues. Mr. Rico, I'm looking at the rules of order for the motion to adjourn. Is that debatable, or do we just go straight? Okay, a motion to adjourn shall take precedence over all other motions, including a vote in progress. Rule 27 of the Navajo Nation Council Rules of Order. So with that, I'm going to recognize the motion to adjourn, and we're going to go ahead and go to a roll call vote at this time. But again, colleagues, for the record, there's still three legislations that are on the agenda that have not been debated. Ms. Uvella, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Elmer Begay.
How about green?
Honorable Elmer Begay votes green. Honorable Keon Begay Jr. is excused. Honorable Paul Begay Jr.
Delegate Paul Begay votes green.
Paul Begay Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathaniel Brown.
Delegate Brown votes green.
Honorable Nathaniel Brown votes green. Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty.
Shema, this is Delegate Crotty. I'll vote red. Thank you.
Honorable Amber Canespa Crotty votes red. Honorable Speaker Davis excused. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr.
Green.
Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Mark Freeland is excused. Honorable Pernell Halona.
Red.
Honorable Pernell Halona votes red. Honorable Jamie Henyo.
Jamie votes green.
Honorable Jamie Henyo votes green. Honorable Vince James.
Delegate James votes green.
Honorable Vince James votes green. Honorable Ricky Ness.
Delegate Rick Nez votes red.
Honorable Ricky Nez votes red. Honorable Carl Slater.
Delegate Slater, red.
Honorable Carl Slater votes red. Honorable Raymond Smith Jr.
Green.
Honorable Raymond Smith Jr. votes green. Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr.
Green.
Honorable Wilson Stewart Jr. votes green. Honorable Otto So.
Red.
Honorable Otto So votes red. Honorable Charlene So.
Red.
Honorable Charlene So votes red. Honorable Daniel So.
I vote red.
Honorable Daniel So votes red. Honorable Eugene So. Honorable Eugene So votes red. Honorable Thomas Walker Jr.
I vote green.
Honorable Thomas Walker Jr. votes green. Honorable Edison Wanika.
Red.
Honorable Edison Wanika votes red. Honorable Edmund Yazzie.
Green.
Honorable Edmund Yazzie votes green. Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair.
I vote green.
Honorable Jimmy Yellowhair votes green. Madam Speaker Pro Tem, you have a vote of 11 in favor and 9 opposed. And Speaker Pro Tem not voting.
Thank you. I believe the motion to adjourn does require a majority vote with 11 in favor, 9 opposed, 4 not voting, 3 delegates excused, and 1 being the chair. Mr. Rico, just for clarification, it is a majority vote and not a 2/3 vote. Is that correct?
Madam Speaker Pro Tem, that is correct.
Thank you. So with that, colleagues, we are hereby adjourned at 7:21 p.m.
Good night. Happy New Year's.